But they took 4 lanes of traffic, moving 80 miles an hour, and put them into an off-ramp controlled by traffic lights. So you imagine how fast we're feeding in. So the back all the way up from the floor back south 27 miles. Russell, we're going to get started.
Yeah.
We're never coming late. This is going to be Where did Mark go? Patrick?
We'll do that.
Oh, start. Mark knows this.
Yeah.
That's good. Get everybody back in. All right, for the sake of recording, we're going to go over some basics. We do that because you guys are well versed. You have hundreds of hours of video recordings and reading in that, but it's still each new video we put out, new people are watching it all the time. So to not leave anybody out, lose anybody, we'll do a little intro. And I'm Federal Postal Judge David-Wynn, Focal, and Miller. And I'll let Russell introduce himself.
Yes, Russel-Jay, Gould, and we have done a syntax grammar challenge on the electoral college vote rules for all 50 states. So what we have done is we have taken the laws for the electoral college vote process for the President of the United States of America, and we have syntaxed those, which we will get into, and recorded them with the elections commissions for all 50 states, as well as Guam, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. And we did that through this corporation claim number, RE881-080-255 They're also on recording with the White House Press, the Council of Foreign Relations, Secretary of State's office as a letter of the rogatory as a foreign condition of the state, as well as the U.S. Secret Service. So.
And for the audience, Russell's 40 and I'm 65.
41 now.
41. Oh, we had birthdays, right?
Yeah. 41 now. Yes.
Now I'm 65. Russell's got about 50,000 hours background on this, and I've got 82,000 hours of background. And we also have a team that's probably put in another 250,000 hours that has worked with us over the last 35 years from different organizations, and we give them different job assignments that they may pour through 1,000 hours of work on in the course of a year to come up with 1 hour of hard copy. Because 3 + 3 = 6. There's only one correct answer, but in the world of infinity, you have the infinity of being wrong. We have a world that's been built on fraud. All 5,000 languages, 8,500 years. Worldwide has been modified, obstructed, manipulated. And so because of all these using an adverb, verb, world, adverb, adjective, pronoun, and pronoun, adverb, verb, they have completely bastardized all grammar on planet Earth, better known as Babylon. So the program that we did in April 6, 1988, it broke the mathematical interface on grammar. First thing I did was go to William Rehnquist at the United States Supreme Court and charge him with crimes against America. And him and I became friends. We locked ourselves into a room for a couple hours, and I syntaxed everything he could put on the table. And from there, he taught me the secrets of the judges. At the same time, I syntaxed it and put it into correct parse syntax grammar. And Russell came on board with me in 1996.
Yeah.
And I said, would you like to be Postmaster General of the world? He thought that was a little far-fetched because he was 20 years old or 21 years old at the time. I said, well, it's going to take time to train. But he's been working with me. We lived together for many years, working 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have the Manly Hall, Secret of All Ages. It's a book that's 12 inches by 18 inches by 2 inches thick. And when syntaxed, putting in 2/3 of all the missing words, it's now a 6-inch thick book. And it's the only one like it on planet Earth, dealing with Masons and numerology, astrology, tarot, witchcraft. We broke all of it down. It's all nonsense. Put it all back together in quantum. So we know the secrets of how things happen around this planet.
We were blessed enough to get a chance to put the presentation on for 4 days at the Vatican. We have contracts with the Vatican for banking. They were very impressed. When we came out of the post office, they had an 85-year-old nun there, and she knew who we were on site. Hey, you guys can go anywhere you want. She took us around, and we started.
Yeah, personally took us around everywhere. We got to go on the gold vaults.
Oh yeah.
As we syntaxed Latin, Greek, and Arabic at the Vatican, we picked up more and more nuns, bishops, and cardinals who followed us around, and we could read everything and put all the missing words in now time. And from there, they created a seminar in Austin, Texas, where they teach this technology now. And after we wrote the Lord's Prayer was written and then posted up on the website, just like the 2 words, our Father. Well, the word our is an adverb, makes father a verb. When you take, what's the definition of our? Well, that's a plural word. That means for the people, because our meant people, and then father meant creation. So it's for the people of the Father. Say it backwards, for the Father of the people. All of you learned about God or the Father because your parents taught you, a church taught you, a minister, newspapers, magazines, Bibles. In other words, it's the cycle of life. You are created because someone created you, and then you are taught by that person to create again. So it's a circle. By taking every single phrase, adverb, verb, and turning it into a prepositional phrase and expanding upon the definitions. Using all now time facts of the synonyms of now times facts. Like you can have the word international. If you look it up in the dictionary, it's going to give you one kind of a definition. When you look it up in the book of synonyms, it's going to give you many different other words that mean international. But in is no, ter is terra, nation is people, al is contract. So you have a no earth people contract. Now, if you want to go to quantum, you use the word global, because it means to glow or to expand. A tail means a contract. So you have an expanding contract. And the only way two or more people come together is through contract, called citizens. And Earth is a spaceship. It's in a sea of space. So therefore, it's spaceship Earth. Water is not what you think it is. It's not a sea. We live in a sea of space. Water can be frozen, which is hard, just like land. You can walk on snow, which is water. You ski on snow. You ice skate on water, which is a solid. Earth used to be a molten ball of lava. Water boils at 212 degrees at sea level. So water is not a sea issue. Water is a foreign entity to this planet. Comets are made out of water. So when a comet fell into the heat of the orbit of planet Earth because of its gravity, it rained. There's your big flood because the comet melted and created the seas. And that's how the seas became what they are. So when they talk about where does the sea start, what is the bar of the courtroom, or what is the sea of water versus the land, that's nonsense. Earth is a vessel in the sea of space. So the sea of space makes all things on Earth maritime. All 9 billion humans on planet Earth are vessels walking as cargo on the Earth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. We came from the Earth, we go back to the Earth. Cycle of life. So we're just components. These buildings are vessels in dry dock because they are not native to the soil that they sit upon. A road is a foreign vessel in dry dock. It is not part of planet Earth. It came from the Earth, recreated and then was poured into a road. Did the road pay docking fees? Does the road have its C.s.s.c.p.s.g.p, C treaty, drogue law? Was the road posted by the correct credentials? Because you have toll roads where you have somebody now claiming private contract on that road, taking a toll for the creation and upkeep of that road. That's a private contract outside of what we call our international highways, or the interstate. An no earth state. It's a no earth state condition of the road, so therefore no one claims contract to it because the people put it together. So we have our interstate system and we have a toll road system.
Point being, everything's contract.
Everything is contract, and someone owns everything. Even this pen I'm holding. We came in here, this building, the people who allowed us to pay for this area of a closed box. And what goes on inside of our box is an enclosed area, and it's a private contract. It's all about maritime vessels dealing contracts with people and the way we conduct ourselves.
One of the main focuses of the Directors Party is we want to take a look at some of the social engineering and retrain that. And these are some of the reasons why we run for president, is because when you look at, if I ask the audience, when's the last time anybody of you saw a live unicorn? A talking cat? A talking mouse? Point being, these are the cartoons that are placed in front of us as we are young children. And it desensitizes our capability to discriminate what is genuine and authentic and what is not. So they start at a young age programming us to take away our capabilities to find correctness. And that's part of the reason why we've grown hats.
And all cartoons are based on combat. There's always somebody fighting somebody else. The good and the evil, the cat and the mouse. So you're desensitized then to give you all your video games of violence. So the first thing you want to do is join the military and play a game. But the game is with real bullets and real bombs.
It's very sad.
And today it's real videos controlling drones, which kill real people. And you know what real means? RE means no, and AL is contract. We have no contract because it's all written in adverb verb. There are no laws, rules, regulations, or codes. It's voluntary compliance. You are volunteering to participate in an illusion because you weren't told it was an illusion. You think you're fighting for a country. You think you're fighting for freedom or democracy. Follow the money. You've heard that your whole life. And the bankers control everything through mortgages. And even when you think you've paid off something, you're still paying the military through taxes to make sure nobody plants rice in your backyard. So the point is, you're under contract from cradle to grave to perform in a specific manner. And if you don't perform, even your automobile that you pay cash for is a certificate, which means debit of title. Debit is a pronoun, which means no, no, no. Of is an adverb making title a verb, so you have a debit of nothing. As long as you have your insurance tags on the car, keep it in a safe operating position under public safety, you now have the authority to go ahead and drive that automobile. If you do not have one of the four items, a driver's license, which means you have physical capabilities, your safety sticker so you don't go ahead and create pollution to endanger other people's health, insurance. Now, in means no surety, which is contract. So your insurance policy is written in adverb verb, which means nobody has insurance. They just keep paying for it as a hidden tax.
So what we want to create is what we call surety. And so it's a different style so you can control and make claims when you get damaged. And that way your values don't disintegrate into subjective interpretation.
If you have a surety with a gold certificate, your $5,000 bond is worth $50,000, covering all the categories required by the state.
Correct.
You buy one $5,000 bond, you put up $5,000, you get a $50,000 bond, you don't have to buy insurance for the rest of your life as long as you don't get into an accident. But if you injure somebody or get into an accident, then you are prone to, if it exceeds your $50,000 in cash, then it comes out of your pocket. You can set that up on a tripod. We allow recording for everybody here, so yes. We're going to start this morning by going through the syntax operations. Now, the reason we're going to do this is because when this is everything that we do, it affects every topic of the dictionary. has to come from syntax. So you got to start at a foundation before you can get into a topic. And we're not talking about subject matter because sub means no, object, which is contract. We're not talking about a no contract, but we are talking about how to expose you to what no contract means to you and how many different ways you can participate in a no contract scenario. So you've got 0 is a conjunction, which is and or. Now, conjunctions don't modify anything. And we'll get into that when we get into, when we put up, you can set it up here if you want. We're going to get into the math problem. When you see the math associated with the parts of speech, it's really clear as to how this was created. Then you also have the numbering system. We use the numbering system because 0 through 9 is a natural phenomena of the parts of speech, what we call syntax and how it operates. Somebody says, well, can we use ABCs? Yes, you can use ABCs, or you can use color pens. As long as you take jurisdiction for what this key means here. Then you have a position, and this it's easier to write a number on top of a word than it is to write the entire word out, like the word adjective. How are you going to write the word adjective on top of the word red and still put in the rest of the sentence? It doesn't work that way because it's too crowded. And because we're only working with 1, 2, 3, and 4, because these here are the 4 conditions of the world of fiction, it makes it very simple because there's only 4 numbers to memorize and the operations to which they function under. So we use 1 for the adverb because an adverb always comes in front of a verb. 1 comes before 2, natural. 1 comes before 3, as an adverb always comes in front of an adjective. 3 always comes in front of 4 because an adjective always comes in front of a pronoun. Now, when you put 2 nouns together, black is a fact and pen is a fact. So black would become the adjective of pen. If you don't put a hyphen in there, it becomes an adjective pronoun. If you hyphenate it, then it's a pronoun. Like if I wrote, no, I got it here. If I write black pen, this would be a 3 and this would be a 4. If I put a hyphen in here, that turns this into a 4. If I put the word the here in front of it, this would become an adverb now. This would become an adjective, making pen into a pronoun without the hyphen. If I put the hyphen in here, then both 3 and 4 become 2s, which is a compound verb underlined. If I put the word for in front of here, now this is a preposition or a position. This is loadial article. And these both become 7, which is a fact. It's a compound fact. If I take the hyphen out, all authority runs backwards. Black pen, this would be a 3-4. The word the would now become an adverb, and the word for would become a pronoun. It's the only mathematical way it can happen. So frontwards and backwards, the math has to be correct. So and this is only using one idea. Now, we have here the deed of trust for California. 12 states use the word mortgage, 38 use the word deed of trust. Now, instead of using numbers here, we use color codes. You can't see what the words are from back there, but you can see the color from back there. So the pink, it represents the adverb. The verb is represented by green. So, and then the adjective and the pronoun are both left neutral without coloring those. So you know it's always going to be, first word is going to be an adjective, second word is going to be a pronoun. And these are how many mistakes are on your deed of trust. 4,700 of them to be exact. And if you modify something or you color it, that's prejudice, that's perjury, because you're modifying it, however the fact is. There's 300 words per page.
Yes, sir.
If you color it, it's what?
By coloring it, they used to take the words and put them together after they saw us putting numbers on back in 2000. So the courts and the attorneys put the words touching each other, so there'd be no place to put the numbers. So we color coded it. So they went back to single spacing again, so we could put the numbers back in. Then when they realized that we could prove their fraud with the numbers,
Color coding.
then they said, okay, we'll screw up and prove he doesn't know what he's doing. Now this is just how many adverbs appear in 300 words, which is illegal. And these are your prepayment riders that they put on the back, how many modifications they do.
Illegal.
See now, from back there you can see the color, and from seeing the color you can see the value of 4,700 mistakes certified frontwards and backwards to be a trick of adverbs, adjectives, and turning all the facts into verbs. You're only allowed one verb in a sentence. Some of these sentences have 8 verbs in them. Okay, then the position, what we used to call the preposition, as we were taught when you were 10 years old. The preposition then went to what was called the article. But a vowel and 2 consonants, which is AR, the word art itself is an illusion, creation. So the word art, A-R-T, the first 2 letters create because the word tickle is also a word, but article is a no contract word because LC, tick is small, and this is contract. So it's a no small contract as an article. Now article would be it's for my pen, for his pen, for your pen, for her pen. You see, I changed the definition of the article, and I changed the ownership of the pen. If I say for your pen, for my pen, for his pen, for her pen, I change the preposition now. Instead of the article of ownership, I changed it again. We have 38 articles and 68 prepositions. 68 times 38 is 2,000 divided by 2 is 1,000. And 100 of them you will never use, not even in any condition of logic. So you got 900 definitions for every word. And if I could change this times 900, 900 times 900 is 810,000. Times 900 is 720 million. Times 900 is 640 billion. Times 900 is 540 trillion. So you can see in a 6-word sentence, we're dealing with 540 trillion variables for one sentence. And he says, well, that's impossible for us to do that. And that's just for one sentence. I says, well, I wrote a 195-page book here, and it's all mathematically certified, frontwards and backwards, in quantum language. All of our lawsuits, 12,000 of them, are done the same way. So don't tell me it can't be done. So then we have allodial, which is your article. We had to change that. LO is location, DI is original, AL is contract. This is called parse. You want to learn about parse? You can pick up a hymn book from any religion that sings songs. And every single syllable that goes with the sound of music is dedicated to a parse of a word. And therefore, if you pick up a hymn book, and then you get the dictionary book by the Masons on parse, you can look up the definitions of all the parses written into a hymn. You know that almost half of all the words in hymns mean the word no contract because it's a vowel, A, E, I, O, and U, followed by 2 consonants. So you're rarely singing no contract, no contract, no contract, no contract, no contract, until you're so brainwashed that when somebody shows you quantum and you actually understand it, you go into shock. Your brain rewrites itself in 5 minutes. You will stand there in goosebumps all over your body and you will shake as your brain is coming to awareness that you've been lied to since you were 9 months old. And when you make that transition, you can never go back into the world of fiction. It just doesn't happen. You pick up a newspaper, a magazine, anything document that's handed to you to read, The only thing you can do is syntax it. When you realize how big the lie is and how the words have been misrepresented, it's really has an effect on your belief systems.
Very humbling.
Now the 7, the preposition, was always in front of the article, which was in front of the pronoun, the noun, which is a noun, which means no. So if you have no position, preposition, because pre, P-R-A-E-I-O, and U mean no. I don't care what word you put them in front of. You got practice. Attorneys have a practice. ATT, no contract, when they practice. P-R-A. T-I is title. C-E is contract. No title contract is what they practice. And then you have a article, which is an illusion, contract. And then you have they told you if you have no position and you have no small contract, then you have a no-no. And they advertised it to you, and you always thought prepositional phrases were cool.
But you were desensitized.
Yeah.
You've been desensitized at such a young age that you can't assimilate what's genuine and what's authentic. And so this is why we're trying to bring the consciousness up to the knowledge to the people, and then give people a chance to vote us in to make those changes, so we take out those subliminal messages, so we can have authenticity in our thinking, so we don't go to war and we don't create all the strifes, and have tolerance for we the people.
Then the next thing they did to us was they used past time words, which was ed, all words ending in ed, in the word from. Future time words were freed and to. And so anything that's in the future doesn't exist. The past always comes before the future, just like 8 comes in front of 9. So we accounted for the 10 parts of speech, but where's your now time? See, they never told you where now time is, and you always live in now time. You can only be damaged in now time. You only exist in now time. So you had to change your volition of thinking.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if it's an N-O-W, does that not like eliminate now time? I use current, but
Okay.
Current is good, but you put a diphthong over sure.
it just you N-O and now. Like,
Yeah.
Okay, here we have the word
Okay.
known, right? This comes from knowledge. I'll get it.
All right.
Here you have a ledger, and here you have now time ledger, and you have to know what you're doing for your math, because math is no one's ever gone to war over a math problem in history of mankind, so math is a correct factor, especially when you're going to deal with a ledger. When you have the word now, K-N-O-W, you have the word own, you have now time, and you have the word know, K-N-O-W. Now you have to put this, we went researched, and you have to have a line over O-W that's Russian, which makes A-E-I-O and U, and sometimes W, sometimes Y. My, by. Say the word try. This becomes the vowel now. But when you're dealing with the W factor, you have law, which is fiction, and then you have law, which is fact, with that line over AW. That's 1775 or 1750 Russian. And then they struck it.
And so you put that over the OW in the now.
The same thing, right? And that captures that.
Okay.
So you don't have the word no.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Well,
Yeah,
okay,
it actually-
These are
Diphthong.
secrets.
Look up the word diphthong.
You have
T-H-O-N-G.
yeah. In English language, our PH is F, but in most of all foreign languages that use the ABC alphabet use the word F, letter F for PH, and they dropped that. Like phone in England is F-O-N-E.
Good question.
But if you underline it, does it?
Then it creates.
It's not underlined. You have to put the line above the OW.
You put the line above the OW.
Same thing, word law.
Okay.
It creates a diphthong.
What was that?
Every dictionary that's published has this information, But who reads a dictionary? When was the last time you read your prefixes or your suffixes or your styles manual in a dictionary? You know, your big Webster's dictionary, that one that's 6 inches thick, last one published was 1906.
Sorry.
And it has all this information in. In 1906 was when all the laws in the United States, which were handled by numbers, like the Sherman Law, were then transferred into codes, specific codes, with a numbering system on it, because numbers could be very easily, was easier to catalog. And that's when the Webster's Dictionary was also cataloged with the Styles Manual. Now, if you think the Webster's 6-inch dictionary or the Funkin Webster's Dictionary, which is also 6 inches thick, or Encyclopedia Britannica's dictionary is 6 inches thick, you have 3 2-inch volumes. You have World Book, which is 3 2-inch volumes.
Oxford.
The Oxford is about a foot thick, but the Cornell University Dictionary is 4 feet thick. And what they did there is they took every word on planet Earth. Now, every word was also identified by a judge, established a definition of a word because of the condition of how it was used. Give me an example. Here I have a pen, P-E-N. It's used for writing. If you look up any dictionary, it's going to say it's a writing instrument. But if I took this pen and I put it into a prison system, the next guy using it is going to do this, or he's going to do this and make a stabbing tool out of it. So now it's a concealed weapon for stabbing somebody and causing harm. You get 10 years in prison for a concealed weapon, 10 years for assault with a deadly weapon. So you get a 20-year prison sentence because you played games with the word pen. So be careful who you talk to, how you present yourself, because you could wind yourself up in jail real easy. My buddy did that. Police officer pulls him over. He's an electrician. He's got copper in his car because he cuts off, he just put in a 600 amp system. So he's got copper wires 1 inch in diameter, about the A long, but he's got duct tape tied around the end, because when you pull the heavy wire through the cables, which are 4 inches in diameter, you've got to put duct tape around a rope and then pull it through. When you get it to the other end, you cut it off with your big clippers. He's got the scrap laying in his car to go to the junkyard because they're paying $3.85 a pound per copper. So the cop says, well, you have a club. He says, no, it's scrap copper. He says, no, it's a concealed weapon. I'm going to give you a ticket for carrying a concealed weapon in your car. He says, oh, I suppose you're going to do the same thing with my ballpoint pen because you can stab somebody with it. Oh, now you're confessing that you have a pen with $2,500 fine. You had to pay it. 30 days in jail, too, for playing games. But I happened to be at that specific hearing, and that happened in Duluth, Minnesota, at the court. And guess what happened? The judge, I'm in there, and I introduced myself as a federal judge. So the judge gets up, and he walks outside. His brother-in-law's there, who's a plumber. He says, here, put my robe on. Go in there and take $2,500 off this guy and put him in jail for 30 days. So the plumber puts on his brother-in-law's robe, and I'm out there standing right next to the guy listening to what's going to happen next. And he walks in there and says, bailiff, take this man and put him in jail for 30 days. I want a $2,500 fine, because he knew he had $2,500 cash on him when they brought him in because he just sold his motorcycle. And after that happened, I went down to see Barbara Crabb at the federal court in Madison, Wisconsin, and Lake County was shut down. They fired all the people that were working in the court system. They were shut down for 6 weeks because of that little incident that took place, showing that there are no laws, rules, regulations, or code. This building here is a vessel and dry dock called the courthouse. And in their vessel and dry dock, they weren't on the state of Wisconsin. You know what the word state of Wisconsin, state of California means? It's the name of the vessel of the courthouse in dry dock. You live in the territory of the California territory, folks. You live in the territory of Georgia, territory of Wisconsin.
Norway.
All road signs are the distance between one vessel in dry dock called the courthouse and another vessel in dry dock called the courthouse. That's how those road signs got up there with the numbers on them. You don't believe me? Go out and measure your highways and check to see where your county seat is, where the courthouse is to the next courthouse. Federal courthouse to federal courthouse. Or state courthouses between counties. That's why you have county signs, different road names and distances. But on that name of that road, there's going to be a courthouse. That's how they break everything up.
We have methods around that, which I'll get into later.
Yeah, this is all part of the tricks and traps that are
So each
helping.
road is basically assigned to a courthouse?
Yes.
Yes, it is. And that's why when you get a speeding ticket, always on your speeding ticket, the sheriff or the hypo, highway patrol always puts them on which mile marker you were at.
Right.
Wow.
So it shows you what jurisdiction you're in based on that mile marker
Correct.
location. Not that anybody, but as a secondary level of accuracy. And how does accuracy spell ACC? No contract. A vowel and two consonants. Remember that. As I speak, I will use words that are a vowel and two consonants. But I'm saying that because these are no contract words, and I will stop myself and identify why it happens. Because every law, rule, regulation, and code, your traffic tickets have 400 mistakes on them, grammatic mistakes. And if you hold it up to the light, you have a watermark box around both sides of it. Everything on your ticket is in a box, which is an enclosed area and can't be considered. Therefore, because the law written for the number in the box is also written in adverb verb and says nothing. So because you have all these different levels of fiction on top of fiction, the oath of office for every single politician, every single police officer, every single military, everything is based on a dangling participle verb. And if you have a dangling participle verb, it's illegal to end the sentence that way. But when you go into the mechanics of the writing that is used, all the advertising that's put up on in the courthouses, every single one of them go back to a no contract scenario. Use a vowel and two consonants as a no contract scenario. Russell and I looked up every single word in English language under A, E, I, O, and U for vowel two consonants and all the synonyms and all the different definitions. That's an 8,000-hour exercise. Him and I worked on just that one thing for 2 years, doing nothing else. Side by side, 16 hours a day to get that and prove that fact. And we have proved that fact in any other translation to any other language. Because my website's written in 150 different languages with no translation deviation. If a language does not, like Hebrew, does not have A, E, I, O, and U because they're hollow sounds. So we have to put those back in. But they don't use prepositional phrases either. So we leave our own prepositional phrases in the location. Arabic doesn't use prepositional phrases. So we put in the prepositional phrases and we do it in a mechanical way. We don't do it as a sentence structure horizontal. We do it like this.
So when we write bank contracts in Arabic and we do the translation, the English sentence will be frontwards and backwards horizontally. And when we write the Arabic and we're doing from nation to nation for global stuff, we put their sentences like this and let the people contracting in, postmaster, bankers, write in their facts this way. That way we lose no deviation between English and Arabic when we do global financial stuff.
Good question. I noticed you're writing everything in caps.
Conditional reflex, called shout. Now, a shout is a command. It's not an order, because the word order is spelled O-R-D. It means no contract. That's why everything written in the laws are written in upper and lower case, because they're whispers, and also in adverb verbs, so they say nothing at any time.
Except for in one spot, and that's in Federal Rules Civil Procedure 44.1, and they go like this. This deals with foreign courts. They go,
oh, the court, yeah.
yeah, what,
That's all you need. Just the
well,
word.
well, this is what it says. So. And this is under Federal Rules Civil Procedure 44.1 under foreign judges, because all judges fly yellow fringe flags or vertically suspended flags. So they hang their flag vertically this way, so it suspends the contract within the courtroom. So they go, laws of boxing, eliminate the T, key court, not jury,
Bracket.
bracket. This is why we put judges in judges boxes and jury in jury boxes. So anything they say can't be considered.
It can't be seen or heard. When you have the word he court, he is an adverb making court into a verb. Where are you going to put the verb court? State of California. Of is an adverb making California dangling participle verb. So you got a verb court for a verb country. Then you have not
jury, right after it.
Well, you don't have
That's
no jury.
Well, it says not jury. I'm just saying what they say.
And then no is a negative. You can't prove a negative of anything. JU means no. And the word RY is contract.
And that's the only place in law that you're going to see the capital shall. And it's in every civil rule, the civil procedure for every state.
Then when you write, you want to learn how to syntax, or how to creatively write syntax, you do it vertical until your brain can adapt. So you make flashcards for the, of the, is, are, with the, of the. Now, yeah, take that.
Yeah.
So it's for the knowledge. So this would be a claimant's knowledge. Claimant's knowledge of the facts is or are with the claim possessive claim. See, with is a possessive. So you have a possessive claim because as an individual, you look around the room and you accumulate information. There's 1,000 pieces of information in this room that you can see. Now you're going to take that information, you're going to store it in your computer, your brain. Just like we have our computers, we put information into it. You have to think of what you want to do in the form of facts that you put into your computer. And this is, the is-are is thinking, which means motion. That's why the courts have you file motions, because you must think. And you have to establish your knowledge. Doesn't the judge say, did you go to school? Do you have a job? Can you drive a car? He walks you through a series of questions to establish your ability of education, how much educational facts you have absorbed, and then are you going to understand how to motion those facts into a thinking condition of a claim when he says, do you understand? He just asked you a whole series of adverb-verb questions that said nothing in a box on a different plane, because he's sitting up here on plane number 1, and you're over on plane number 5. Here's the petitioner and Russel-Jay, or the claimant and a defendant. So you're going to go ahead and say, yeah, I understand, and then you say you understand. UN means no, DER is contract, stand is standing. So you have no contract standing. Now you're mute before the court. What happens when you're mute before the court? Then the judge can't see or hear you, and neither can the prosecution. So with the possessive claim of the contract.
And these prepositional phrases are cause, consequence, the verb of thinking, possession assignment, possession assignment, possession assignment.
See, now we're going to break this down further with the possession claim of a contract. Well, with the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar of the rules, regulations, codes, with the venue, with the with avoidance by the perjury. Now, if you read this backwards, by becomes for, with becomes of, Then you bring in your verb as your second condition, and of is with is of, and it becomes, these are the opposite prepositions. So for the perjury of the avoidance is with the rules, regulations, and codes of the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar, with the contract of the possessive claim with the facts by the claimant's knowledge. See, now the authority going backwards says the same thing as the authority going frontwards. The unique thing about our technology is all these facts are still facts. And the order of operations going backwards is just like having a math problem. If we go to a math problem,
on the knowledge, should I on claimant's knowledge, should I put the
Yes.
or the OW?
You can,
Okay.
but you have,
it's a compound.
it's a compound, so you're okay.
Okay, cool.
If it was now, that would be different.
So you have 1 plus 2 equals 3, and 3 minus 2 equals 1. See, so we're going to reduce this into linear mathematics. Now, when you do a math problem, you've got a whole number coming in, you've got a whole number coming out, you've got a whole number conclusion, and you got a whole number to start with to work the problem backwards. So these are facts. Now an equal sign, and I don't care what type of math you want to do, add, subtract, multiply, divide, sine, cosine, tangent, trigonometry, calculus, equal signs do not affect any of the math that you're doing. Those are conclusions.
Yes.
So they're going to be your conjunctions. Because they don't have any modifications to change anything in the formula. Now you have a plus 2, and you've got a negative 2. Well, when you do graphing in school, and you graphed it, you were in motion going across your number systems. So because you're going from plus to minus or minus to plus, these are called verbs. We took the 2, we gave that the verb thinking. Now after we factor that out then, what we have left is we have a plus and a minus, and that was called the preposition or the position. For the bridge is over the water. For the water is under the bridge. Over and under opposite prepositions, and both pictures are identical. And that's what we're doing here is we're showing you if it's true for a picture, then it's true for the values of the logic of sentence structuring as well. Then when we translate it to any other foreign language on planet Earth, we use the same things. We establish, when I broke the mathematical interface between the Chinese language with 10,000 symbols and what their prepositional phrases were, I says, do you have a symbol for the word for? And they says, well, yeah, we do. You have a symbol for the word of. You have a symbol for the word with and a symbol for the word by. And he said, yes, these are the symbols. You have a symbol for the word the, an article. They said, yes. Okay, the only thing I had to do is plug in the noun of the symbol, like what is a pen. And when I asked the symbol through my Google Translator, it gave me the English translation. So when I went to China, I took my phone, I put my Google Translator thing on, put this around my neck, get into a cab, and I said, I want to go to the Summer Palace. And this phone translated my English into, I want to go to the Summer Palace, and it printed it out so they could read it in Chinese, Mandarin. Then he spoke back to me and told me what the fare was in Chinese. And then the phone spoke to me in English, telling me what the fare was to go there. Just like the universal translators on Star Trek, you know?
Yeah.
Or he wears his badge, which is a universal translator.
Yeah.
And you know what? I went around, I spent 22 days the first time in China and 10 days in Hong Kong and Macau at the casinos for 2 more days, and I didn't have trouble with anybody. I even had translators assigned to me, but I could do quite well on my own. I did the same thing in France, Germany, and Italy, Switzerland, Norway. So it's that Google Universal Translator is really unique. Now, using that as a base science, they said we couldn't write an English translation in quantum for Chinese in 9 months. I did it in 45 minutes over lunch. How? I went ahead and I established the symbols for these words, the symbol for the, a, and an for this also. And then whatever the fact was, every English fact has a Chinese translated word. And so I could translate the technology that I was there over lunch and have it printed out immediately. And the computer did all the work for me through my Google Translator. I just had to organize how the program was to be read. And I printed out these patents for the technicians, which only spoke Chinese. And then he said, can you do this in Russian? I says, yeah, Control-Shift. Took all of everything that I had just put in the computer in Chinese and translated it into Russian. Then I says, well, what about German? It's our 3rd biggest trade partner. Yeah, 4 minutes later, the computer printed out all this stuff in German. How about Italy? Spanish, Arabic, Indian, Thai, Japanese. And this thing, in a matter of seconds, the computer rewrote everything mathematically certified frontwards and backwards. And on my website is 150 different languages frontwards and backwards on a global basis. I've got university professors from their respected countries screaming at me that you can't do this. You can't establish these secrets because you just disqualified our universities, our colleges. And so, what's that?
I'm just going to see where we're at here, just for order of operations. Just want to see where people are at.
Oh,
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
This here is it's a game. It's a math problem. The average person takes 2 hours to figure out.
Can anybody figure that out? Just out of curiosity.
Well, first we got to finish this.
Okay, you finish that, and then we'll get into it.
And this. So these, as the parts of speech, this was the mathematical interface. You know, I spent 3 years, 1,000 hours, 1,000 days working out this to get my children back. The judge said to me, when you can show me the mathematical interface and grammar, you will be able to write a lawsuit to get your children back and not make a fool of yourself. And the first thing I did was prosecute that judge and have him disbarred. I got my kids back. So the technology was sound. And the secret math interface on all 5,000 languages was 1 + 2 = 3, 3 - 2 = 1. The smallest of things, the simplest of things was the answer. And it was an elusive of human beings for 8,500 years. Never figured it out. And from this one math problem, I could prove everything that was wrong, everything that was right. And where I've written 23 books now, put up a 400-page website, and done 2,500 seminars. I've done 38 live television shows, wrote the programs on the 9/11 disaster, and got all the settlements, disqualified 3,800 illegal lawsuits from the 9/11 case, got independence for Hawaii, wrote the lawsuit that won $880,000 from England for the Solomon Island massacre of 1929 that nobody would touch until 2002 when I was over there, and I went ahead and wrote the code on the case. Wrote the lawsuit and was awarded in 2012 that the Solomon Island and Guadalcanal survivors received $880 million from England.
Yeah, when we were at the United Nations and David presented himself as a witness, I can tell you that they knew who he was. They said, "You're the guy." And we presented our bank charters because we were presenting our bank charters in quantum grammar called the Global Banking Constitution to all nations on the planet, giving away, just showing them what technology is coming, how we're going to be moving monies, what were the qualifications for moving values from point A to point B, and what were the criteria for countries to engage with that. or to commune with that. Sorry about the negative word.
When people take and they try to do things horizontally, they're trying to overwrite a horizontal romance with your left brain. Your left brain is romance. Your right brain, however, is mathematics, is your logic center. So when I gave you this in vertical rather than horizontal, I showed you a math problem. Your brain is going to graph this on your left, in your right brain, and it's going to understand that if you make flashcards, put them on the ground, write words and move the words around, so you're not writing. Now, writing is a skill. It's an art form, just like art. But when you put things into flashcards and blocks on the ground, your mind is going to start forming puzzles. It's going to look at it as a puzzle of blocks, just like when you play with Legos. I don't care if you're an adult. You sit down with your grandkids, you're going to build something with Legos or Lincoln Logs, because it's mathematics and it's relaxing to you because you can't lie about a math problem. You can't lie about mechanics. So this goes in to your logic side of the brain. The minute you get this, it overwrites your left side, and you can't look at anything without looking at it from a mathematical procedure. Then when you read our numbering codes on when we syntax our lawsuits, give you an idea. We have a, let's see. Go ahead.
All right.
Put a little plug in
Yeah.
there for a minute to get this out.
What this means is, well, do you guys know the answer? You know the answer, don't you? Your numbers are your facts. If you don't put your functions, which are the plus and the equal sign, in the right location, you get the wrong answer. Same thing holds true with the order of operation of words. So you have 4 plus 5 equals 3 to the second. Right? Because 9 equals 9. So if you drop out the procedure and you don't do the correct procedure, you can't come up with the right conclusion. Because 9 equals 9. So what we're showing you is that the function of how we move things around is relevant to how you're going to contract and how people contract when you're deciding to make a vote. Because if you have the wrong function, you're going to get the wrong outcome over and over and over again. So putting in the right correct variable and the right function on how to vote for a president as a citizen of this country is one of the most valuable things you can know. Because then you can find out who actually has your best concerns in mind. Because as a public servant, that's what we have to be cognizant of. We can show you a construct, but as we put ourselves into public positions and become public servants, then the values of what we have to do change. So you need to be cognizant of that.
See, you have 3,800 different branches of government controlled by the Postmaster General. The president is no more than a puppet. He's where you direct your attention to redirect your anger. So he takes all the flack. That's why he becomes famous.
Let me show you how the illusion works so you can see it in your own minds. The Super Bowl was on February 1st. They got everybody in the United States looking at Super Bowl, and then they do a little tiny announcement at 2 o'clock on Super Bowl Sunday, which nobody paid attention to. They switch out Postmaster Generals. But they got everybody looking at the Super Bowl, and nobody's paying attention to what's really going on, which is the shipping wars that you are all in. So, go ahead and take over. I won't get into
Who's the first one?
the real game.
December 12, 2012. Now, I have prosecuted all the federal judges in Honolulu, Hawaii. I've been in Honolulu, Hawaii since 1995. I was elected in 1997 to be the king of Hawaii when all the kapunas, the 72 families, got together and appointed me to be the king of Hawaii because I wrote the Constitution for Hawaii that was won at The Hague. And from that, Bill Clinton had to apologize to Hawaii for stealing the Hawaiian Islands in 1893 and again in 1959 for statehood. Now, a unique thing took place. The United States of America in 1893 was in bankruptcy. First bankruptcy was in September 17th, 1782. That was domestic in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 7 years later, that expired because it was on September 17th, 1789. Rothschild then buys the bankruptcy of England, which is international, turning it into a 70-year international bankruptcy. That runs till September 17th, 1859, plus 45-day trust law comes up to November 2nd, presidential election day. Before the trust expired, we had to elect a new trustee for the trust, which was Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln doesn't take office until 90 days later, from November 2nd until February 2nd, 1860, three-day rescission law. Fort Sumter gets bombed, and we now create the Civil War. Now, when the South left the North was sovereign. They were not in bankruptcy. Because the bankruptcy ended for the North was sovereign. So now you have two sovereign nations being split in half. The United North had no cash, but the South had gold, silver, tobacco, and cotton, and had trade with Europe, so they were very rich. And they had everybody, because of the money, had education. They had military schools, and Lee was a real good general, had good education. And the North had arrogance, but they had the machinery. So the North renewed the bankruptcy, Lincoln did, for another 70 years.
They had to pick up 5 states, though.
Yeah, so they lost the 5, and so they picked up Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan. And so we went ahead and they still had 13 states that were involved with the North, and then the southern states were sovereign under gold and silver because they had gold silver banking, where the North had debt banking with bankruptcy. So during the course of the war, President Grant was the Postmaster General, who was also a military general. Lincoln gets assassinated, and so the Postmaster General was elected to the presidency. Benjamin Franklin was the first Postmaster General, so he goes on the $100 bill because the decimal point for 100 is 1.00. Grant was the Postmaster General of a country divided in half, who became a president, so he went on the $50 bill. Lincoln was the first Postmaster General of Illinois for 20 years, so he was put on the penny, or on the $5 bill, but he went on the penny as the first postmaster who became in charge of the second international bankruptcy. So that's why he's on the penny and the 5. Washington got the quarter and the $1 bill. Now the reason he's on the $1 bill because he was only a letter carrier for the Continental Congress, and a letter carrier is only 1/100th the importance of a Postmaster General. So he wound up on the $1 bill. But he was also a 34-degree Freemason, so therefore the Masonic, all the information on the $1 bill is Masonic. And then Jackson was the 20, and Jefferson was on the 2, because he was the Postmaster General, who became the second president, and the 20 for 20. And Hamilton was the 10th Postmaster General for the $10 bill. And that's how those got placed in location. Now you take the bankruptcy, September 17, 1789, 1859, and 70 years later is September 17, 1929, plus 45 days is November 2nd, 1929. But you have to give 5-day notice if you're going to cancel your contract, your trust. So England says we're closing all banks and credit unions on October 29, 1929. And the stock market is margined at 95 to 5, and it crashes because the money has been inflated. For every $5, they made $100. And when they went to collect, there was no money, so it collapsed the banks for the next 10 years. And there was no money in the United States. Then in 1939, the war breaks out, and we go ahead and get ourselves into World War II. Now, World War II was, Roosevelt needed to get the people involved because we were an isolated country. Fascism had to be stopped because of the Nazis, but the Congress didn't have any way to get the United States involved. So we go back to Hawaii. When was the New World Order created? October 22nd, 1871. Rothschild goes to Hawaii because Hawaii was the center of the coal, C-O-A-L, coal industry in the Pacific Ocean. No steamer could go from the Asia to the west coast of California without stopping in Hawaii for coal. The British, the Portuguese, the French, Spaniards, and the United States and the Germans all wanted control of Hawaii. So on October 22nd, 1871, the banking started with the New World Order to take over Hawaii. So they took all the gold and silver because of whaling. There was 1,000 whalings, 200,000 whales a year taken in the Hawaiian Islands. And they went ahead and they put money in place. All the money had railroad trains, stagecoaches, Pony Express, and shipping pictures on all the money. So we're dealing with transportation. The post office controls the DOT, Department of Transportation, and the post office also controls the Treasury. This is a worldwide issue, by the way. So the post office, called the Universal Postal Union, goes ahead and captures Hawaii first to control the entire Pacific. Then, in 1 year after that, under Title 46, Chapter 781, which is 1 year maritime law of salvage, it's the 22nd of October, 1872. Now you had 45-day trust law, and it's December 6th, which is the end of the salvage claim. And on December 6, 1872, King Kamehameha V, which is the last reigning monarch to control all the land in Hawaii under the Bishop's Trust, is killed by assassination poison. So now they have the Masons go ahead and they publish an article in a newspaper on January 8th, ordering all Masons on the Hawaiian Islands to come to Honolulu to Lodge Number 1. Lodge Number 1 is also the Supreme Court of Hawaii, Immigrations, Customs, and the center of the post office for the Hawaiian Islands, also the Center Bank of Hawaii. All done in one building right across the street from the Iolani Palace. There's an underground tunnel that connects them. Now, all the queens and kings of the Hawaiian Islands, when they became queens and kings, had to join the Eastern Star and Masons. The minute you become an Eastern Star or Mason, you must surrender your kingship, queenship, or presidency. So therefore, Queen Iolani was not a queen anymore. She was an Eastern Star 34 degree as a figurehead speaker under the puppet master of the Postmaster General, which was across the street. The Postmaster General in 1873 now publishes an article to have all Masons come to the Iolani Palace. Now, all records in Hawaii were destroyed from 1869 to 1875. So Hightower and I went to the Archive Center looking for information, and all there was a 3x5 card in the card catalog that had a number on it. A number was a microfiche number. The microfiche number led to the newspaper published on January 8, 1873. We were looking for the dimension of the flag. The flag then was 8 stripes, and today's Hawaiian flag only has 7, so it was the wrong flag. So now you go ahead, and while he's looking at the flag, I'm like looking at the obituaries down below in German, French, Portuguese, and English, ordering all Masons in the Hawaiian Islands, because there was a Masonic eye and a Masonic level, to order all the Masons to come to to Lodge Number 1 to pay homage to King Kamehameha V, exactly 45 days after he dies. So it takes it published on the 8th, 3 days by steamer to go out to Kona and Hilo. 3 days back, that's 6. 8 and 6 is 14. And on the January 14th is the 45 day after December 6th. Now you go ahead and you have a 3-day rescission law. The 3-day rescission law goes back 6,500 years in history, all the way back to 4700 BC, where the Pharaoh set this up when he was a Mason. So these are timelines that have never changed. 70-year international bankruptcy is a 6,500-year-old law.
Thank goodness.
And because I'm a Mason, I'm a 92nd degree Mason, by the way, because I have the only math code translation of all the Masonic history of the world. Okay, now we're up to January 14th, 1873, we have a 3-day rescission law goes into effect, which means on January 17th, 1873, the 20-year death moratorium that was established by King Kamehameha I in 1848 goes into effect. And in 1848, King Kamehameha I said, a white man from America will come to Hawaii and set Hawaiians free with a bird. When I went to Hawaii in May of 1995, a wild female sparrow flew out of a tree, landed on my index finger, and sat there for 2 hours and 45 minutes. As I wrote the Constitution for the Hawaiian Islands, and Bill Clinton had to sign it, and Hawaii got their independence on that day. And from there, I was elected to be the king of Hawaii. But going back to 1873, the 20-year moratorium goes into effect, and now it's 1893, January 17th. U.S. troop ship pulls in, get cold, like they do every day. Postmaster General tells the Admiral, who's a Mason, we're going to take over the Hawaiian Islands now. It's been 20 years, and all Hawaiians are dead because their names are capitalized.
Hail.
And so in 1893, Hawaii then becomes a territory of the United States. And we bring our troops on shore to protect the Hawaiian Islands so that nobody else can cross the Pacific without our permission or by our whole COAL. It's all about power. Then you go ahead and you add another 70 years, 1872, October 22nd plus 45 days is December 7th. And 70-year international bankruptcy is December 7th, 1941, at the bombing of Pearl Harbor. The end of the first international bankruptcy, where the Postmaster General of Tokyo and the Postmaster General of Honolulu, Hawaii go to war. But they jumped the timeline. It was 8 o'clock in the morning is when it expired. And the pilot, captain pilot of the attack group, wanted to make a statement at the Rising Sun at 6:30, 90 minutes too early, and bombed only postal vessels. The post office controlled the military ships and planes, and they were the only thing bombed. And every single bomb had a $1 Japanese stamp on it, airmail stamp, delivering the airmail to the Postmaster General of the Hawaiian Islands. No civilian targets were hit. But they put a stamp on it just to make it legal. So when Nagasaki and Hiroshima were bombed, I've got the video of the Postmaster General in 1945 slapping a $1 stamp on a little boy and signing his name across it and smiling at the camera. We're sending the airmail back to Japan just to make it legal. And that ended the war.
But
now you know the rest of the story.
Well, let's count the 70.
Okay.
Right.
Then you go 70 years from Pearl Harbor Day, and it's 2011, Pearl Harbor Day. And no law becomes legal for 90 days, which is March 5th. You have a 3-day rescission law, which is March 8th, 2012. And then you have a 1-year moratorium under salvage claim, which is March 8th, 2013. And in 2013, my federal building that has been standing in Wailuku, Hawaii, where I live, and was my federal court, was there to prosecute the federal judges and the state judges for treason against the people through fictitious conveyance of language. And
the year before that, under the 1-year salvage, David and I walked into the head post office.
Well, we'll get to that after I finish this.
Yeah,
the name of the judge was Susan O.K. Mulloway. She was appointed by President Obama. And when I went to court with 22 of my foreclosure clients in Honolulu, the judge says, well, who are all these people? I said, well, they're my clients. I said, by the way, Judge Kern, I have a warrant for your arrest. Yeah, a warrant for my arrest. This is Dorothy Lamb case 12 years ago.
Corporation case.
He goes, oh my gosh, he says, you're that David-Wynn Miller. He goes, you're the federal judge we appointed. And you prosecuted 22 judges, 12 U.S. attorneys, and 2 clerks for treason against the people, and was upheld by the United States Supreme Court in The Hague in a conference call. Lasted 3 hours and 15 minutes. That legalized my federal judge position and my king position of Hawaii. But I'm only a king of grammar, just grammar. But grammar controls contract, and contract owns everything. That's how I got that. So then we went ahead, and Judge Kobachi was walking in. And I says, you know, I got a warrant for your arrest too. He turns right around and walks back out, and then Mulloway comes walking in. He says, I know you don't have a warrant for my arrest. He says, I was appointed by Obama. He says, well, okay, so be back on the 17th of April and bring all your people with you. So we showed up. And all the judges were on an airplane in San Francisco, off island, so they couldn't appear in court. So they locked down the courthouse, but I had an order opening the courthouse up, so I walked down to the clerk's office. I filed an order the courthouse open as the chief federal judge of the courthouse, which gave me jurisdiction over all the Hawaiian Islands then as the chief federal postal judge. And I was a chief federal postal judge at that point when we did that. Then Mulloway comes back with this little thing here, order, which means no contract, directing David-Wynn Miller as a non-legaire dead person to show cause. To is an adverb in future, they ain't making show cause to be an adjective pronoun. Why he, adverb verb, now calling me a verb, should not, adverb verb, be required, no contract in past tense. To is an adverb in future tense, obtain, OB means no, obtain, which is an adjective of lead. Of court, of is an adverb making court a verb, before filing, adverb verb, any new actions. Any is an adverb, new is a adjective, and action then becomes a no contract pronoun. So then I went in and I syntaxed this here, showing how many mistakes they made, and then wrote a lawsuit and sued her for fraud, and filed this with the, President Obama, saying, you know, you appointed yourself a judge with a second grade reading level, send it registered mail, so it's a registered mail case. And I says, I'm the chief federal judge, and she has no authorization to babble, so I hereby charge her with treason against the people, as I am the elected king of Hawaii, to get off my island.
Walking through the post office from
Is she gone?
out of Pearl.
Huh?
Is she gone?
Well, she's still in the federal courthouse. It always said federal courthouse. On that day, they took the federal courthouse and they chopped it off, the word off the court building. Now it's just called United States Courthouse. United means no citizen. The ED is in past time, so it's a no citizen condition of state as an adjective of the courthouse. So therefore it's an adjective pronoun, which means nothing. It's a no citizen courthouse, not affiliated with America, because it's a vessel in dry dock. And as long as she's in dry dock, she's a fiction within a fiction of a closed area that's docked in Hawaii under postal treaty with the post office across the street.
Well, we went there, David and I,
Yeah.
when the bankruptcy ended and the 1-year rescission timeline hit from the 7-year international moratorium from the bombing of Pearl Harbor, from the end of the war. We went there in our timelines and we refiled the banking authorization for quantum banking in Hawaii. It's a legitimate contract that is, we can move assets through there, or values, cargo, right now very easily.
March 8th,
Yeah.
2013. Friday, my federal courthouse closes. Perfectly good building, 1.5 foot thick stone walls,
They leveled that sucker.
$1.6 million building on Main Street. I go fishing. It's the weekend. Come back Monday morning, it's a parking lot.
Wow.
Not only did they raise the building, but they turned it into a parking lot. They brought in 12 pieces of heavy equipment, demolished it in 24 hours,
That was amazing.
and hauled it all the way and turned it into a parking lot.
We were-
So there'd be no federal court in Maui for me to prosecute the judges for treason against the people and stealing over 2,200 homes without title.
True story, absolutely amazing. We were so excited because, you know, I go to his trials all the time because I'm Postmaster General, and there's things that I'm doing on the background on that, and
When I go in the
tore it down.
when I go in the federal
Literally.
court
Right
in
to the
Honolulu, all the marshals know me. They know me. I'm the chief federal judge, and they'll salute me as I come in.
Yeah.
So does that stop you from?
No, I just have, usually I have anywhere from 5 to 9 officers accompanying me.
No,
anyplace in
he
the
went,
building.
to answer your question, no, he went back into had to go back to Honolulu and use that courthouse. Yeah, because they knew what they were doing, the post office does. So we went back to our authorizations there and then went back to that. What David and I did very uniquely and solitary is on December 21st, 2012. We walked into the first post office in the United States, the Benjamin Franklin Post Office, next to Independence Hall in Philadelphia. And they were being closed down, and they gave us 3-day notice, and we went in there and authorized them to stay open under quantum grammar. They kept our contracts, put it in their vault, and we were in Philadelphia, and we are the 1775 Postmaster General.
January 4th, 1775,
Yeah.
we ordered the court open under Title 42, 1986, for knowledge of a crime and authorization to stop and correct it under Title 28, Section 636.
Yeah, we gave them our
Open a new court.
we gave them our passports. They tailed up the whole museum was closed under construction. They brought in the janitor from the post office. Says, "You two guys are on special duty."
You gotta open it up.
They opened up the doors. They closed them behind us, and they gave us 3 hours in there. We were getting secrets and doing things on the Benjamin Franklin manuscripts dealing with banking and some of the post roads back from the Virginia colony and some of the things that were done when he was being a triple agent for Britain and for England and for some of the things that was going on there. And we got some keywords that we needed to articulate specific things for our banking program.
One of the things I want to show you guys is we bond our papers with super glue. There's 3 ways to bond a paper. You can stitch it, you can rivet it, and you can glue it. Super glue works very well because it's a total penetrating like gasoline would be. And when it sets up, it puts it together. Now, a unique thing in the Hawaii, all the contracts in Hawaii going all the way back to the Iolani Palace have a hole punched right through the middle of it, no matter how many pages, and there's one ribbon that ties them all together. So they've been bonding with stitching in the Hawaiian Islands since all the treaties have made.
So when we do it, when we come in, David and I filed for copyrights on the flag, and we filed for the land of the contract, which is the contract itself, which is very different than everything else. So wherever we go, there's the court. And so we filed that through a letter of derogatory through the Secretary of the State's office, registered it with the United Nations, and we are recognized as the ambassadors to the Title IV grammar flag, Title IV 101.9 grammar flag.
This here is the contract since 1919 used in the Hawaiian Islands for all the Hawaiians to get free housing and free water. All you had to do was sign the contract. Now, as you notice, even from back there, it's the state of Hawaii, pronoun, adverb, verb. Department, which means no, part, contract, is a pronoun. Of is an adverb making Hawaiian to be an adjective, home to be an adjective, and lands to be a pronoun, but they're in the capital letters, not italics. Then they put the person's name in there. The name is spelled in all uppercase spelling, called a nom de guerre, dead person. This is 1919. And this contract is 100% 8 pages of italicized writing. Italics means to remove it from the paper, so it's a blank sheet of paper all the way through. And when you take this, all italics, they get nothing in their name, only that they're nom de guerre, dead people. And the only thing that's on here that's actually written in correct grammar is the description of the land that they're signing up for. So in 20 years being dead on the land, it's free for settlement, and it's retitled in the United States of America Corporation. And that's how the United States stole the islands. And when we took it to court in 1997 at The Hague says, where's your closure for using italics, and where's your closure for nom de guerre the names, and making the people dead under the 20-year death moratorium. This is 1919. In 1929, they had 100% of the people. They had to wait 20 years. 20 years from 39 to 59. August 25th, 1959, Hawaii becomes the 50th state of America. You see, these are timelines. And the unique thing about what I did to unwind this whole thing, being a 92nd degree Mason, is I know timelines.
Yeah.
So when I saw an obituary published on January 8th, 1873, and I ran the numbers frontwards and backwards, including the first bankruptcy, World War I, and the sovereignty on March 8, 2013, it hits the timeline dates to the minute.
Yeah,
it's not an accident. There's no straight lines in nature. This is all engineered. This is engineered. That mortgage is engineered to be 4,700 frauds. So when I go into court and I say, that's a lie, and under Title 15, Section 1692E, which is the Bernie Madoff case, who stole $69 billion from Wall Street, And I say, this is an engineered fraud. This is an engineered fraud also. I have the forensic evidence in mathematics, running frontwards and backwards on timelines, that proves this is not an accident. There's no closure, and this was engineered. Give me my $25 million under Title 15, Section 78 FF. And as a whistleblower, I'm entitled to 35% of that because I did all the work, all the research, put it all together and gave it to you on a silver platter. You walk into the bank and say, give me $25 million, and they cut you a check. You know, California was in bankruptcy. You guys were $19 billion in bankruptcy. I wrote the contract for the $26 billion that Kamala Harris got paid, and 10 days later, she got $26 billion handed to her, biggest settlement in the history of the world, and she didn't pay the homeowners. She took the $19 billion and paid off the bankruptcy of California. That was my contract.
They took her to Washington, threw her a party after that.
Yeah, and they gave her a bunch of awards. You know what else?
No.
I told her, I says, you thought $26 billion was a big paycheck. I says, you only had, I don't know, maybe 100 lawsuits that I gave her for that, $26 billion, at $25 million apiece. I says, I've got 600 lawsuits in California at $25 million apiece. I can deliver to you $100 billion once a week until all the mortgages are satisfied. I says, you bit off your nose to spite your face. I says, with this technology in my program, you don't have to collect taxes. The United States banking industry, which I just rewrote their banking charter for the IMF, is the number 26 with 213 zeros after it. It takes 16 zeros to make a trillion.
Which they can't back.
But the point is, they got this big super number out there. And the United States government is owed $400 trillion on bad mortgages. Another $400 billion, $400 trillion from the bank. They're owed another $400 trillion to the Securities and Exchange. But under the Title 15, Section 1639 rescission, Part A, it's 4 times damages. That's $1,200 trillion from both organizations. That's $2,400 trillion is what the United States government corporation has as an asset. Why am I still alive? Because I'm a $2,400 trillion asset to the United States of America Corporation.
And we hit our bankruptcies correct from when they came out of bankruptcy in 1999. We didn't even get into any of that stuff.
Yeah, on August 12th, 1999, I sued the United States of America for the copyrights of the flag of the United, because I was the first person to write the flag in quantum language. All 199 countries of the United Nations appointed Russell and me as a sovereign corporate country. We got a gold, we had gold bullion, we had a gold bullion banking contract, we had international trade agreements written in quantum, 113 pages. We had, that's our coinage there. It's a platinum and gold coin. It's worth $1,250. We had our Constitution in quantum with the United States, or the United Nations has now written as their United Nations Constitution. We wrote that for them. But they said the condition of state of quantum in a world of 9 billion, at this time 8 billion fictions, is so unique you have to have your own country. And so I was voted in, Russell and I were voted in as a corporation, the United States of a World Corporation at that time, to have our own country as both sovereigns. They said, what land are you claiming though? All the lands have been claimed by all the countries worldwide and all the people. I says, I claim the land of the courtroom floor during the time of quantum contract. I am the director of all courtrooms on planet Earth, and all courtrooms are not a geographical building, but a piece of paper. And what is a piece of paper? It's a vessel in a sea of space. And so therefore, no one had ever claimed the courtroom floor as a geographical location in quantum language, and I own the patents on it. We own the patents on the flag, and that's why this flag is no longer used anywhere in the world except under the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar. And all countries recognize this flag as a grammar flag, no longer is the constitutional flag of America. because the Constitution was published to be an adverb fiction. Benjamin Franklin, when he wrote the Declaration of Independence, thou was an adverb making declare. De is know, clare is speak, act is location, ION contract. Of is an adverb, modifies independence. In is know, D is know, pen is write, ans is contract. That's parsec. So you will not write contract or speak contract, and you will both be in verb at the same time. So even if you figure out one layer of the onion, there's another one below it. And that's why the onion is such a unique condition, that when we have 50 stars on our flag, because there are 50 grammar procedures that you have to know, and 50 different tricks and traps that you have to avoid, which we teach through this program. When you know where the landmines are, you got 100 landmines on the floor here, and you got to go from that wall to this wall. How many of them do you get to step on before you get to this wall? None. You're not allowed to make a mistake in the world of what we are doing is
Very dangerous.
campaigning.
Very dangerous.
So you have to know where the landmines are, and then you can use your knowledge, and that word is knowledge, to go from point A to point B and not kill yourself.
Just to get here, I had U.S. Secret Service, met with 2 of them, met with U.S. government, Department of Housing, that wanted to talk to me about the foreclosures, and I met with the Air Force, just to get here. We were just on the planes, just getting over here. They were monitoring this whole situation. They're very cognizant of the Director's Party. They know it doesn't have a lot of people looking at it, but I've spoke to some computer programmers, and that can be all rearranged if I so choose at any time. So,
it was said a long time ago that this is prophesized in the Bible, that an unknown political organization will be created and win 92% of the vote and bring peace to the world for the next 7,000 years.
Worldwide. This is a worldwide thing.
Yeah, this isn't about the United States figuring out grammar correct. This is about the world. That's why my website's written in 150 languages with 5 billion people. That's 90% of all known computers on planet Earth already logged on. So this is a world problem, grammar. You can't have one country correct when the other 99 countries are out to lunch. So the whole world is learning how to be correct. And we're here to straighten out the contracts on the grammar, because no one ever went to war over a math problem in the history of mankind. So we're bringing this communication skills, constitutions, trade agreements, banking, all down to correct grammar.
Military.
That when you break the law, I shouldn't say break the law, because that's a pronoun.
In the violation of the law.
No, for the performance of being correct. When you perform correctness, then you will always be a free person. It's when you stop being correct.
Harm others.
And you do it with knowledge. And we can prove that you did it with knowledge. Then you belong blocked up, or you belong time out. Just like our children as they're learning. We set them down. We don't beat them up, torture them. We make them stand in the corner. We make them sit down where they can't be productive and play. And we give them a time out. You get too many points on your driver's license, you get time out, and you got to walk. And the reason for thinking is to abolish thinking. And it takes thinking to put one foot in front of the other, where if you get to drive a car, you get to do things a lot more relaxed. And you get to travel, and you expect these freedoms. But at the same time that people want freedoms, they're
accountability is higher.
Yeah, you have to perform for this planet. And we're here to, our promises is to bring in the Nikola Tesla coils to clean up, produce all free electricity.
Yes.
The coils will produce 10 times more electricity than we need. So all the damage that's been done to our ozone and our air, we can build super air cleaners, which will go in and take the poison out of the air, carbon dioxide, and the pollutions, and the oil, the petroleums. And we can support a planet with 100 billion people with unlimited food, 24-hour-a-day lighting for the entire planet, clean up all the oceans, all done with free electricity. And I understand the physics of electricity. I built my first laser when I was 12, my first perpetual motion motor when I was 16. And it does exist, perpetual motion.
For sure.
You have to understand magnetism and the physics that go into magnetism. But Earth is bathed in 44,000 cycles per second, electromagnetic pulse from the sun. Electricity flows at half the speed of light, 95,000 miles per second, at our position in the Milky Way galaxy from the black hole. Electricity moves here at 95,000 miles per second. As you get closer or further away from the black hole, those numbers change, but we're not there yet in our history.
Not yet.
So we're dealing with a number of 95,000 divided by 44,000, which gives you a length of wire. And one winding of that wire will harness the free electromagnetic pulse from the sun and turn it into electricity with no moving parts. A single coil that's 1 mile in diameter will supply 160 million people of all energy that they need, including transportation. Now we can build small ones, maybe size of this room, 30 feet in diameter. We can build them 6 feet in diameter, produces about 250,000 watts of electricity. You can set those on top of every wood telephone pole in America. They're easy to manufacture, put on a truck, move out, lift on a crane, put on top of the telephone pole and plug in. You can mass produce them like we're mass producing cars. And it's just a length of wire that's been harnessed, step down transformer with a full wave rectifier, plug into the mainframe, and you've got free electricity on the mainframe.
All the LFs.
Now, you have to be 7 to 1 away from planet Earth because Earth is a energy field, static electricity. Lightning strikes Earth at 2,300 times per second. And each bolt of lightning is rated between 20 and 50,000 billion watts of electricity just discharged as static. But these coils will go ahead, because they're on wood, there's no interference. It's 7 to 1. So if you got a 6-foot coil times 7 is 42 feet, which is how tall a wood telephone pole is. And you can throw those up all over your cities. Doesn't interfere with anything. Easy to make, easy to install. Produce hundreds of thousands of jobs in the United States, paying top dollar. We don't have to do any hydrocarbon. Those that aren't going to be used for electricity, we can put generators on top that will remove all the air pollutions from static electricity, which is simply filter the air.
Yeah, just clean it up.
And we can put those off all over the planet Earth and all the cities. And then within a couple of years, have the entire planet clean as a whistle, all the water clean as a whistle. Supply all the food you need with 24-hour-a-day lighting with plant lighting, which will be powered by these electromagnetic fields.
Just gotta go that way.
Yeah.
When is that happening? Last time I checked, I saw the map of the United States and all their power plants are either were in yellow or red state. But when are those getting decommissioned?
Well, the nuclear reactors, nuclear energy is out the window. You know, Russia, after Fukushima took place, Japan lost all 52 reactors. Were shut down, and no one will sell them fuel because all the reactors
What's
are
happening
damaged.
with the ones that are here in the United States?
They need to be
All need to be decommissioned, and one Nikola Tesla coil as big as this room will put out more electricity than a nuclear power
Is
plant.
there a timeline on that?
Vote us in.
Well, you know, it's 7 to 1. If you want to use big ones for industry, you just build yourself a styrofoam float. Put the coil on top of the styrofoam. Floats on the water. Lake Michigan's 1,000 feet deep. That would supply Chicago. You can put one right off of here, one all of San Francisco, a couple off of LA. You got 3,000 feet of water out there. Put one coil or half a dozen coils. You run the whole entire LA basin with that. When it comes to like Denver, you can either build a whole bunch of little towers along the 7 to 1 ratio away from planet Earth. It's the things up on Nikola Tesla built one in Denver back in 1906. So the energy question is solved. The contract question is solved. International trade with quantum language is solved. Unemployment is 0 because energy is free. And then when it comes to battery, you have your lithium batteries for your cell phones, lithium batteries. And the lithium in Colombia, they want to see how deep the salt went in the salt flats of Colombia. They found out they have 25 square miles of pure lithium deposit, 45 feet deep. enough to build 300 billion electric automobiles. That'll keep us going for the next 300 years if you made the whole world go to electric cars. Now, you have Tesla, which is leader in battery technology. And those Tesla cars are pretty nice. They just came from the Chicago International Auto Show. I went over to Tesla here in Los Angeles County, and I took a tour of the plant. He says, "Well, how come you guys ain't putting 1% thorium with your lithium?" It says 1% thorium will give you 8 times the energy for the same weight and size of the battery. He says, "You never looked at that." I says, "Yeah, you just build a lithium fluoride battery and you'll get 1,600 miles to a charge, and it only takes 4 minutes to charge a battery with lithium fluoride." The trouble is that fluoride is radioactive, so you have to figure out some way to
Condense that down.
buffer that down.
What's JP Morgan going to say about that?
Can't plug it in anywhere.
That's right.
So
There's like
we
some oil
don't only
companies
do
that would be
grammar. We get into science and technologies. Being a president, I'm not a president. Being a director is about solving the needs of the people, the energy, getting down to the base of all things. When you correct the base, all the sciences that are built on the base can expand from there. When it comes to medicine, we do a program on medicine. The frequency zapper, I control all 3,800 frequencies of all known diseases on planet Earth. I have a frequency zapper that goes from 0 to 100 million cycles per second and can pinpoint a DNA crystalline of anything on the planet. And it can go in there and touch only that one DNA crystal. And I have anywhere from 5 to 8 different frequencies on the sine wave. Now, a sine wave, you have a sine wave that goes like this. And you have a sine wave that goes like this. You have another sine wave that goes like this. So each one of these sine waves, we're going to split them. It goes to the bottom. It goes through that, through that. That's a higher frequency. The point is that any one of these sine waves will break a specific location in that DNA crystalline, which has 3 billion codes in it. Now, all DNA crystalline, half of the code, which is 1.5 billion, are the same in every cell of every human being on planet Earth. It doesn't matter what color you are, or where you were born, what you eat, or what you drink. So you have 1.5 billion variables. Some are cancerous, some are healthy. When you go ahead and you can identify whatever specific you have and you know the frequency, you can dial that in. What happens when you break the crystal on your car computer? Car stops. Mass airflow sensor shuts it all down. And that's only just a crack in the circuit board. Same thing is true with the DNA crystalline. When you change its condition, when you shut it down, it can't talk to the chromosome. The chromosome now can't tell the cell what to do. Whether it's a cancer cell or a healthy cell, can't tell it what to do. It can't eat, so it dies of old age. Natural phenomena. Everything dies of old age. So by identifying the computer and shutting down the computer of only that frequency, doesn't affect any other frequencies in your mind. 30 kilohertz, that's 30,000 cycles per second. And the wave looks like this. It's a square wave. That's how it works. It's not a sine wave, it's square. So you're going to be measuring different squares within the squares as you change frequencies to break a DNA crystalline. As you know, you have your computers in your things. You have your flash drives. This wristwatch runs on a piezoelectric crystal. The battery causes a coil to vibrate at 200,000 cycles per second, which hits a little silicon crystal inside, quartz crystal. That crystal generates electricity to power the coil, charges the battery, and runs the watch. It's 10 years now, and it's still just as full powered. And this light comes on just as bright at night, or if I'm in a cave, I can turn it on, I can light the whole cave up, just my wristwatch. So the energy of the crystalline is very unique. And so understanding how to use crystalline, how to use frequency to control all the cells in your body, which are still Your crystalline is your computer of every single cell. Even though it's 1/10 billionth of a size, it's still the secrets to everything. Every disease that they come up with, you just need to know what the crystalline is of that disease, and you can frequency the body and purge 100% of it out in 6 minutes. That's all it takes, 6 minutes. So we have a medical program, we have a math program, we've got grammar program, we've got magnetism, electricity. We've got all these different programs covered as a director, and people to be assigned to those to fix them. But if you can cure somebody with a 9-volt battery and a computer no bigger than a book of matches, why would you go get a $100,000 chemo thing? And it only costs $16 to buy it and a penny to use it.
It's a racket.
That's what makes us dangerous in one position and great for 99% of the population. Yes.
This stuff you're talking about, that would be acceptable by the public. Why do you have to be president to put these things in? Why don't these companies
This
just...
already exists.
Well,
The
why-
point is that when a president stands up and makes a statement, the world listens.
So people are shutting it down because they don't
Being
want it.
desensitized, it's desensitizing and masking it from the people. As a president director, then we can stand up and say, people, here's a solution over here, we don't need to do this over here. Cuts the overhead back upon the taxes, plus our global, we have a flat tax of 10% on consumption across the board, not on what you make, but on what you buy. And so upon that flat tax consumption protocol, now the values that the people were having to pay out to pay for the health care programs to supplement society and take the people that maybe are less fortunate and don't know how to. Now we bring the awareness to say, if you go to this location, these are the tools that you will get, and you get to have some autonomy for yourself, some self-governance. So we want to create that self-governance to the people and allow the people to make the choices on how they want to cure themselves and take the burden off of the public for their employees.
Big government down.
Yeah, and that's how you get it. So
Right.
it's a very good question, but these are the solutions that we are looking at. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have a question about the DNA crystalline on the disease on the zapper.
Yeah.
Would that also work like for activating DNA? Let's say you lost some hearing, could you regenerate the hairs on the inside of your eardrum? Could you activate it? Could it? I
Okay.
mean, one thing is getting rid of disease, but
machine, okay, the machine you need is this one.
You need a corn compressor this way.
Called a DICOM machine. There's 150 countries manufacturing. It was invented in Russia for the astronauts. The DICOM machine is a frequency machine, runs on much like the Nikola Tesla, which went to the Rife technology, which was Hulda Clark's The Cure for All Diseases, Oceanside, California. Then the DICOM machine was invented for the astronauts to go in and read every single crystalline of the human body through your nervous system, because the brain control is connected to every nerve in the body, or every cell of the body is controlled. That's why I can touch you anywhere on your body with the head of a pin, and you're going to feel it because your nervous system talks to that nerve, tells it how to reproduce. So the DICOM machine goes in and reads your DNA crystalline. Now, people grow until they're 25. At the age of 25, you start dying until you get to a location where you're in geriatrics and your body can't reproduce itself anymore. What the DICOM machine does is it goes into your DNA and reprograms your DNA at the age of 25. Then it goes ahead and you're with the DNA reprogram, but you only can do it about 5 to 10% each time you use the machine to talk and reprogram the DNA crystalline. So it's talking to the chromosome and improving the chromosomes programming of how the cell eats, how it reproduces, how healthy it's going to be when it does reproduce. So each time you use it, you get better and better and better. Now, as a man 65 years old, and I don't look 65, most people think I'm about 40 years old. And most people that meet me the first time think I'm 40. And they hear me talk, and they're going like, I don't know if I can believe this from you. You're too young to know what you're talking about. And this is from the judges who meet me for the first time. And then they find out I'm 65 years old, and they just sit up and go, now it makes sense. Now it makes, you've got 35 years of background in this. So I know that you know what you're talking about. But the DICOM machine, you get on the internet, type in that word, and it'll take you to the information you need to study. So I'll leave it at that. Now, the next thing I want to go over with you guys is going to be flags, which is venue, jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is an opinion, but we're going to talk about the venue. Now, you have all your state flags. You go into the courtroom, and the state flags are always going to have a spear on top, and they're going to have yellow fringe around their flags. And
When did that start and why?
in 1969, they put a man on the moon. What moon it was, with 38 different shadows, I don't know. But and don't worry about the microphone coming down into the scene by accident, or when you step off the ladder into all that nice fine moon powder. Don't worry about that. Your thrusters that just came down and blasted it. It showed a thing coming down, blasting everything away. I don't know how you got flour on the ground after the retro rockets blasted everything away as it stopped itself. But I don't know about you, but I think if you blow a pile of flour off on the ground with an air hose, and that's going to be pretty clean. You know.
Along all the anti-gravity was all matter folks.
Yeah.
Don't want to use too much common sense.
It's just, you know, when they showed those pictures and that, I'm going like, just a retro rocket alone. And then walking around with just all the pictures they gave us with all the different shadows pointing in different directions because all the 38 different camera shots of love. That's not going to be said. So when you see your state flag, you have yellow fringe, you got a spear on top, making it a military court-martial. We're at state level, except you guys are civilians. And then you have a federal flag. The court that you go out walk into a state court and they've got this flag up here, and half the courts have now taken down the yellow fringe because of our program. And they say, well, if we're a foreign vessel in dry dock, we don't have to put that on there. Now the port authorities control all vessels in dry dock below the courthouse. Okay? And because the courthouse is a vessel in dry dock, it's under the port authorities, controlled by the DOT, Department of Transportation, which is controlled by the post office, which prints the money and pays the judges through the port authorities as vessels in dry dock.
That's why we file our ship's papers with the port authority for the heads of your territories.
You should see some of the things we've done with the Coast Guard around Lake Michigan and San Francisco and LA and South Carolina, Tampa, Florida, New Orleans. They go in the Coast Guard stations and they're bringing in all their officers and calling in people from home. We got some judges here. They got seat passes and seat treaties and drug laws, and we don't have any of our paperwork in order. Well, how much trouble are we in? Yeah, we usually spend 3 or 4 hours at the stations educating, putting on seminars for the crews. But we're just, we're educating them. Now, on top of the flagpole, you always see the yellow chicken or the yellow phoenix. Well, here's a dollar bill. On the back of the bill, you notice the wings are up. That's postal. That's a postal eagle when they're up. If the wings are down, it's a phoenix for the Vatican banking. So if you're in a courthouse or courtroom, and you've got a Catholic judge who's doing Vatican banking, he's going to have the wings down. And if they're under a postal guise, they might be an atheist, then they're going to use postal law. And by the way, when it says on the back of the money here, it says, "In God we trust." Well, in is an adverb making God a verb. We is an adverb making trust a verb. You want to show me the trust verb and the God verb in the dictionary? And then you have the box around both sides of the money. Now, the new Treasury notes that have been published on the 6th of January 2013 haven't been released yet to the public. But on March 1st, 1997, I sued the United States Treasury, and they took the boxes off. That's why your 5s, 10s, 20s, 50s have a circle, because there's no box of the money. So what we're doing in boxing, when you see traffic tickets and boxes, you can pull out the money and say, how come the box is here and the box isn't there? This is illegal. And then I was counsel for Bill Clinton for the sex trial. That was mine. See, first I corrected the money March 1st. Then he apologized on July 4th to the Hawaiians for stealing the Hawaiian Islands. And then in August, he got himself in trouble, and the first person he called was me going, what am I going to do? He says, well, it depends on what the definition of is. And from that, he turned to the judge on CNN in front of 2 billion people and said, I just showed the American people a verb is and a noun is. Would you like me to show them another verb and another noun? That's a direct quote. Now the judge stands up. He's got 4 bars on the sleeve. He's a maritime judge. He says, there'll be no further questions, Mr. President. This court stands adjourned. Then Bill says, wow, that worked really good, Dave. I got to go in front of Congress, and I can't take any lawyers with me. It's behind closed doors. And I don't want to talk about this. This is embarrassing, you know? He says, well, you remember the movie A Few Good Men with Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson? Jack Nicholson won the Oscar for Best Actor, and the movie won Best Picture. Well, you want the truth? I'll tell you the truth, but you can't handle the truth. This is, you have to repeat that same phrase to the people. Then you're going to say to Congress, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take you back to being 10 years old today, before we get started here. And I'm going to tell you the truth. He says, on the dollar bill here, we have a box. Anything in a box is in a closed area and can't be considered. We have the preposition of in the article the, but we separated them. When you separate them, they're both adverbs. Look any dictionary, any language worldwide. It's in the Styles Manual too. So now the as an adverb modifies united to be an adjective. UN means now, ite is citizen, ed is in past time. Then you have a state, which has been modified by an adjective, so the state is a pronoun. PRO means no, NO means no, and UN means no. Then you have the word of. Of is an adverb, ADV of all 2 consonants. Means no contract, and it's connected to the pronoun in front of it. But then it modifies. The modification is change. It changes motion. Motion is action. And action is verb. America is a dangling participle verb. Now the Parsi of America, A means no. M-E-R-I is Latin for mercy, and C-A is Latin for sheep. No mercy for the sheep. We fleece the sheep. We don't kill them. Called taxation. Welcome to America. Now you know the rest of the story.
Well, here's a true story to go
Oh,
with
wait,
that.
one more.
Yeah.
Then he says, in 2 weeks I have to address the union. And I have to tell the world that America's verb and money and disqualify all U.S. currency worldwide, which 150 countries depend on. Or we can seal my case. All those in favor of sealing the case, raise your hand. 102 hands goes up and he walks out. It doesn't say boo. Post office is notified. Central Post Office, Bern, Switzerland. You are not talk about Bill Clinton's indiscretion. Ever. The whole world goes flat. North Korea is not allowed to talk. Afghanistan's not allowed to talk. Pakistan's not allowed to talk. Turkey, Iran, Iraq. All of the people, Russia, China, nobody's allowed to make fun of the U.S. dollar or talk about Bill Clinton's indiscretion. To keep the facts sealed, because every country on the planet uses adverbs to identify. When I was in Canada, I wrote this on the board. This is a long dash. It's connected. This is a long dash. It's connected with A and D. So that makes this a long dash. And I had 2 Treasury agents in the audience, 72 people in the audience. So this is CA means sheep, just like CA in America means sheep. Both of them stood up, put me in handcuffs, and took me to the airport, put me on the first plane back to Milwaukee. And they pulled my visa for Canada, and I haven't been back in 12 years. So in retaliation, I grabbed the Magna Carta and I syntaxed it, put it up on the internet, syntaxed an adverb, verb, and sold it 2 weeks later. Christie's London for $6.7 million. Then she went ahead and she went after me for Australia because I disqualified the courts in New Zealand and Australia, and they appointed me a federal judge in New South Wales, which then I prosecuted. I was a federal land court judge, and a full barrister appointed by Queen Elizabeth. So I do have a barristership. And they, so I prosecuted 129 judges between New Zealand and Australia for fraud against the people in the Aborigines, not Aborigine, but Origines. Did a radio show for 2 hours on a country western station, and all 3,850 Aborigine tribes in the Australian went ahead and changed all their names and all their treaties to origine, not aborigine. And then they all sued the courts to use the correct parsing, syntax, grammar. They went trespass on a foreign vessel and dry dock and shut the courts down. The Australian government then called State Department and said, "What are we going to do with this guy? We got no way to stop him. He's right about everything he's saying. Don't you need a visa to be in your country? Yeah, we'll pull his visa." They pulled my visa, shipped me back to America, and I haven't been back since. So in retaliation, I syntaxed the United Kingdom's Constitution and posted that up on the internet. 2 days later, I wrote the Constitution for the Ireland, and Ireland got Parliament voted on it. 2 days after that, it was sent to the Parliament of England. England voted on it and gave Ireland their independence in August of 2012 for the first time in 660 years of war ended. Now the Irish have gone to copy the same Constitution and sued Parliament of England for their independence. And then Queen Elizabeth, 2 days after that was approved, got up on BBC and announced that all the United Kingdom constitutions worldwide for Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, the islands, Hong Kong were null and void. So we disqualified the constitutions worldwide because of adverb verb. Then I took the U.S. Constitution, and we did that way back in 1999. We syntaxed that when Obama sold the United States Constitution at auction in New York City in November of 2012. Because it's an adverb verb document that says nothing. It's just a historical piece of paper, and there is no constitutional rights. You have the right, the word constitution means contract. So if your contract is written with the correct parsing, syntax, grammar, that is the law, rule, regulation, codes of a piece of paper that brought you to the court between two people. When you sue in the United States District Court, United means no citizen. District, DIS, means demon, god of the underworld, for trickery in a closed area called court. So if you want to go into the United States District Court, you're going to be tricked, and as long as you babble, you're going to be a victim. Now, what's the only thing that the judge has in front of him when you're in either a state or federal court? Your body. If you walk in there with an adverb verb contract, your contract is null and void. The Constitution that you're claiming you have rights for are written in nothing. They're just straight lines and curved line called art. So now you have a situation where you're a vessel that's trespassed on a foreign vessel in dry dock. Because you've trespassed on a foreign vessel in dry dock, the only thing that the judge can charge you with is trespassing. But how much money is it going to cost you to walk out of the trespassing charge? With forensic evidence right in front of you. It doesn't matter if you're for traffic, sordid conduct, or anything violent.
File with your port authorities.
But if you do your paperwork and you have a quantum and you have your stamp signed, that makes you a postmaster transporting your mail vessel, and you are the mail, M-A-I-L. And because you're delivering the mail as the contract, none of the bailiffs, a bailiff is a letter carrier, but he didn't sign the stamp, he's not the postmaster, you are. The postmaster, the letter carrier works for the postmaster. So when we walk in as federal judges, we deputize the bailiffs as our tip staff. We have jurisdiction over the court because the tip staff stands on claim number one. The jury is in a jury box, but you know what's unique about a jury box? You've got this. You've got 6 people here and 6 people here, and now they're in a box. Jury box means you cannot see evidence or witnesses or cannot hear testimony. And a jury box has 2 6 petite juries, which are illegal. The jury code calls for 12 worldwide in order to have a fair trial. So whatever is said, 6 and 6 is null and void, and that's why the judge can overrule 2 6 petite juries and render his own opinion. O means no, opin, which means to join, and ION is contract, no joining contract. The word jury, J-U, is no law, and RY is contract. So it's a no law contract because all 12 jury members have a second grade reading level and babble, no matter what the decision is. Even the jury instructions are adverb verb fiction. So then you've got a jury box is on plane 4, talking to a witness in a witness box on plane 3. The clerk is on 2, takes the money, signs the stamps, and moves and is in charge of moving all the documents around the court. And the judge is up here on plane number 1 with a flag with either the chickens, with either the phoenix but he's got yellow fringe. If he takes the yellow fringe off, anything on top of the flagpole cancels the jurisdiction of the flag.
Yes,
So the contract is null and void.
we were in the National Guard Army Reserve headquarters 2 days ago, and they confessed. They said, "You're flying a spire on top of your state, on top of your American flag, and on top of your California flag." She goes, "I'm state and federal." I says, "No, you're not." I says, "You're martial law." She goes, "Very good." And I quoted her the Army regulations on that. She says, "You're correct." I says, "There's no state of California. That's a verb. It doesn't exist." I says, "It's contract and your ability to police it, maintain it, and the slothful, my words to her were the slothfulness of the people." She says, "They are lazy."
The reason for thinking is to abolish thinking, because thinking hurts. That's why we have punch press operators and ditch figures, because they don't want to sit and read a book, because it hurts.
Can I ask you, speaking to, if you could speak to the 1666, the C.s.s.c.p.s.g.p. Act with cause do you live? It, as in my study, it appears that that was the root cause of the civil death, the non-Nagarian of the name.
Non-Nagarian of the name came in World War I. 1914.
Okay,
It's
so
one of those-
the C.s.s.c.p.s.g.p. Act, it appears as I read it created a condition.
It may
of
have-
that.
It may have gone back there in the French, but non-Nagarian is a French term. But it was widely published in 1914 because of the battles between Germany and France and the trench warfare, where millions of people disappeared because of bombardments. They couldn't even find the bodies because they were so badly blown up so many times. So the word, and then the non-Nagarian came in as capitalized names. And then when the court,
deal with people's estates.
okay, if the court sues me in capital letters, I can go down to any cemetery. Just the city of Milwaukee alone has 2,800 Miller names on tombstones in our graveyards, all capitals. So you only capitalize names on tombstones. So if they send you a capital
And
letter,
vessels.
you go and ship vessels, right? And paragraph 1 of Maritime Code says that the name of all vessels must have a name, and the name must be capitalized. 9 billion humans are vessels. So when they're going to that location of a vessel moving, for you to have a claim of the live life with a stamped sign under law of the flag, and know your identity, then you can write your name in upper and lower case, walk into a vessel. But when you enter a vessel in dry dock, you've left your country. You must have your ship's papers. You must have your medical papers to say you are live life and don't have any contagious diseases. As a result of putting blood or saliva on all of our claims of a life, if you try to file those, you're being prosecuted or sent through the mail for biological hazards. Now the post office changed the laws to put a stop to what we were doing.
So that way they don't want blood on documents.
Right, and it says right in every single clerk's window, any biological material paperwork will not be filed.
Okay, now
Is that why you can't get a lick stamp anymore?
Correct, all stamps are now sticky, because if you lick them, then it's a biological hazard. And if the post office is selling a lick stamp, they're saying, well, then you're supposed to use a sponge and water and making it damp. You're not allowed to. You use saliva, they can prosecute you for sending biological material through the post office.
Judge, some of my clients have brought some mail to me and complained that it appears to be fraud when they read 18 U.S.C. 1341 and 1342. The
Mail fraud name and mail fraud finance through the mail.
And, so we were trying to put a word set together to deal with the mail fraud so that we didn't have
It's on
to-
my website, it's already defined in longhand.
PWMLC.com.
PWMLC.com.
The mail to be returned unless it's put to a proper person.
Correct. No.
Erase this.
I mean, a proper name as defined in Black's Law. No, is that not right?
Proper's no good.
Oh, thank you.
This is no person. And then you have property. No person contract. Because all property is written on real estate, no contract, ES, no take. This is contract, this is no. And ta is I'd have to look that one back up again. But this is a no contract, no contract. So it's a no because when you brought your property, it killed the people who lived there, and this came from the issue of failing from ailing.
I think it's 0.
Huh?
How does AI designate to?
It has two vowels.
Okay, 2 vowels.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's okay.
Okay, now,
A consonant, or a vowel and 2 consonants is negative.
AILING means corruption from the beginning. Okay, so now they use the 5 words. Failing to state a claim. 41212, and that's in future time, so therefore you have nothing, and because this is in the future, to state a claim, making claim into a verb, and you change, this is 12b6. Every lawyer uses it when he doesn't know what to do, 12b6. And you take out the F, corruption to state a claim, you're trying to collect an insurance policy. You bastardized the language, and now you're corrupt to state a claim, which means now you're guilty, and you owe the insurance company 4 times your damage claim. That's how you flip it. I did that one in 1995 for Sarah Lynn in a traffic accident. She got $38,000 off the insurance company, and the judge says you will write this person a check for the car and the damages in this court or jail for a year.
Did you end up syntaxing 18 USC 1341, 13?
Yeah, that's all out there. It's been up on the web for 15 years.
Because I'm just challenged to comprehend what that is, because what I've understood is that what the law is saying is that one fiction cannot use the post office to collect money from another fiction.
Right.
Is that what?
There's no such thing as fiction.
Right. And, so if a bill is if some money is to be collected through the post office, then does not have to be sent to the proper name, maybe.
Correct is the word you're looking for. A correct name.
Correct.
Don't use the word proper. A correct name.
Okay.
Yes,
So
you
is
can
my
sue.
understanding on that?
You want to sue for a correct name performance. Then you have a contract.
It's like this. See this? 30-5. Numbers are nouns, people are facts. Sorry, not nouns. If you drop out the function, which is the hyphen, the transient action to make the compound fact, you lose jurisdiction of what you're trying to articulate of your facts. You lose jurisdiction of your subject matter. And so if you're not correct under fictitious conveyance of language, and the title 18, 1341, 1342 mail fraud, because there's no closure, this is how you prove it, right? Real simple.
Okay, and now when that, if I was to place a word set endorsement on there that would resend the mail back to the post office, and say the CFO of the corporation was, and the postmaster wasn't able to find, and it said no such person, what would happen with that presentment? Does that end up going back to CID or the tax department, criminal investigation?
They won't even touch it, so it's because it's just a stamp.
Well, right, I mean,
The value of the stamp is all that's there. That's why you have $500 minimum under federal for grand theft, and others misdemeanor.
So I haven't had any challenges after we write no such person as per 18 USC.
That's because the person you're talking to has a 2nd grade reading level.
Okay.
No is an adverb making, rather than say no such person, you can go off. No is an adverb making such to be an adjective of the word person. No can be a pronoun making such to be an adverb, now making the word person a verb, which is a fiction, so you've said nothing. If you're saying nothing about nothing, where's my crime? Then if you go to find a definition that's written in adverb verb, they're only suggestions, they're not laws. That's why you want to leave Earth and you want to go into a foreign vessel and dry dock where the judge makes a determination that 3 + 3 equals all numbers in the universe but 6, because you can't try a fact. But you can argue about what the shade of black is, because there's 1,200 shades of black. You know, and the law says in 1964, it's written for colored people. You see this whiteboard? This is the color white. Am I white? No, actually I'm a red man. or a pink guy. But there is no such thing as white. Never has been. It's just there's 1,200 shades of white. There's no such thing as negative. 400 degrees below zero just means it lacks a certain amount of energy. You can't get to a negative position. A negative, you know, they look out in space and they see dark matter, where there's no light, there's nothing. And most of the universe is made up of dark matter, where there's nothing. And so wherever you have light, you have energy, reflecting off of particles of something that probably from an explosion. But if you can see anything different outside of dark matter, then that means there's particles of dust that are being reflected off of stars. So you have some form of energy present until you get into dark matter. But even dark matter has a electromagnetism as a constant, and magnetism is an energy. So therefore, you still have a positive condition.
So what we want to do in the word set is create a positive condition.
Always.
Always. You only shooting for positive. We're going to get into your condition of thinking in a second. I want to finish these flags. The United States has 11 flags in its article. When Obama took office, they added another one. It was called the Treasury flag. This is 3. Our flag is 1. 1 to 1.9 or 10 to 19. A boat flag is 3 by 4. This is 3 by 4 on our flag. If you have a square, if this is a square field where this is a 4 by 4, then this here is going to be a 60-40, but now it's going to be a 3 by 5 flag. That's a military base flag. 3 by 4 is for boats, and 1 to 1.9 is contract flag, and 17 to 19, not 10 to 19, 17 to 19. No, 10 to 17. 10 to 17 is a military base flag, and you have patrol flags. Then you have the ball on top is for advertising the draft. That's what that's for. The spear is for court-martial. The eagle with the wings up is for the President of the United States. What pre means no, and SI is simulation, and ENT is denture, or contract. So by putting a negative condition of no and a simulation of SI, because you sign your signature. When you have an author, autograph, authorization, authentic, that's AU, it's symbol of gold on periodic table. He holds the gold, makes the rules, so you have authority. And then they've been slipping in the Phoenix on there, and the Phoenix is Vatican banking, but then Obama's flag looks like this, and it's always hung in a banner, square field 1 to 2.25 dimension. And they have to hang it in a banner because all banners suspend Constitution. I don't care what flag they're using. At the United Nations building in Washington, D.C., in New York City, you have 199 3x4 boat flags, and you have one flag that is 1 to 1.9, and that's the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar flag that flies in the first position. That's my flag. That's copyrighted. And if you go to New York and you see that, you'll know that you're looking at a contract flag, and everybody signed it because the mathematical interface on grammar being correct is something that they all have to achieve. It just takes time to learn.
Yeah, we met with the Postal Department there at the United Nations, and they took us off to the side and wanted to meet with us, and we asked them a few questions on mechanics of postal. Of course, they didn't know anything. They says, Russell, we don't know anything. We want to be your student. You and David, you guys are the best postmasters on the planet. Everybody else is a scam. We believe you two guys. We don't believe anyone else. They said, we don't know. I says, well, under Title 42, 1986, under knowledge, you're disqualified as a corporation for moving your stamps from point A to point B around the world. He goes, I know we are. He goes, can we be your student? I says, absolutely. I says, we're here to correct. I says, I'm a student with United Nations. I'll teach you guys how to be correct because you guys aren't correct. You can't do anything for anybody. He goes, I know. It's a worldwide problem. I says, yeah, it is.
This here, City of Milwaukee, after I prosecuted Judge Statmiller, well, actually it was Wasilewski. they couldn't get any judges to take the case for Wasilewski. So Stadtmiller, who was our chief judge at the time, said, I'll take it. I'm the chief judge. We have 92 judges here at the courthouse, and nobody can overrule me. He took the lawsuit, read it for 20 minutes, and came out and says, I recuse myself. He says, I don't think there's a judge anywhere in the United States that will take this case. 400 state judges in 7 states, Indiana, Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Ohio, Iowa, all vacated their position to take it. They found a judge in Cleveland, Ohio, 97 years old and retired 26 years. And he took the case. I defeated him 3 times in a row. And in 52 years on the bench, he had never lost a case or had a case turned over. And he ruled in my favor and took off his robe on the 3rd defeat and threw it on the ground and says, your statute of limitations is running out, Mr. Miller. But he was the first time. Even when I wrote my first lawsuit in front of that old man, I used the 1923 typewriter with the old nylon ribbon, and the E letter was always a quarter character higher than all the rest of them because of a defect when they manufactured those machines. And he noticed that my paperwork was written on that typewriter. And he says, how did you get this thing to write in all uppercase? He says, well, the key was broke. It's a 1923 model. And he goes like, it's the one I used when I went to college. He says, and I had to write my papers on it. He says, I see the key, it's still broke, the E key. He says, how'd you get it to write lowercase? He says, I used the needle nose pliers, and I had to hold the letter up to lowercase and tap it with a screwdriver to make the lowercase spelling. After everybody got done laughing, he says, how long did it take you to write this paper? I says, 4 months. Pushing one key at a time, you know. He gave me credit for really working at it. But in the city of Milwaukee, our intake court uses 1-inch Lexan plastic, bulletproof, soundproof. And the audience is out here. Then you have your plaintiff box here for your pleadings. The jury is in a jury box, soundproof clerk, soundproof judge, soundproof, complete, all separated, boxed and soundproofed. And then the judge is up here with switches turning on everybody who can listen and can't listen to control anybody from coming into court and making any statements that they don't want anybody to hear. So they're taking the boxing to a new stage now, putting everybody into a plexiglass soundproof box.
Wow.
So that's totally illegal.
I heard something about Obama stood on a piece of paper during his oath and separated himself from the plane, so his oath was null and void.
Correct. His oath, the adverb oath that he's taken with John Roberts is, in fact, a null oath. We have our own oath that we will be using, and these are the ones. This is my Hawaii. Let's see which one's it for. No, this is my California federal oath. I have this oath published in San Diego, California, in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Fresno, and it's paid my fees, got my stamps, got my seals on it, raw seals.
I've got mine here for Kansas and Nevada, but they won't let us in. The U.S. Marshals won't let us file these anymore. They totally.
Well, the government's completely gotten ballistic on this.
Yeah.
They've been building walls around our technology to separate the fiction from the fact, and from the performance, because we only come in we sue for the performance, sue for the correct grammar and the syntax, and because we do it mathematically, we can identify every piece of fraud that's put out there and tear it all apart. But in the foreign vessel in dry dock, you've actually left planet Earth and now you're on a spaceship from another planet. Same thing as any one of you go down here to the harbor in San Francisco and jump on a Chinese freighter without your passport, seaman's papers. What's the end result going to be? You're going to get harvested. You're going to get thrown in the brig, taken back to China and stuck in jail for 8 years.
Isn't that called a foreign invasion on American soil?
No, because the vessel is in water. It's not connected. The Port Authority, they paid a docking fee. See, when you bring paper, when you take a piece of paper and you walk into the clerk's office, You walk up to the clerk and you hand her a vessel. You pay a docking fee for the vessel. They put a stamp on it and they sign it. Well, when they sign the stamp, we sign.
There.
That was,
What, the judges up? I got one.
no, I got this one here. When they put a stamp on it, I sign their stamp. That makes me the clerk of this court on quantum language with the fee paid, front and back, and the endorsement is how you cash your check at the bank. So this is an equitable Article 1 judge. No, that's Article 3. So I get called up for jury duty in the city of Milwaukee. And they put me on a murder trial. And finally I wound up in the jury box, and the judge goes, "What do you guys do for a living?" So he gets to me and he says, "Well, I shouldn't really say anything in public, Your Honor." He says, "No," he says, "you'll answer like everybody else." Because, okay, I'm a federal judge on special duty. He says, "Well, Mr. Miller, what do you do as a federal judge?" And I says, "Well, I prosecute judges for a living." And he was like, "You can't prosecute a judge." And then he says, "Well, what are you, Article 3? I goes, "No." "Oh, no, Article 1? No. Article 2? No. Article 3? I said, "Well, the word article means no contract." I says, "But it would be, I'm a contract judge on special duty." He says, "You remember Judge Statmiller, right?" I says, "Yeah." "Remember the day he left?" "Yeah." "How many judges did he take with him?" 12. His dad was the judge that caused that to happen. I prosecuted the judges for treason, not having an oath of office. And he was like, "All right, everybody will answer questions except Judge Miller." And he started asking about guns. "Everybody will answer except David Miller." He went through a whole list of about 8 different questions. He says, "Mr. Miller, you don't have to answer any more questions, you know?" So then finally, and catch this, for the prosecution of a criminal trial for murder, the prosecutor is my next door neighbor.
Oh.
For 8 years, conflict of interest. And he's a judge and I'm a judge, you know. And so this thing is getting really, so when it comes to the striking, they had to ask one person to leave. And everybody that wants Miller to leave, raise your hand. All the clerks, the judge, both prosecution, defense attorneys, everybody puts their hands up. "Okay, Dave, you can leave now." So now I went back to the pool. Clerk comes up to me and says, "Come with me." Comes up to the counter. All 5 clerks go, "Sign my paper. You're not legal for jury duty for the next 8 years."
So what happens when somebody like myself gets a jury duty notice says
You have to establish.
You have to establish why you are there, and if you have a duty to perform, but if you have knowledge in quantum, if you can afford the time, it would be really good for you to be on there, because technically you can control the jury as foreman by merely syntaxing.
Knowing the planes and telling the clerk.
And if you ask one question, "Are you going to use the correct parse, syntax, grammar in this trial?" you're disqualified as a jury member for the next 6 years, just by that question. If you wore my business card into any jury room, you would be disqualified for 6 years.
Yes, sir.
Do every courtroom know this?
Yes. My picture hangs in every courtroom in the United States and Canada, so they know who I am when I walk in the door.
Federal district court.
No, all courts, even the little guys in the one-horse operations in the backwoods of Montana. And I was in a 120-year-old courthouse built of red brick in Washington State in the mountains. Next closest city was over 120 miles away, and there was only like 50 people lived in this county. But they had this big old courthouse there. And I pulled in, I got out of the car, and somebody yells out of the window, "There are leaders here!" and I walked into the courtroom, and there was like 30 people there for drunk driving, disorderly conduct, sitting. And the judge stands up and says, "We're going to do something different today. $20 court cost for everybody, and you're free to go. If you don't want, you can fight, you can sit, and we'll go through your case." Everybody got up, paid $20, because you got to have $21 to make it federal. Otherwise, $20 is a misdemeanor with nothing. And they all walked out. Then the judge took off running out the back door and got in the car. She promised to have a meeting with me, but she left and went talk.
True story. I know the guy's in the audience. We haven't seen him for some years. But
Mark,
come on, tell your story of what you witnessed to the Postmaster General of the United States Postal Service.
Oh, geez.
Because this is good. We haven't seen this guy since.
Also put him on for the
Pentagon?
no. We removed 4 Supreme Court judges,
Oh, yeah.
and he was our marshal or tip staff.
Yeah.
Did I break anything?
Nope, you go.
Here's an interesting story.
We went to Washington, D.C., and we went to sue the IRS, alphabet crew there. And we filed our paperwork. We did everything we were supposed to do. We held trial, David and Russell, outside the, what's the courthouse?
Supreme Court.
Supreme Court, on a, in front of the steps. Now, of course, you're not allowed to be on the steps because if you're on the steps, they can arrest you. So they would be sitting on the steps and they'd be trying to.
There was 12 marshals standing on the first step.
Yeah, and trying to get you to step up to a step because if you did, then they can grab you and take you away, right? So we did all that and it worked out really cool. It was pretty amazing actually. The first time we ever did it, but then we had to file paperwork over to court where the alphabet crew does all their stuff that they do. So we go over as a group. There's a bunch of us. So we go over as a group, and we don't know what to expect. We just know that we were told what to do, and so we go over there and we go into the place. Now it's a rotating thing. It's like you go in the right side is where you go in, and there's a big box in the middle, and that's where the officers are that check you out first.
U.S. Marshals.
Yes, and then on the right side is where you can come out. All right, so we're all in the right side. And we're all standing there and we're saying, we need to get this paperwork into this court. And we wanted to talk to a judge. And they wouldn't do it. So we wouldn't leave because we really needed to file this paperwork. So they didn't want to file the paperwork because obviously they knew what that paperwork would do. So they eventually called down the judge. So she was in the middle of a case and she was hearing our case. And she eventually came down. She said, what is the big ruckus down here? And we're saying, well, we have this paperwork. It needs to be filed, and we need to sign it in and everything like that. And she's like, there is no collector, tax collector. There is no tax collector. You have this wrong. You're all mistaken. There is no tax collector. She kept telling us. We said, well, we just need you to file this then, send it in, no problem. Well, this bugger here, he decides he's going to come in later. We had it all. He's going to come in later. And so we're there about a half an hour. It was about 20 minutes to 30 minutes, a half an hour. He comes in walking half an hour later. We're sitting there arguing back and forth, just trying to discuss with this judge, trying to get the paperwork. And he comes walking in to the opposite side. And I'm not lying. It just blew my mind. As soon as he walked through the door, everybody knew who he was. Now, they had never seen him before. Nobody ever seen him before. He walked in the door. Judge Russell, how you doing? Judge, he's sitting there. We're trying to explain to these people there is no collector, right? And he's like, well, these people, I tell you what, they just so. It was amazing. It was amazing. So that was like one part where it was just mind-boggling how everybody knew who he was, and he had never been there before. So now we're down there, and he calls a thing with the Universal Postal Union, and the Postmaster General is going to be there, all right? So I said, look, I'm going to sit in the back, way in the back. I'm going to see what goes on because I do security and I do all that kind of stuff. So I said, I'm going to watch what goes on. Well, he goes in ahead of me, and he's sitting over here. Postmaster General comes in, he goes up to the front, right? And I'm in the back.
You're talking United States Postal Service.
United States Postal Service. So I'm sitting in the back. And things going on, the proceedings are going on and whatnot. And Russ is, he's not saying anything. He's being nice and quiet. Well, the postal inspector, he gets up. And there's like 3 people come with him. And they walk hastily, very hastily, to get out of the room. And they go around, out the door, and right to the elevator. Now they're standing at the elevator. Now I get up, and I leave with them. They don't know who I am. I'm just nobody. So I'm standing there, and they're all right here.
Postmaster General.
Postmaster General, and he said, "You got to get me out of here. You got to get me out. I cannot be in the room with that guy. I cannot be in the room with that Russell Gould."
That was Potter.
Yeah.
It was like, "You got to get me out of here." I'm laughing. I'm sitting there going, "Oh my gosh, you got to be kidding me." So they hurried up, rushed him into the elevator, right, and he left. Okay, and then I went back in and I sat in for the rest of the hearing, and obviously Russ, he sat there. I ended up telling him what happened later on. He just laughed. It was just comical. It's just like, these people, they know who he is. They do not want to be in his presence.
Didn't Potter identify Russell as the Postmaster General himself?
No. What he said, his exact words were, "I cannot be in the same room as that man." So he understood.
We had 7 senators in the room with us.
Yeah, there was a lot.
This was when they had the postmasters convention of all 50 states, the heads of all postmasters from 50 states in Washington, D.C. at the same time, and we walked in.
Because I wanted to just see.
And after they recognized that Russell and I were in the room, half of the postmasters got up and walked out and didn't come back. I mean, the whole thing was disrupted because they couldn't be in the presence of 2 quantum postmaster generals in a room full of fiction. I mean, they knew that. The senators even.
Yeah, the senators got up and ran out of the room.
Yeah.
I've been with David where we've met with Craig Thomas and Alan Simpson, who were former senators, U.S. senators in Wyoming, and we'd go up to them at the Casper Event Center and put on the dollar presentation about America being a verb, and they'd literally take off a running from us. Literally. Bam. Gone.
Yeah, and then the other time was when we went to the Pentagon, David and I, we went to the Pentagon to file our treaties.
That was our muster master
Yeah.
role, just like you have a muster on a cruise ship. We, as plenipotentiary judges and musters, we went ahead and Russell and I contracted that if any U.S. troops, Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, Homeland Security, get in any kind of trouble for genocide or apartheid or a lawsuit that can't be won by the U.S. government, that we can step in and say yay or nay on a parsec syntax grammar and vacate the position in any language on planet Earth, any country. So for free, we guaranteed that to 82 countries, the same way as we did the Pentagon, and so we have 82 ambassadorships. And we're guaranteed to protect all these different countries, which is 97 cents on the dollar worldwide. So anybody touches us, 82 countries are going to stand up and screen your touch on our ambassadors. So not only are we directors of our own country as sovereigns with the United Nations and federal judges with sovereignty under independence when we're in with our contracts, but we're also independent in our ambassadorships times 82 with all these different countries as well. So we are 2 unique guys that are trying to bring this planet into an alignment of performance to be correct. And what's the harm in that? In a world of 9 billion pictures.
That was the last time they let that happen. We got the guy, Secretary of the Navy, actually come down, took the paperwork, signed off the paperwork. We ended up leaving, and that was the last time they allowed any of that to, go into that place again.
But the very next day, we went to the Pentagon again, back, and we said, "We know you guys read this."
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "How do you know that?" He says, "Because I got 402 phone calls on my website. I got caller ID, and all the caller ID from their computers all bring in their phone numbers. So with having 400 departments and 400 202 area codes pop up on my Skype, they knew that on my website, because we've got a web counter for the military. It told me that everyone in the Pentagon had gotten it, they made copies of it and passed it out to 400 departments with our pictures and our portfolios, saying these guys are in charge of us as not only postmaster generals, but muster masters to protect all of the departments. Here's all of the 120-page certification." And then the next one, the next time Mark was with us was when we sued the 9 Supreme Court judges for failure to have an oath of office, failure to have a c.s.s.c.p.s.g.p. or drove law at the Supreme Court building in Washington, D.C. And then they brought in 12 marshals, stood on the first step of the Supreme Court building as we stood in front of the 2 cameras on the light poles, center stage talking to the cameras. The judges were all inside watching us on the closed circuit TV, which they told us later they were watched the whole thing. 2 hours, 95-degree heat. And then the first marshal on the end, he fell off a step. And as soon as he touched our sidewalk, he was then on our plane. We, all three of us, Janice, Logan, Russell, and I, spun around and said, "We hereby deputize you as our tip staff. Stand to attention." So he walked over at arm's length, held the American flag on a pole for 2 hours. We had him, because we couldn't put it on the ground, because we touched the ground. So he had to hold the flag for 2 hours. And when we got done signing all the contracts, and Mark was our tip staff, who he had licensed through us, and he had the contract signed, that marshal carried in all of our paperwork, his tip staff position. He's a legal tip staff through the United States of our World Corporation and the Federal Postal Court, which is and the other person is Richard Schmitz in Appleton, Wisconsin. He's a tip staff also. And he's been with us since 1993, so 23 years.
Yeah.
He's still a tip staff. He's still our tip staff, and he's been in our program since 2003. Yeah, 2003, but about 12 years now. And he knows his material. But and then after the tip staff from the U.S. Marshal Service at the Supreme Court went into the clerk's office, the judges invited us to bring whatever paperwork else we had to file. We got all that stamped and filed, and then they had us come into chambers in front of the Supreme Court, where the 9 judges sat at the bench. And Russell and I walked in, and we said, "Why don't you guys come down on our plane so we can hear each other?" "Well, we're fine right there." So then I turned to Russell and I said, "You know, if we're going to stay here and talk to ourselves, and nobody's going to learn anything in that, so I think we should go in it, because these guys are not, they don't have an oath of office, they're not really judges, they're just actors in black robes." We turned around and walked out, turned our backs on the Supreme Court. The next day, 4 of the 9 Supreme Court judges, William Rehnquist, O'Connor Day, who were the other 2 guys, remember? They resigned. That's why the United States Senate had to meet at midnight and call an emergency session to order 7 of 9 back to the bench. Rehnquist and Day wouldn't go back. They stayed up. Rehnquist died 6 weeks later. And then they had Supreme Court hearings for the next year on PBS TV every single day. That's all that was on the news every day, was trying to elect 4 new Supreme Court judges. We are the only 2 guys in the United States history that ever removed the Supreme Court judge. Because quantum is jurisdictional fiction. And we were also recognized as the chief federal judges because of that action to remove the judges, because we had a legal oath of office. Correct.
I've had U.S. Marshals come up and have conversations with me saying that they watch the videos, and that I took down the U.S. Supreme Court flat out. This is duty. Our judges can't hold a candle to you. You're awesome.
Okay, nice.
Thanks, man. That's the man.
Yeah. 10 minutes to 1. I know you guys haven't even had a toilet break yet. Okay, the bathrooms are, I think, if you go out to the end, or go all the way down to the end.
We'll break for an hour, we'll figure all that out, and then when we come back, we'll get into finish up here, and then get into some of the solutions with the Director's Party, talk about branches of government, how the correct communication process, syntax, grammar goes into those branches.
Words will be adjectives when you syntax. That's an automatic ED to be an adjective. Now it modifies pronoun in to be a pronoun. This is an adverb making section to be a dangling participle. Now, even though you have a number here with a comma, the number breaks the continuance of evidence. There's no period after that, but numbers and letters are totally different entities. So the break, this creates a break in the document. And then all is a vowel 2 consonants, which means no. You cannot prove all. I don't care who you are. And to tell you a really neat story about the word all. Man goes into court in Seattle, Washington, and says, "Your Honor, I'm not guilty of this traffic violation." He says, "I have all the facts with me." Judge says, "You have all the facts." Okay, he says, "I'm going to tell you what, sir. I'm going to continue this case for 30 days. You have 30 days to bring back all the facts." And when I say all the facts, I mean all the facts in the United States on traffic citations. Because you said the word all. He says, well, but that would mean thousands of books and pages of information. He says, I couldn't possibly carry that much in here. He says, you said all the facts. So you're going to bring all the facts to court 30 days or spend 30 days in jail. Goes home and he calls me up and says, hey, Dave, I stuck my foot in the mouth. I said all in the courtroom. He says, what do I do? I says, practice handstands. He says, practice handstands. He says, what's that got to do with fighting in the courtroom? I says, practice your handstands. I want you to be able to run around the room, carry it for a half an hour. So that's what he did. He practices handstands every day. Finally, the day of court comes in, he comes walking in, he's got his t-shirt on, and judge calls his name, and he comes up. He said, I'm ready to go, Your Honor. He said, you're a little bit light there on the all the facts of paperwork. So he pops his handstand. Everyone in the audience, all 50 people, start laughing like crazy. The judge is laughing, the clerk's laughing. He goes, what are you doing? He says, I brought all the facts to court today. My feet are dangling in the sea of space, and I brought planet Earth. He says, and on planet Earth are all the facts in all the languages. And he says, it's the easiest way I could get it all in here in court. I'm in court, and I have the world in my hands, and my feet are dangling in outer space. He says, you know, that's the only right answer. He says, you're free to go. Case dismissed. See, sometimes it isn't always about syntax. But the word all is a very dangerous word, so be careful. So now all now, because the two and the comma create a break here, all is now an adverb. And so that makes payments to be an adjective of the pronoun accepted, which also means no contract. And now it's in past time. And it's a conjunction. Now they have the word applied by, now applied becomes a pronoun. AP means no, and ED is in past time. By connects to the pronoun in front of it, and now modifies the adjective lender of the pronoun shall, which is now in the future time. As you know, a sentence can only maintain one idea. And I'm talking about one, let's see if I can do that one. I have two words in past time and shall in the future. So now we have two time factors. And I don't have any now time here, so that's a lie. Be is an adverb making applied to be an adjective in past time, and AP means no. So it's a no contract, because ply means to stick together, or two coming together. So therefore that's corporate. PLY is corporate, so it's no corporation in past time. In then becomes the pronoun, just like in was the pronoun up here. The is an adverb, modifies the following to be an adjective. The pronoun order, and order means no contract, of is an adverb, making priority to be a no word, no contract word, as a dangling participle verb. You can never end a sentence in a verb. So now we have how many mistakes? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 35 mistakes, and we only have
36.
30.
ED.
36. Okay, 36 mistakes. So we got 36 errors. So even the word error, ER means no of OR.
Wrong.
Right. Wrong is the correct word. And the word wrong is your replacement for error. See, otherwise wrong, error is no contract, and wrong is a condition. Okay? Now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we got 23 words. See, so you have more. So when you have a contract of 4,000 words on a mortgage, but 4,700 mistakes, it's because some words have 4 mistakes. Not only do you have I forgot this one here, 8. Not only you have a contract and a past tense time, but the word itself is used as an adjective when it should be a fact. Say so, and when you put it into its correct contents, then it's going to be 5 times the work to get one word correct. Okay, now we're going to remove the things that cannot be. Everything that is not underlined shouldn't be on the board. You can't have no contract words, so we're going to use the words section. And we're going to spell the word to. For the section 2 of the payments are, because it's a plural, let's see, with the claim, of the lender. See, coming to a shall in future times removed, the B is irrelevant, applied is a no contract, and this is future, so it makes everything after the future to not be a non-existing issue. Following can be how far you're going to follow in order. Doesn't say where, north, south, east, or west, up, down, inside, outside. You're using words here that don't give you anything that's relevant to its location. So you've got a section 2 of the payments with the claim. Actually, you can take this and save some writing by instead of using the word claim. Apostrophe at lender's claim, and instead of the lender, you put an assignment of authority with the contract. See, now contract, they're trying to put you into something to be accepted that's an illusion, applied that's an illusion. A proprietary is a no contract, an order of a no contract, and they use applied. You're using applied twice in the same sentence. You never use 2 words identical in the same sentence. That's called doublespeak. It should be. You have to learn how to. And applied by lender shall be applied. That doesn't happen because you only have to say it once if you write it correct. So this time we've written a sentence that has the contract gives the lender's claim the authority of payments outlined in section 2, which is a contract. So with 4 facts, and the R is a plural condition of thinking because payments is a plural, I've now reduced 26 words and removed 36 errors into 13 letters, 13 words. And if I read it backwards, for the contract of the lender's claim are with the payments by the section 2. And section 2 is a part of the contract. So it starts with a contract, ends with a contract. You have a circle. If I want to change that, now I can say, for the lender's claim of the contract are with the section 2 of the payments. Still says the same thing. I can move my words around. It always says the same thing. If you can't obstruct the sentence, and your facts always become the facts, the authority always becomes the authority, and the knowledge always becomes the knowledge, no matter where you put it in the sentence. You know you can't cheat this. This is a contract you can sign, and this is the one that the bank's going to take your home away from you with. And that's just one sentence. And you've got several hundred sentences in your mortgage contract that are all written in this manner. And when I wrote a one-page mortgage contract for one of my homes, and the person that had been renting from me for a year, my rules when I had my real estate business was the person pays $200 a month more for a like house, but they get back all the payments they make for 1 year as a down payment. In other words, if I rent a house for $1,000, I'll charge $1,200 a month. But I put that into an account, so at the end of the year, it's $14,000 in their personal account. At the end of that year, that's enough to buy a $85,000 house and qualify for their 20% down payment. And then I get, through their mortgage, I sell the house. But I bought the house, I did the renovation on it, and when I got done with buying the house and completed the renovation and paid my people, I got $30,000 in a house that's now worth $80,000. And then it's in pristine condition with new plumbing, new electrical, new doors and windows, new roof, new landscaping. Everything's been replaced that was old and brought up to speed, new oak kitchen, new floors. And I go ahead and I sell them a property that any appraisal company would welcome. And even though these people had bad credit, had never owned a home before in their life, I go to the bank of their choice. I sit down with them and I explain to them, we will make a deposit of $1,200 a month into this account. And at the end of the year, they will have a $14,000 down payment to buy this house from you, establishing, one, their ability to buy the house, and two, financial responsibility to have ownership, priority. And I also write the contract in quantum language. The bank looks at it and sees it quantum and goes like, this isn't like our fiction mortgages. So they're more than happy. And the lawyer says to me, if you don't buy this house, I'm going to buy this house from David, and I'm going to own it. I'll pay cash outright, and I'll rent it back here for $1,200 a month. He says, because when I own this house, he says, I got notarial title to this house now with this contract. No one's going to touch this thing because this is a what's called a quiet title contract. Because I write quiet titles. I'm the only guy in the world that writes a quantum quiet title. See, land patents don't mean anything, like people tell you, and mortgages don't mean anything. You've got to have quiet title on something. And when they tell you to go and the description of land, where they say NW, which is the northwest 30 feet off of a steel post, southeast 120 feet, you have to write that all out in complete sentences using the correct prepositional phrases to explain these sentences to be correct sentences of facts, not NW to SE equals. There's no closure for abbreviations. And abbreviations are acronyms, which means no contract. Because they killed the Indians and stole the land, they have an alien condition of ownership. You cannot sell your land without title. So therefore you have to create this illusion, write a fraudulent contract that says nothing, and get paid in future tense checks, which says pay to in future, which means there's no now time value for no time mortgage, for a now time anything. Now, this is how your mortgages work. You want to buy something, so you go to the bank and somebody grabs a hold of one of these and says, "This is your mortgage. Sign it." So, but you sign the back, and you're the only person that signs it. The bank don't sign it. A bank is a servicing agent. They do not own the property. A bank charter is not allowed to lend any money from that bank. A bank can open a MasterCard account, but when you put $100 into a bank, the bank can take the $100, issue a CD in the bank's name, fraction bank it at 10 times, making $1,000 in the bank's name, and then taking that $1,000 and sending it to MasterCard at 18 to 32% interest. And that's how they get their money. If your account goes over, you then pay $35 overdraft fee, bad check fees. What do you think the United States banking industry collects every single month just on overdraft or bad checks?
The national deficit.
That's $8 billion a month is what the banks are earning. That's Chase, Wells Fargo, Citibank, and Bank of America. $8 billion just on that, and that money all gets paid back And every time that $8 billion comes in, it gets put into a CD fractioned at $80 billion and then collects interest at 18 to 32% off of that every month. It's a machine that is run on compounded interest, and all the interest is actually gold, which is compounded interest, which they can fraction at 10 to 1 every month. And they can keep doing that. That's why they can afford to pay 100% a month interest, or grow at 100% a month.
Yes.
So the bank is a, you have a question?
Okay, I have a quick question. Now, I watched some things. When you say you fraction a bank, you say you go to a treasury window, a bank,
I'm going to explain that. I haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay.
When you sign that piece of paper, they then go to the treasury window, and they are a bank servicer. They are not allowed to touch money. They are only allowed to service it. So therefore, by giving them a document like that with 4,700 mistakes is a criminal offense. That's actually a bank robbery. And the person working at the treasury window has a second grade reading level, so they go ahead and they write them a treasury check from the United States Treasury for $500,000. They then take that $500,000 on day one and they deposit it in their bank, in their name, and then buy a 30-year CD in their name, now making $5 million in that number. In your name, or rather in their name, and then they go ahead, that's day number 2, and before day number 2 ends, they walk back over to the Treasury and they deposit $500,000 from the bank's name back in and pay off the $500,000. That's called a 3-day rescission law, Title 15, Section 1635A. So Treasury says, well, we got no money missing. It's under 3 days. They're allowed this turnover, and they haven't violated any law. My Social Security account is balanced. But they still got $4.5 million at the bank, which they then send over to MasterCard at 18 to 32% interest. So in 9 months, they've made $500,000 in interest off of this money. Then the bank goes ahead and they create a note. When they write the word note, this is no contract. It's put into a box. All the numbers on in the document, and all the numbers in the boxes are an enclosed area which can't be considered. A $sign written here has 1 line through it, which means Federal Reserve. If it has 2 lines through it, it's called gold. Now, it used to be connected, which meant U.S. Now, Walt Disney did this in 1933 when they made the Mickey Mouse cartoon and Bart, the bandit. If you look at it, he's always running around with a U.S. $sign on the gold bag of gold, because back then, and prior to 33, Walt Disney was using this. And so when they took that off, they made it a gold. That's why when you get a cashier's check, the cashier's check doesn't have 1 line through it. It has 2 lines through it. When the red fox stamp was made on November 2nd, 1999, it had a $sign with 2 bars through it. It was a gold certificate. Those are worth $10 a piece today. So if you see them on the internet, they're going to run from $6 to $10 right now for coin collectors, or stamp collectors. So you have this $sign like this with only 1 bar through it, and then you've got 2 character spaces before they write the number 500,000. So because you have 2 character spaces, and there are 38 countries in the world that use the $sign to express their money. Argentina dollar, for instance, uses this, but Argentina is 3,400 to 1. So $500,000 in Argentina is only going to be worth $50 US, and it's still a $sign. But because of the break in the continuance of evidence, this is just a number. You might as well give them a handful of salt or sand or sugar in grains. I'm serious. This is what it really means. And then because the note is all boxed, everything's in an enclosed area, so you can't sue them for anything that has value. Note used by itself as a word is a pronoun. No, no, no. So they said nothing, gave you no value, and they used fragmented sentences of only 3 or 4 words, not sentences. to go in one box to talk about another box. So your note means absolutely nothing, your mortgage means absolutely nothing. And as long as you move into the house and everybody's looking the other way for 30 years, you're going to do a voluntary compliance and send them money, which they're going to fraction bank and do internal bank robberies because they can't lend out their own money. And that's how the dirty little game is played. So so back January 6th, 2008, my buddy in Seattle, Washington, after we did the Bellingham seminar, comes to me and says, Dave, he says, they're foreclosing my house. I says, well, what's the contract look like? And he hands me that thing. And I syntax it. I walk into Washington, took me Wednesday and Thursday to finish it, 4,700 words. And Friday I walked into Washington Mutual with a federal lawsuit, same one I filed for you, and handed it to the president of Washington Mutual in Seattle, Washington. Monday, the stock closed at 60. It opened at Monday at 10 cents. They filed bankruptcy Sunday night and shut down 2 million homes, just like that.
Did you have a chance to
Well,
support it?
Wells Fargo, Citibank, Bank of America, Chase, Countrywide, all ran in and picked up the mortgages. And 6 weeks later, all their companies were 95% lower. Their stocks, Citibank went from 36 to 1. Bank of America was 60. They went to $3. I made a lot of money day trading those stocks. Washington Mutual, I could buy it for 0.002 and sell it for 0.2 20 minutes later. 101. So this one guy, I remember I was watching the trades go through. We bought 7 million shares at a penny, and by lunch he sold it for 50 cents a share and made 50 to 1 on 7 million shares.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, when there's a fire, the gasoline fire roaring and that, just watch it. It might hit another gas tank and blow up on you. You make a fortune in 5 minutes, and 5 minutes later it's not listed and it's gone. So you got to be careful. You got to be right on point with your computer or a couple of computers. Make sure there's no failure if you want to make some money on that. So now you've got this bad mortgage. Nobody signed it. As long as you keep your mouth shut, sleeping dogs lie, you know. But I went ahead and I stood up and I said, no, that's wrong. Syntax is wrong. Title 15, 1692E, false and misleading statements, Bernie Madoff case. Boom, $25 million fine, times 2 million each. Washington Mutual had to close their doors overnight. They couldn't afford a $25 million fine. Plus they did bundled, securitized back assets to Wall Street at $25 million apiece. Eric Holder got up on CNN on the 6 o'clock news on every channel and said, the U.S. Department of Justice is going to go after the security fraud from the Securities and Exchange for bundled securitized assets at $25 million a pop. This is a $400 billion lawsuit. And I slid my lawsuits in there for collection. It took 1 year, and they had it all signed, sealed, and delivered. And so the Securities and Exchange took $25 million off the banks, and the Department of Justice took $25 million off the banks. And our lawsuits paid 30% at the Securities and Exchange and 35% at the DOJ. And on December 21st, 2014, the DOJ announced payouts of $26 billion for the lawsuits, for the whistleblowers. And the Securities and Exchange is also working through the Treasury, and Treasury is making the payments on these. They are being kept confidential because once every 4 seconds somebody's kidnapped for money.
Kamala Harris embezzled the California into that.
No, Kamala Harris took the $19 billion and paid off the bankruptcy of California with the $26 billion contract I brokered for her in June of 2010. That took 2 hours at the bank. The first hour at the bank, I walked them through all the syntaxing. I had the bank president and the directors at Citibank, Chase, Wells Fargo, and Bank of America crying. They were, I mean, these people were terrified. They were going to prison for 30 years. Their banks were going to have to pay $25 million a pop. And the whole system was going to collapse, and they were going to be blamed for all of it. I says, well, I didn't come here to scare you, so now I'll tell you the other side of the story. You're going to pay $25 million apiece. And the Department of Justice is going to pay $8 million to each one of our clients as the penalty guaranteed through Title 31, Section 3729 of the Whistleblowers Act. When they get that $8 million, they are going to take $1 million to pay off their home, their cars, their bank accounts, take a vacation, and they're going to buy a CD in your bank for $7 million for 10 years. You're going to pay that CD between 6 and 10% based on what the going rate is at that time. And the $7 million CD is now going to be fractioned at 10 to 1, which you will then have a 30-year or 10-year $70 million CD that you're now going to sell to MasterCard at 18 to 32% interest and make 250% profit off of every $25 million check you write as a damage from this hand as a loss against your bank's profits, which now reduces your tax base. And in this hand, you have new money, $70 million, that you're going to make 18% interest off of, the 32%, and you're going to make oogles of money on this side. And you have the 25 million times 2.5 times instantly, just in a different account. And also, like everybody's dancing, the women and the men are holding each other dancing, going like, we're going to make a shit house of money. Excuse me, French. 10 days later, they walk into Kamala Harris and say, here's $26 billion with a big smile on her face, expecting to have all these homeowners that I wrote lawsuits for walk in with $8 million, $7 million apiece and buy CDs. Instead, she took the money and paid off the bankruptcy of California, $19 billion.
We were one of those lawsuit holders, Judge. What do we do now for recourse?
But 30% of $26 billion is the right amount of money, which is 30% for the homeowners. She started paying out this year. But it's been 4 years at $8 billion accumulating interest at 10% for bonds for the state of California. So she's collected probably doubled the money, doubled that 8 to 16. And now as fast as they can process the paperwork, it's only the interest off of the 16 billion, which they're still collecting interest for. It's like when you win the lottery, you don't get $300 billion, you get the interest from the 300 billion over a 20 or 30 year period. So the state collects the money and keeps all of it, only paying you the interest off of it. So they don't have to sell bonds or go anyplace else to get this money, this interest money, to pay the people back, and then they always got this big block of money sitting there as an asset for whatever happens. They're doing the same thing with these whistleblower things. I'm the biggest cash cow. I make $8 trillion a year for the United States government every single year since 1997. I paid off the national debt the first time before 1999 in 18 months. We were $16 billion in debt, and that $8 billion a year. When the bankruptcy ended on November 2nd, 1999, we had $6.2 trillion surplus in the United States Treasury. And then Bush went ahead and he blew that out in 2 years, and then borrowed another 12 and blew that out. Now Obama's sitting on 16 or 17 billion dollars, running that into the ground. I told him, I said, you know, my program, I can pay this thing off. Russell and I can have this thing paid back to you with $400 trillion. That's enough money to run the U.S. government for the next 100 years. And all the interest on $400 trillion would keep the government, virtually all Americans would no longer have to pay taxes. You could work 100% of the time and keep all your money.
Wow.
You might have a sales tax on new issues only, and we can also put that together as presidents or as directors. We can implement that overnight because we're drawing from an account with 26 and 213 zeros after it, which is no more than pocket change for the IMF after 262 years of corruption. You know, in 1750, Rothschild borrowed from Persia to set up the bank. 1800, he captured with Waterloo 80% of all assets in Europe, making him the world's richest man. At which time he then lent the money back, provided you remove the article from all grammar. So you would only write an adverb verb creating nothing. That's how the Bolshevik Revolution took place, 1917. Stalin could have all the money. He just was not allowed to use prepositional phrases and killed 80 million of his own countrymen, mining gold in Siberia to build the railroads and build Moscow. So if you know how money flows, and how banking works, and who the real crooks are, always follow the money. That's how I proved the whole entire New World Order, how I proved the timelines on how the New World Order functions, how the post office is the New World Order, and all the how wars are started, how wars are ended. When Reagan says, "Tear down that wall, Mr. Gorbachev," he said that 6 hours before the end of the Russian international bankruptcy, 1989. And in 1999, 10 years later, the Russian government was still in power. The communists were in power. We just came up through the Cold War, and Mark Martin of Anchorage, Alaska, and myself filed a lawsuit in Vladivostok, Russia. As a result of that lawsuit in quantum language, with a writ of replevin, it means we can go offshore with a lawsuit. And we sued in Vladivostok, Russia, $50,000 against the courts of Anchorage, Alaska, because Alaska is a Russian territory under lease for 99 years, which expires in 2054. So it's still Russian territory. So we filed in the Russian Federal District Court, and they ruled in my favor. But the Russian judge got a little bit nervous because, after all, he was suing the U.S. and the Cold War was going on. So he goes ahead and he contacts the Russian judge, who's a permanent judge on the World Court. So the World Court takes it to 17 judges, and they read it and go, like, David Miller is correct. We hereby award David Miller and Mark Martin if we find the United States guilty of fraud. And with that said, the United States Post Office had to shut down all offshore mail for 2 weeks. Virtually brought the whole world of post office to a standstill. The United Nations canceled all of their international trades, thinking they may have been hit with a quantum lawsuit also at the same time. Then the Supreme Court, or the World Court, The Hague, one of the judges contacted the Russian Supreme Court and said, one of your boys over in Vladivostok just punched a hole in the world. Better take a look at this. So the Russian Supreme Court took a look at it. KGB were brought in. KGB looked at it and said, all your judges lied, all your Congress, senators, legislators lied. And 2,000 congressmen, senators, and legislature of Russia were put under arrest for fictitious conveyance of language in Russian language, and either sent to the gulags up in Siberia or were executed, depending on how big the crime was. The KGB took over the Supreme Court of Russia and put in all new people. And that's when capitalism came to Russia. And communism was dead at that point. We were already out of Vietnam. That's old news. But that one lawsuit changed Russia into a capitalist state, and then they started doing trade with the United States. And then the gold started to flow, and the oil started to flow, and now they're the world's largest oil producer. You see, so one lawsuit, one thing, it only takes the prick of an ice pick in a cubic block of ice to break it apart. It only takes a single idea. You're only allowed one verb in a sentence. You can't kill an idea. And so if you kill me, you're going to have 10,000 David Millers tomorrow copying this stuff, and you're going to have to fight 10,000 battles, not just one. And I've been doing a good job of Russell and I have been doing a good job keeping a lid on this thing, educating people, showing performance, showing caringness, and we want people to learn how to be right. We don't want to punish you for being wrong, because the whole world's wrong. It's 9 billion to 2. So, you know, we have to be gracious, and we have to communicate with people on a level that they can understand. And teaching this is the way we get it done. So, any questions? Or somebody got another sentence you want me to write up here?
I have any questions on that. I have further questions on the bankruptcy.
Okay, shoot.
United States government ceased to exist November 8th, 1999. Constitution was vacated. 90 Days for Citizens Act. George Bush became the first corporate president of corporate United States of America,
United States of America Corporation, correct.
which is a foreign enclave that only exists in D.C., Guam, and Puerto Rico. How then has that not been made public news, and how has it continued all the way through Obama, who is now dictating legislation down onto the states, out of the foreign enclave, without informing the people? Is that not a fraud?
No. He's only talking to Washington. He's only talking to himself.
Fraud, but I mean, the American people think that he's talking to them.
Well, 3 weeks ago, Puerto Rico pulled out of the United States of America Corporation, kicked the U.S. out, and canceled the U.S. dollar to be used in Puerto Rico. So you got Guam, the Virgin Islands, Grand Samoa, and District of Columbia, only 4 now. Now you have one is an opinion, 2 is a certification, 3 is an authorization, 4 is a class action. So as long as they maintain 4, they can maintain a class action of 4 for their position of corporate. But the World Court of The Hague in November ruled that the United States of America Corporation is illegal without a charter, written in adverb verb, and doesn't have any standing. The stock markets around the world haven't reflected that because the market's at 18,000. Where the BRIC corporations now stand at 197 countries on gold, silver, run by China, who adapted this program in September of 2012 to teach the colleges, universities, and high schools quantum language and how to interface with all the other countries as trade partners, giving them a $20 trillion a year windfall with this technology. So do you think China was happy with me? Yes. You think I'm an ambassador? I am. I'm an ambassador with Russia, with China, with India, Brazil,
Germany,
Solomon
France,
Islands. Yeah, we got all the credentials.
Yeah, well,
they're in a safe place. Yeah. But when it comes to getting things done, we get things done. I move very fast. I've been a 5 million mile flyer, 2,500 flights, 2,500 seminars, and I'm all over the world. I was standing in a courtroom in a court foyer once, and 3 attorneys were talking. Who's this David-Wynn Miller fella? He's got to be some kind of a fiction. He's currently running over 50 federal lawsuits all over the United States. How can he be in 50 federal lawsuits and have authorization all over the United States at once? He said the patriot community created this guy just to scare us. So I had my passport because I was in a foreign vessel in dry dock called the courthouse, and I had my driver's license. I pulled them out and says, "Hi guys, here's my business cards." And they took my cards, and then I says, "And I'm Federal Postal Judge David-Wynn Miller." And they took off for running, jumped into an elevator, and they were gone. They didn't come back to court. You know, when Russell and I went to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania to order open Benjamin Franklin's Federal Postal Court, he left Salt Lake City, and I left Milwaukee. We both got to the Federal Postal Court, Benjamin Franklin's Federal Postal Court, within 5 minutes of each other, leaving from 2 different directions. He's traveling over 2,000 miles. I'm traveling about 1,000 miles. We both got there within 5 minutes of each other. We walked in and we got all of our paperwork stamped and signed, and
passports.
The passports we had signed too. We have, let's see here. This is our oaths. Russell's and my oaths. Benjamin Franklin stamps. We both signed across the stamp. December 21st, 2012. Mayan calendar, December 21st, 2012. That was the, let me get this close up here. And this here on the back is the United States Supreme Court seal that was filed there on December 21st. So we went ahead and this was our oath of office. We also filed our charter with the post office, and we ordered open the Federal Postal Court that day. And because of that, the United States Post Office was scheduling all these closures all over the United States of post offices, but that one was being kept open. Yeah, because we issued a command order for it.
Yeah, they actually asked us, they're like, "You guys can do this." We're like, "Yeah, just keep it in your vault." They says, "We will." So I said, "As long as it's in the vault, it can't be closed." The reason why that occurs
Job
is,
security.
is because of in compliance with Title 39, Section 101, subsection A and B. When the United States came out of international bankruptcy in 1999, the United States Postal Service no longer had a constitution. And in compliance with Title 39, Section 101, subsection A and subsection B, the President of the United States of America and the Post Office had to have a valid constitution. So when it went bye-bye, and I had authorized 93 days in front of that on July 13th of 2000 and reissued a quantum constitution, which when the federal government left the District of Columbia on the 2000 presidential election, mine automatically kicked in, and David and I walked right on in with our flag claims and moved right in on the federal government. They didn't have a choice. It was so easy. It was.
Now the title sites he just gave you came from the maritime codes in fiction. So they were rewritten in quantum language. So all of the paperwork we filed under Title 42 of 1986 for failure to stop and correct the wrong, we did correct the wrongs. So we rewrote all the titles, put them into our Constitution, had them file stamped and signed and registered, and then we wrote it. Then we took it over to the Supreme Court. We took it into the President of the United States, Department of Justice. And when Obama got served at the White House, he was in Hawaii for 2 weeks on his Christmas, New Year's holiday that the president gets every year. He was on a plane in 6 hours back to Washington. He had to deal with our new government taking over the United States of America.
I thought they were getting a vacation every 6 weeks up there. My mistake.
They got canceled. He was back in Washington in 6 hours.
I'm going to just release.
So you guys saw the U.S. Constitution coming to an end, being vacated, and you posted yourselves up with a brand new quantum constitution.
We knew it.
For the
Everything.
rest,
Yes,
for the
we
rest
knew.
of us on our behalf. And
Yes. We knew.
that now stands as the new U.S. Constitution.
Yes, the one that we have for our country.
For our country.
And then we also used that. It was published and rewritten for the United Nations, that all nations worldwide under a New World Order would have the same Constitution. That's on my website. You can pull it down under the United Nations Constitution.
So these individuals, Pelosi and these other individuals that are arguing that there's no U.S. Constitution, Americans don't have the free right to speech or the right to bear arms. That's all. That just exists in D.C.
No,
They're correct.
Right to is in future time. And to is an adverb making speech, right, freedom, all verbs, which don't exist. That's why the Bill of Rights is null and void. And that's been null and void since 1776. And we jumped back to July 4, 1775, under Title 42, 1986, with knowledge of fraud and authorization to stop and correct it, which is what we did in quantum language. You see, all 4 billion laws of the United States are only a suggestion of how a judge should run his courtroom. And then when you get into that position, you have to rewrite everything in the correct grammar in order to be a fact within that courtroom to have enforcement. I didn't say enforcement, I said enforcement. And only by contract, by getting the other parties in the room to agree with you. Now, one of the big traps that they use is the judge will make a statement and end it with okay. And because you're terrified in front of a judge, you always mimic the word okay, and what the judge just said was a trap, and you mimic the okay, so you gave credence to a fraudulent statement and screwed yourself. And that's how they do the dirty little game.
I'm going to release a little banking postal stuff to these guys.
All right, maybe I'll turn it over to you for a while. We'll play ping pong here, bounce back and forth.
So if for whatever reason you do end up in the courtroom, what's the best way to
Call me. Guarantee you have to call us if you're going to court. Because when you go to court, the scenarios are unlimited. That's why we don't have a blanket fix-all. Because what you think is going on is probably not. And every courthouse and every judge knows that he is an independent entity not connected to any other court in the United States. After Russell and I removed 4 Supreme Court judges, the welder from Wisconsin and the farmer from Wyoming, that's the way the legal system looks at us. They always call me the welder, not the judge. But we were 2 judges with certifications, had our oaths in place, we had all our paperwork in place. So after we did that, the United States Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. has no more power than the county courthouse. And the federal courthouse doesn't have any power because they're a federal district court. Demon got up the underworld for trickery, and it's located in a fiction. Everything is a fiction. Right. So the judges, when we came in, said, by your own words, David, you told us that there are no laws, rules, regulations, or codes. And we get to make it up as fast as we want. I had a case in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The judge says you can come back and review the file of the man we're holding in jail. It was 6 inches of paperwork, and you got to fix it 15 minutes to read it. We close at 4:30, and it's 4:15. Took me 6 minutes to find what I was looking for, 4 inches down in the document. If nobody is talking, everybody is walking, which means they had no evidence. And I handed it back to him. It says, we have what we need. You're babbling. Let my guy go. And they gave him back $95,000, and they left with us.
Okay, so explain the oath to me. I'm a soldier. We still have soldiers coming in the United States military swearing their oath to the U.S. Constitution. Which Constitution are they swearing to, and how are they pulling that one off?
The word Constitution means contract.
Okay.
It's the little phrase that was said when you put your hand up, which means I swear, which were the first 2 words. I was an adverb, making swear to be a verb. Swear means to do evil on others. What do soldiers do? They go out and shoot people. Poor guy at the other end of the gun, he's not getting any constitutional rights here. He's just getting shot. So the position is those few words that you swear to support don't exist. And the oath you just took was an adverb verb. So it's voluntary compliance, and they brainwash teamwork into you to protect your team members. You know, we just sent 4,000 troops over to Iraq to fight ISIS. My son's one of them. He's on a second tour in Iraq. Well, he doesn't have to go over there. Son of a presidential candidate.
Right, yeah.
But he also said, I have to support my buddies. I've been training with all of them, and I got to support them. He says, I know I have a privilege of not going over. I says, yeah, but if they kidnap you, you're the son of a presidential candidate. That's going to be somewhat of a political issue. Yeah, especially considering they want to throw, you know, if they're trying to create a situation, they're going to throw fire on top of this, just like they did Arizona.
Oh yeah, see the
when they shot up, all the people who were shot came from the same Actors Guild in L.A. Everybody who was there who got shot thought they were in a movie, that this was all pretend. Until one of the guys took a bullet, he wasn't, because he just got shot in the arm, he still could tackle this guy and hold him until the police got there. Because then he knew this guy was actually killing people. And what did he do? He was screaming grammar. When you type in the word grammar on the internet, and the only name that comes up, Parsec syntax grammar, as a word search. And so I had 1 billion people the day that shooting took place. And at the end of the day, they've splashed me 17 major news organizations worldwide, in Australia, all the British countries, all English-speaking countries, all the correspondents were ordered to slander me with the McVeigh thing. Now we had 5 billion people worldwide reading my website, going like, there's nothing wrong with Dave, this is a setup. And when it came out a week later, with the FBI said, David didn't do anything. He says this guy's crazy. And when they asked him, Bay, do you know me? He goes, no. He says, I never even heard about the guy. I never read anything of him. He's totally innocent of any connection with me. And but the word grammar and Parsec syntax grammar now got to the entire educated world, which has been studied now for years. And I got 5 billion people, and all of a sudden, like country by country, almost a country a week is falling to the people saying The government stole our savings. The government stole our gold, our oil, our mineral wealth, and they're putting it in the sheik's pockets, or they're putting it in the president's pocket. And all these governments have been flipped over, and the people will have elected new people that keep the money with the people and give the people the food and the resources and energy that they need. So this is having a profound effect all over the planet. And now China jumped on in September 2012, which is the Mayan calendar, said in 2012 that would be the end of the world. The is an adverb making world a verb. We ended the world of verb. We ended the world of fiction. And people are educated because they know of this technology. And after we announced our candidacy, within 48 hours, 2/3 of all the candidates that thought they were running dropped out. Just that fast. Same thing happened back in 2012. 2/3 of all the candidates, when I put my name in the hat, withdrew the next day. Donald Trump led the stampede. So, and you want to put any of these people on a talk show or a debate with us? Debate means no contract. You want to put them on a stage with us? We'll cut them up and down in grammar to a point they won't be able to.
Mash, yeah.
And what's the first thing that's going to happen? It's going to be, people are going to talk about the verb.
Anyway,
Follow the money.
we're going to get a little bit into postal banking, just because people have questions about that, mechanics of it. So basically, I'm just going to give you a quick overview here. Your domicile, place where you live, your living location. Sea treaty, your ability to use hieroglyphics, see hieroglyphics, such as symbols, numbers, functions. C.s.s.c.p.s.g.p, which is your ship's papers, dealing with the closure of who you are, your manifest, your fee for freight, the bills of the lading, and such. Land pass, authorization to come off the sea onto the land with your domicile being your living location. Drogue law, all your timelines, your function, 3-day rescission, 3-day mailing, 3-day rescission, 5-day publication, 10-day communication back, 45-day trust, 90-day trust, 93 days, 3-day rescission, 1 year, 1 day, drogue law. So anyway, what I've done when I get a non-performance, which means the federal employees at the postal station did not function in a timely manner. Where do you go? What do you do? So what you do is they have set up within their paradigms they call it the general accounting for the federal postal station. We call it the general-counting, the ACC is in there chair, general accounting of the federal postal station. You take your claim number, which was your could be your lawsuit number, your registration number, which we've all learned how to do. It could be your mining claim number, which is under a registration number. Anything to do with your claim numbers for postal registration, how we register our vessels, which David has taught in many seminars. We didn't really get into the mailing part of it today, but for those of you watching this in more like of a series, you'll comprehend what we're saying here, especially when it goes through YouTube. And you take your claim number and you posit it as a federal postal station savings clause claim. The fiction used to call that the savings clause account. So you take your number, you posit it into your account, into your claim, and you do it as evidence under Title 28, 1743, under postal evidence. These are all postal descriptions and laws and claims. You then take that and you take the number and the duties that were within the cargo contract, the compliance, which was what you were trying to get the federal employees to do or the state employees to do, and they didn't function in a timely manner. You take that and you call that postage -due -commands -outstanding balance. It's an outstanding balance. Nobody has complied with the functions of your contract. Right? Nobody complied with the rules of what you tendered. You've already come through your drogue law timelines. In a lot of these scenarios, they're already sitting out 48 days or whatever your timelines. Each one of you have different functions and different timelines, just depending on the complaint or the claim.
Russ, think outstanding, use the word claim.
Yeah.
Claim standing or
Claim balance.
Claim balance or claim
Yeah,
standing.
yeah.
See, gold miners filed claims.
It could be a
They
claim.
didn't file,
Could be a
they
claim
didn't file
balance.
mortgages, but you have to use a positive word.
Yeah.
It's easy to, because we hear the word outstanding so much in the banking
Yeah.
thing, it's easy to fall back into that, use that terminology.
And then you take that, and then you file a levy against it in compliance with Title 2710. And that is with writs of attachment to the post office, based upon the service of the method. Well, did the method comply with the Drove law? The functions and the timelines, was it 21 days? Did you have a 3-day mailing? Did you comply with all your mailing timers? Because you got to be correct. Then you take that back to the original postal nativity location of from where you mailed it from. You go up to them and say, I have a federal postal consumer complaint. And you ask them for their forms. You syntax their forms. If they don't have a form, you have them cancel their round stamp on your file stamp, on your postage stamp, and you serve it on them. Then you mail it to the Federal Postal Consumer Complaint, which is an organization with the United States Postal Service in Memphis, Tennessee. Upon doing that, you also serve the Postmaster General of the United States Postal Service simultaneously. Then you file a levy against the claim. And you run your timelines in, and you're probably going to have postal inspectors show up to talk to you, so you probably might want to know what you're talking about when they show up. And
I think he said that, and I have to bring him up to speed on this. It's really important. Postal inspector will come with two sheriffs, county sheriffs, and say, are you a postmaster?
Oh, yeah.
And says, yes, you are, and you hold up your stamp that's been canceled and said, I am the postmaster of this piece of paper only.
Correct.
I've endorsed this piece of paper on the back, and it's an equity document. It only applies to me and me alone. I am not a postmaster of your station down on the corner.
The station of that vessel.
Right. So you do not trespass on their vessel. If you say you're a postmaster of that vessel, they will take you into custody for impersonating a postmaster of the fiction. This is a postmaster of the fact. You paid your dollar. So therefore, you have ownership of this stamp now.
Correct.
You can also be an electronic one through the internet and print your own stamps. You can put your own face on your own stamp and sign it as the postmaster of your own stamp. The post office has a form for that.
Correct.
But if you say you are anything more than you are yourself or have personal knowledge of yourself, you will get arrested for impersonation of a postmaster, which is a felony. You'll go to jail for about 5 years.
Yeah.
So know who you are when you do this. And we use this word station. The word terminal means to leave Earth. That's why airports are terminals, because you've left Earth. And now you're in a sea of space. But a train station, you have a train terminal, which would be Union Station in Chicago, for instance. Because of Lake Michigan, the train comes in, stops there, and then goes back out. So it's a terminal at the end of something. But stations are along the way, and you pick up and you posit, and you drop off people. So you have a rotation. So we call this a station because people come into us in contract negotiations, and they go out from us with contract negotiations. So it is a stopping point to learn and do business with us as stations.
To commune with and then go out with. And that's why the C.s.s.c.p.s.g.p is built onto there. That's why the land pass is built onto there. And that's why the Drove law is built onto there. Because the station is the contract. Station's only relevant on the contract. But you follow the rules of evidence to be on the land, to be on the sea, and have your sea treaties and your C.s.s.c.p.s.g.p to function in your day-to-day life. And you do that with Title 42, 1986 knowledge. And as you deal with Title 42, 86 knowledge, you do coveries, which are your fines under document claims, or what they call Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. We call them document claims. Section 60B from what you find, the covery of what you find. And then you're simply doing a publication of that in compliance with document claim 26E. At that point, you can move forward in your timelines for your Drove law and make sure everything is correct. Yeah, don't be doing this. If you're watching this on YouTube and stuff, don't do this unless you run it by me so you're correct. Otherwise, you could get clobbered.
Anything you want to do, contact us. It doesn't cost you anything. We don't charge for that.
Yeah,
just want to make sure you're safe.
Yeah, because they will clobber you. They'll show up, and They vacated themselves so much with me. So what I do when somebody vacates their job fiduciary duties and they don't comply in a timely manner, then you move them into a position, a state of synthetic, something that is not genuine. Because now you move yourself into the synthesizer. So now you're synthesizing their non-doing, and you are just moving forward as the postmaster because someone did not. Which you have the right, you have the position to under Title 42, 1986, because they were delinquent in their drug law timelines. So now you move forward as you were the consignor, and they were the consignees. Now they move themselves out of the consignee position. You move yourself into both consignee, consignor, and you freeze them out of the situation. Once you freeze them out, then you just levy against the claim number, and you do the duties within the claim, and you comply with that for your balance. So you can get back to zero, back to the beginning, and make yourself whole. Any other questions on that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the land pass, that's of your domicile?
Of your domicile, or of the contract, or of the station.
Okay. And where do we get, so C.S.S.C.P.s.g.p. that's on David's website?
Well, you construct it within the paradigm of what you're positing.
Same thing with the land pass?
Same thing with all of it. All of this needs to be constructed. We have a paragraph. David and I, when we file a paragraph or a contract, we always put C.S.S.C.P.s.g.p. treaty, drug law, land pass.
We do everything corporate.
Correct.
Because we're two, and that takes us out of opinion into certifications.
Okay.
Yeah. And so the reason why we do that is because there's nobody has come through as much as we have and seen as much. So we kind of just check and balance ourselves to make sure we're not doing things wrong. Because we've seen too much. I mean, you haven't been in the meetings and you wouldn't comprehend what we're saying.
People that did have knowledge that could compete with us are too old, got Alzheimer's, or died. The new group coming in, they can't catch up to the 135,000 hours that we represent. They won't live long enough to compete with them. Even to go ahead and to read and copy what we've done, they still don't know what not to do. And what we do, you all know what do is. What we do, or what we complete, is a position that 1% is correct, just like Smith and Neal of Matrix. Neal's only one guy against millions of Smiths, but 3 + 3 = 6. Smith represents all the other numbers in the world. And correctness, there's only one correctness. So it doesn't matter how much fiction they throw at us.
Yeah.
They arrested me once in Edmonton, Canada, put me in the room of no jurisdiction. And the FBI had 2 hours, the CSIS of Canada, the Secret Service had 2 hours, Immigrations and Customs had 2 hours, Detectives of Edmonton had 2 hours, the Secret Service of the United States had 2 hours. And they wanted me to sign papers. As soon as they put documents in front of me, I pulled out my pen, I started syntaxing with number codes and explaining, doing a 2-hour seminar for each one of them. I'm going like, you've kidnapped an ambassador with 82 countries and that, and I'm also an elected king and I'm a sovereign in my own right. I said, so you got a pretty big, you broke quite a few laws here today, but you're not here and neither am I, so as soon as you're ready to leave, you can just pass me on to the next guy. For 12 hours I sat in a room, and afterwards they said, you are just an English teacher, sir. We are going to let you into Canada. We all voted to let you come in. And the guy that was in Immigrations and Customs, the guy who puts a stamp on, I had him fired from Kelowna as a immigrations officer. He says, I told you I'd get you someday. He says, now you're in my jurisdiction in Edmonton, and you're going back to Milwaukee. And I don't care what anybody says. I got the final word. And you're not staying. And he threw me out of the country.
Yeah, so these techniques are, people are looking for what to do with your claims, what to do with your things that you have, been through some tough things on. And there was a bunch of non-conformance or non-doings on the duties. I'm just mainly speaking for you guys who are in some of these situations. These are some of the techniques that you can take your claim numbers and move into that position with. What it does is it just froze out the middleman. It froze out the banks, and the banks you want out of your life anyway, probably. I don't know, what your situations are, but this freezes out the banking situations of the whole world. And you can do this on to any banking plan.
Okay.
Yes.
Earlier, Dave, you were talking about the treasury window, how the banks goes to them and they get like funds at 10 fraction banking.
When the bank goes to the treasury window with your mortgage,
Okay.
they're taking your money out of your account. Once they get it back to the bank, they put it into their account. Once it's in their account, they write a check for the same amount they took out of your account and they take it back the next day and pay it back. They have a 3-day window called the rescission, Title 15, Section 1635A. It's also known as the Lemon Law, Title 29, Section 2301. And they're both the same. It's a 3-day issue.
Huh?
Could you do the same thing with your banking system by fractional lending too? Or
No, we don't.
We don't do any of that stuff. We only deal in gold, silver, platinum, and correct grammar.
Yeah, that's it.
And when you see contracts written where you're double space, you can have double space. Petersburg, Alaska District Attorney. He writes the first 4 words in single space, the next 3 words every time the word has 2 spaces. So watch your spacing. Spacing breaks the continuance of evidence. In this case, he double spaces vertically. And when you double space vertically, each sentence is its own sentence, regardless what it says. You can only syntax that sentence for a thought, because it breaks the continuance when it moves to the next sentence. Then what we do is we put VC, void continuance, after each sentence, which vacates any sentence construction. Without that, you have complete fraud on the document, no matter what they did. Even if you wrote this in quantum language, if I took anything and I did it with the correct parsing syntax grammar, and I double spaced, I would break all my sentences and I'd still be disqualified. I can write a sentence with 33 prepositional phrases. Put 1 adverb verb, and I have 33 adverb adjective pronouns. And they destroy the whole thing. Anything times 0 is 0. Any lie times a fact is a lie. I was called into Australia, Sydney, Australia. Trial number 199, 12 years running, $8 million cost the state. And they said, how do we end this thing? And I walked into court and I says, Judge, I'm a federal judge from America. Can I see the first piece of paper filed at the first hearing by the district attorney, which you call the indictment? And he hands me 2 pages. I spent about 5 minutes, syntaxed it. He says, this is written in adverb verb, and it's double spaced. He says, there's no continuance of evidence between any sentence, and this is a lie. You want to show me the state of New South Wales. State is a pronoun, of is an adverb, making New South Wales an adjective pronoun. You didn't use hyphens. I says, that's a lie. I says, you double space, so all these here, every word on this document is a lie, and there's 125% fraud. Now, if the original indictment is a lie, which represents 0, times 198 more hearings, which were all also modified, 0 times 198 equals 0. The judge goes, you're right, case dismissed. This is all done with. The man wanted an apology, so he went home that night, wrote a 12-page document, an adverb verb, and reopened the case up again. Now for trial number 200, to start all over again. At trial number 214, I was flown back down to Sydney, Australia to put a sock in this thing and shut it down. Did it again. Trial number 124, brought me back in again a year later. Came to the federal court, shut it down again. Trial 229. The Supreme Court of Sydney, Australia made me a federal land court judge and put me in charge of the courtroom. The judge on the bench bowed to me 4 times and turned the courtroom over to me with 4 TV cameras, the kind you see at the TV studios. Had this room with sheriffs and marshals, or the police of New South Wales. And I put on a 90-minute presentation, which was broadcasted all the courts. And I sealed the case, and he was not allowed to file any more paperwork after that. Went home that night and did another 12-page document to open it up for 230. It was not accepted. But I put a sock in it. And then they pulled my visa to get me out of the country. So that's when I syntaxed the United Kingdom's constitution and disqualified all United Kingdom constitutions in the world. 2 days before that, I gave Ireland their independence from England, and the English Parliament voted to give Ireland their independence for the first time in 660 years. That's the power of this technology. Canceling all mortgages in Iceland, getting all the owners of homes in Iceland clear title to their land and their own under quiet title. Because both the London Stock Exchange and the New York Stock Exchange had securitized backed assets and fraud. So when they canceled it, they said, we're not paying you because of the fraudulent grammar. What were you going to do? Get into a syntax argument on a global basis and shut down every single securitized backed asset for 146 years? That's 1888 on the whole planet. That would collapse the entire stock market of the planet. Squeaky wheel got the oil. There's only 2,000 people in Iceland. So it was a doable, okay, we'll let you have your day in court.
Yeah.
And give them independence.
This is more for the people that are trying to know what to do with their own stuff, or when the government vacates their position. And so at that point they go to synthetic. When they're synthetic, they can't come back in and make the claim because they already breached their Gould law. They can't even come talk to you about the situation because you've already put them in a synthetic position. They're not genuine. They have no authorization to even come talk to you about anything unless you come give them a command for a specific duty to talk about a specific task that they have to fulfill. If they don't show up and they're negligent of showing up again, place more value upon that. And like in my particular case, I just tranche them on in and bank them on out under my timelines and do things to pay myself. Then I move myself into the consignee position because they're no longer a factor at that point. When they're no longer a factor, then I can manufacture and pay myself for things that were done to me since they vacated their position. It works very nice, very nice. So anyway, that's a little bit in a nutshell for people watching on YouTube. Don't try this unless you get a hold of me because there's other steps to this too. I don't want to get everything out.
So what's this process for exactly?
This is a mechanic that if you are in a position where somebody has damaged you,
okay,
and they have not joined the contract claim,
okay,
and they've already breached outside the timelines, and you don't feel comfortable sending it to the feds,
okay,
all right? So then, since everybody vacated their position, you just synthetic them on out, move yourself in as the synthesizer, and synthesize and bring all the components together to create your own remedy or to create your own equity back out of it.
I'm glad there's a solution for it because you have to read it somewhere. I just didn't know, but this kind of makes sense now.
Yeah, well, you gotta have your own solution, and you can't rely on the government for any of it. Well, I mean, you can if you want to go that route and wait your time, but for me, it's not something I want to do.
A normal person has a capacity to memorize 20% of what we said here today. So you may have pieces of information. Get online, read our website, and watch the videos, because you can watch the same video 5 times, and every time you watch it, you're going to go like, I don't know how I watched that and didn't learn anything from it the first time around. Sometimes it's the 5th time you're going like, I understand it now because I've got all the rest of this here put together in my head. You see, all the answers are built into those videos.
Correct.
When you read it, when you watch it through the first time, it's going to answer itself. When you watch it through the second time, large sections of it will make sense in each part, compartmentalized. And you'll be able to review 2 hours in a word as it plugs in as you watch it. So each time you watch it, you're going to see so many more new things that you didn't see that actually have definition now and make sense to you. When you read the website, read out loud, because when you read just seeing, you only activate one of your senses. When you read out loud, you hear, and 85% of everything you learn from cradle to grave is from hearing. That part of your brain is well developed, both in the left and right hemispheres, because you heard it. But creative thought comes from the left side, and mathematical or grafting comes from the right side. That's your logic side. So you want to use your senses to see, to hear, to speak. And when you do all these things together, you learn 4 times faster. when you read out loud, and then things will make sense to you. Because if you read it and then you hear it repeated on the videos, or you heard it on the videos and you're reading out loud, all of a sudden you're like, that's what we said on the video. You get instant biofeedback. And you, instead of spending 200 hours, you learn all this in 50 hours. And you get real proficient at it. So when you're standing up in front of court, you're standing in front of a jury or a judge, and you thought you were scared, you know your material.
And that'll save your life, and I can testify to that.
Yeah, and when you save your life, I guarantee you will feel very well.
You'll feel very good about it.
So it's learning how to learn, not only just simply studying. You have to learn how to learn, and that's what we bring to the table. Now, you guys had we'll field some questions for specific situations you guys want me to look at.
Yeah, I got this slide. I let those guys I've been talking about something.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Everybody learns from your questions.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. There's a lot of things I was really interested in from learning reading seminars, especially about the energy conversion in the school system. I did want to see what your progress with that, and there's a lot of people that when I do some of your syntax on some of my old contracts, they look at me like, what is this? What is this?
Gobbledygook, they call it.
They're like, what is this? They think I don't know what I'm talking about. To a guy who owns the whole county, who knows the law, the district, the DA, when I point out, it's correct, then they end up, when I come back the second time, they end up welcoming me in with open arms. Like, okay, but then I have to explain to them, and that's really out of their league. But they go more on the state level, not only federal codes like what you have.
Okay, now, the definition for perjury is Title 18:1621. You know what the definition of perjury is in the state of California? 121. It's just a different number. The definition is the same. I go up to Canada, definition for perjury is the same. I go over to France, Germany, Italy, China, definition is the same for perjury. 9 billion people on this planet. I don't care if you're talking to somebody in the backwoods of the jungles of Brazil or in the Philippines or Haiti. It doesn't matter where you are. People know what the definition of perjury are. And they know it's a bad thing. It's a lie. It destroys your credibility when you do it.
So if you got somebody that doesn't comprehend, first you break them down to some simple math problems and figure out where their function and where their thinking is.
So hold it thought. I did that with the county clerk of one, and she came back with some state laws. You know, I guess she felt I kind of went up her because she had made a mistake, and I wanted to be her friend, you know, and so she a drawn out letter. Well, you need to do this by this step and this step. So I don't want to make them. I don't want to make them feel dumb.
You did.
How can I do that without making them feel? You know.
Okay, over in Europe, we had 50 out of 50 get this right. In the United States, we got 200 out of 200 got it wrong. Yeah. What's the answer?
6.
Come on. No, it's not 6.
1.
2.
No.
Which one?
5.
No.
2.
It's 5, people. Order of operations. My dear sweet aunt. And brackets come first. No brackets. So now we go to multiply and divide. You got to divide before you can add. 5 divided by 5 is 1, 1. 5, 1 equals 6. Okay? Over here, 4 divided by 4 is 1. And 4 plus 1 equals 5. See? If you don't follow the operations in math, you know you're going to get the wrong answer, right? Nobody in this room, everybody in this room took basic math, 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. You didn't get hundreds back then. And this is a 4th grade reading level. You were 8, 9 years old. And yet 200 Americans will get this wrong in a row, whereas everyone in China when I was there got it right. Everyone in France got it right. And Germany got it right. And they're going like, what are they teaching you guys in American schools?
Function.
But if you prove somebody this function, or here's another one. Here, answer that one.
Question mark.
What what is not my name.
Correct answer. But at the same time, this is a, if you put a question mark in there, now what's your answer?
Robert.
No.
No.
Please use
that's
correct
no.
sentences of communication.
No, question mark says adverb, verb, adverb, verb. I just called you a verb. So if you can answer me your verb, and what if I do it with a, if this is your name, then this is a pronoun connected to the adverb is, which modifies the adverb your, which modifies the verb name.
Still not what.
You're still not a what, and you're still not a verb. You got to read it backwards. For your name is with the claim of the what. Now you can go to Los Angeles, San Francisco, Sacramento, white pages. Look at how many people have the last name of what. I have a friend, her name is Yu, Y-O-U. You say, what's your name? She says, Yu. And you go like, no, I said, what's your name? She says, Yu. And she has to explain herself all the time. I mean, it drives you crazy, but she did it on purpose. Yeah. A lot of people do that. There are certain names you can't take, though. The government passed a law on certain names. See, my name, David-Wynn, Miller, is copyrighted because I was the first one to ever do it. And my name is the only one in the world like it because I was the first one to do it. I copyrighted it right away. So anytime a government agency comes after me and wants to say anything about that, if they know I'm McGarry, I'm dead, and I show them the graveyard. If they want to do it with correct punctuation, they do it in italics, which removes the paper, and I'm still not there. Right. If they actually want to take time to write a quantum complaint and come after me, they have to answer the question. Do you have copyright release from me to prosecute me with my own material? The answer is case dismissed, because fiction can't touch quantum. Fact and fiction shall never meet. That's a mathematical fact. So when you know this, the fiction will leave you alone. You want to be free? In every Bible, it says correctness will set you free. So if you want your freedom, be correct. Yes, go ahead.
So my knowledge is that you're saying, like, in America, everyone is getting this wrong. And I found that quite interesting because haven't we all been indoctrinated by the Rand Corporation, which is not giving us the correct knowledge in the first place?
Hey, Russell and I went
military-industrial complex.
All right, Russell and I are both public school people.
Yeah.
I went to college full-time for 17 years, acquired 535 college credits, 3 PhDs.
Yeah.
And he's got an associate degree in law, and plus the work he's done here. For every 4 hours, you get a credit. He's got 50,000 hours. I got 82,000 hours. And that's just in our quantum. How do you measure that in PhD credits? You can't. We control this situation on a global basis with global advertising in 150 languages. So we are, and people come up and say, who taught you that? Who taught Nikola Tesla about all the 385,000 patents he published? It's just sometimes people come, or songwriters, original songwriters. Those are original copyrighted materials. We have original copyrighted material, and it's very complex because it's a global communication to correct 8,500 years of communications. We are in a skill set that is so unique that we have no competition on planet Earth, and no one has ever created a website like mine, and I have no competition or plagiarizing on my website. One guy tried it out of Ohio. Yeah, it was Ohio. And he went down to Fort Lauderdale, and he was charging $2,500 for a 12-hour seminar, and 62 people showed up. One of them was one of my students. He calls me up. I just happened to be over in Fort Myers at the time, and let me listen on an open mic for about 20 minutes. And I says, well, he's plagiarized my website. He's selling you $2,500. He's selling you my book for $2,500. And the people, everyone at the seminar bought one. They thought it was the greatest thing since sliced bread, and this guy walked on water. He got arrested in Kentucky and sent back to prison. He was on probation for plagiarizing. That's how he made his living, stealing people's identities. Was sentenced to 11 years in prison. Just got out of prison 3 weeks earlier. Been studying my website in prison on the internet. So when he got out, he thought he would go ahead and steal my identity, putting on seminars. They captured his money, paid back all the people, and recovered all the evidence.
The CIA told me that there were 8 guys impersonating me in the Middle East. And they says, you know, Russell, we just let them set it up, get all the characters involved, and we just harvest everything that they get because nobody has authorization. You're you, and if you run into us, you're telling us where to get off. We know you, and you have a pretty pointed opinion of or choice of words about who we are. You know, so I'm trying to get along. I'm trying to change that image.
Yeah. We're only here for a performance.
Yeah.
To do things perform correct. That's all we tell people to do. We never tell people to do anything that's not correct. So our program is squeaky clean.
Which is how the program should be now, you know, do the right thing every time, all the time, even when no one's looking, and we just don't have that today in government anymore.
We've got 10 hours to talk to you, and we have 400 hours of material. That's why we keep putting these seminars up on the internet. And if you go, I have under my name over 20,000 websites, and that are linked to my website. So, and all those links carry video from the different 2,500 seminars that we've done. When we did All Day Live, which is radio out of Seattle, Washington, they came to me and said, well, we have 370,000 people. Would you be on our show? I said, sure. After the first hour, we were up to 21 million. At the end of the second hour, we had 25 million. The second week I came on, we started with 25 million and ended up with 28 million. The third week, I started with 25 million and ended with 80 million. The fourth week, we started with 80 million and ended up with 88 million people. I did 24 weeks of seminars for him online with a steady 80 million people a week logging in on Tuesdays for 2 hours. Then Carrie Cassidy from Project Camelot contacted me and says, we have 2 million listeners on the internet. Would you come on my show? I said, sure. After the first hour, we had 80 million, and at the second hour, we had 88 million. The second week, we did 2 hours with 88 million. Drake Bailey from American Freedom Radio says we have 2 million regular listeners. Would you come on our radio? I says, yeah, 7 o'clock at night. We started with 80 million people. At the end of the second hour, we were at 88 million. At the end of the third hour, which canceled the programming saying, let this guy talk, we were up to 100 million people. At the end of the fourth, fifth, and sixth hour, we're at 118 million people. 60 times his normal listening audience. Broadcasted worldwide and carried by a dozen major carriers, which rebroadcasted the show because they couldn't believe what they were hearing, and there was no commercials, no interruption, no top of the hour news, anything. And the comment was, we're not breaking for news, this is the news. And so with that level of communication and demand from the public worldwide, when All Day Radio was told by the government to cease and desist, stop putting up David Miller's broadcasts because he did one day of 24 straight hours, they pulled his FCC license out of Seattle, so he moved down to Los Angeles University radio station. He did a couple shows down there, and then he pulled the FCC license for that. He went back up to Seattle, and he's still broadcasting out of Seattle again. So when we did Salt Lake City on a Monday, we were in court on Friday. I did a seminar over the weekend, and then Monday I went on the radio for Manly Hall, and we started at 7 o'clock, and by 9 o'clock, when we finished, we had 12,000 cars parked on the expressway system taking notes, and all major thoroughfares in both Salt Lake City and Las Vegas, Nevada were brought to a standstill. The whole city was brought to a standstill for 2 hours while people took notes, and they were screaming out of each other's cars, pull over, get on the station, take notes down, how to prosecute judges and attorneys. So the Senate, the Congress, and the legislature of both Nevada and Utah got together, and they banned me from radio and TV and newspaper. And William Rank was at the Supreme Court, got a hold of this thing, and the Supreme Court met in emergency session and shot it down under a freedom of speech violation. So they pulled their laws back and let me do whatever I wanted when it came to stream of radio. So, and with all the information that's up on the internet now, it's people come to the seminar just to meet me or ask questions. And now Russell's bringing in all of his postal and his banking information. We also do trusts, but I haven't written a trust for some time now because I won't write trusts for people, because in the later days of writing these trusts, people misuse them. They wanted to do things that you can't do with trusts. You cannot put land into a trust. You can put a car or a title into a trust. You can put gold and silver. The trust can have a gold certificate and put a lien against property. So we give you quantum reasons and quantum usages, but I find that there's very few people that actually have a legitimate reason to have a trust. But for people that do want to get a trust, I charge $5,000 for one, because when I originally got into the trust business, I studied that for 6 years of my life. And I went ahead and I took 38 of the most popular trusts where there's been 2 or more million trusts written, like the Boston Trust and the Panama Trust. And I took all the best things out of all of those, quantumized them, and then we put our own material in there as a lesson plan. So what happens is, in the world of fiction, when you're a trustee of somebody else's trust. In the world of fiction, you can't be the manager of your own trust. In our trust, because they're quantum, you are the trustee of that trust. You put the commands of that trust in the minutes of the trust. Now, whatever it is you wish to do, you have to send to me as the creator, and I quantumize it. So it's a no-brainer when it comes to breaking it all down into an understanding of communication. So I monitor all trusts that I have in the market. They have taken, the IRS has tried, and the federal government has tried to take these into federal court, then they will not allow them into court because they don't have copyright releases to move into quantum. And they don't have a single law, rule, regulation, or code anywhere of the 4 billion United States codes to create any joinder with the quantum trusts. So if you want to protect certain things and you want it to last your entire life or for your family, you can do a quantum trust. But you have to prove to me that you understand quantum, that you understand what you're doing, because otherwise you're not a trustee.
Yeah. So you can be a beneficiary too, trustee and beneficiary?
The beneficiary part of that will be written into the trust with quantum language.
Okay. So the same person, so I could be a trustee and beneficiary?
Yeah, you could.
You could.
Because it's written in correct grammar.
I have an idea.
Switch hats.
All right.
We're going to get into a little bit about some of the other things that have been created on the quantum banking side that we don't get a chance to talk about much. First is the passographic treaty. What that is that are it's the closure on what your C treaty, on the communication that we're using, the functions that we're using, like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, your alphabets, your mathematical functions, and it's an educational that's filed in a timely manner through the Global Bureau of the Weights and Measures. The Global Bureau of the Weights and Measures, the adverb verb world calls it, adjective pronoun world calls it the International Bureau of Weights and Measures. This is the location where countries and nations, through their Secretary of State's office and their government printing office, create the legislation for the terms and rules in which they choose to communicate under passography, which is one country to another. And this is all held in trust to the International Maritime Organization, who David and I just corrected their charter out of London. And that contract is filed in London at the International, or the Global Maritime Company. They call it the International Maritime Organization, and the Global Bureau of the Weights and Measures. And this is the description of how we move things, elements, and matter in our banking construct in our own periodic function form to create matter. The periodic tables on the planet, when I first came forward with this, all periodic tables on the planet were in a box. Anything in a box is omitted. So I put it in a tetrahedron with a monoatomic periodic table built into the middle of that on the monoatomic level. So I claimed both 33 atom clusters and the reduced common denominator isotopes of atomic numbers and atomic matters through specific gravity, boiling point, weights and measurements. We looked at a lot of other things that are built into the periodic table. I'm kind of proud of that one because when I published that one, Department of Defense and the NSA grabbed me off the streets, and CIA was actually there too, and had a talk for about 3 hours just about what that meant for them, for their banking system. Their banking system was built on AU. Their AU, what their scientists believed to be correct, and their PT, and their elements that they were using to use as tangible commodities to bank were all fictitiously conveyed, and none of their scientists, all their scientists on the planet lost jurisdiction over my banking matter and the things that I was making. So it kind of like, wow, you're Nikola Tesla. It's like, no, Russel-Jay Gould, and just trying to be correct here. Nobody has filed the correctness in the way that they've presented their command for the monetary systems that they've created. So that was done. It's kind of exciting for me to talk about. I don't get to talk about it a lot. It took me 1 year to write the periodic table. It took me a lot of research. Now, I took out some elements that could be manipulated. Einsteinium, Berkeleyium, something that when you had to bombard molecular structure and electrons to collide things, to make, so all of a sudden you see it for a nanosecond, there it is. Those things were taken out of my periodic table. So we use things in its natural function and form. So that's where that was. And then on the monoatomic level, a lot of people study David Hudson and some of the other people out there doing monoatomic elements, but they try to file for patents, but we don't traverse with their patents when we spin what we call the trons or toms. You guys call them atoms. We call them toms. Actually, the contract itself was called Finding-Tom. Is actually what the treaty name was, because atom, of course, is a vowel, and we don't use vowels in front of it.
Vowel is a single syllable. To start a word means no.
Yeah, so these were things that we did because David and I had filed a contract, the Global Banking Constitution, in 2003, and it dealt with me identified as the comptroller of the global postal currency. And so it was my job to find out what currency and monies were, the value and association, so I didn't traverse into the adverb world so nobody could accuse me of anything, so I could then become knowledgeable on how to identify specific things and specific matters to take command and put them in our banking system, the things that I showed you last time with the savings clause claims. Kind of did this in reverse order, but you can kind of see where I was going with the global construct of this. Because that way when I walked into a bank, I didn't traverse because the banker's going to pick up the phone and say, hey, do we have this hallmarked? Who assigned the seigniorage, which is the numerology, the passography, the drogue law, the Bureau of Weights and Measures of identifying the values of monies. So I filed this as comptroller of the global currency with my own periodic table, and each contract we always put the weights and measures. So we are the only ones to identify the sums and differences of the values, which is it hasn't been done on the planet before, not to my knowledge. I haven't seen it done. Every banker I've talked to says I don't even know what you're talking about. So they pick up the phone and try to get answers. Well, what's the first rule of banking? Knowledge. You have to have knowledge of what you're doing. So these are some of the reasons why I kind of went so heavy the last 7 years in studying the monetary systems and how to make and the function of isolating specific matters, and we're getting very good at it now. And but the outside world can't interface with what we're doing because they're at the International Bureau of Weights and Measures. That's where I'm going with this. Not about what I'm doing, but their ability to say what we have. They're synthetic again. We went back to the synthetic position because they vacated their establishment for the statement of a claim. So that's kind of exciting about that. And your passography treaty is very, very important because that deals with your education on how you give closure for your communication. We use the functions of prepositional phrases. We have a cipher key code at the beginning to identify the order of operations of things. And then we look at things in the quantum variables from the outside down to the least common denominator, which is very exciting. And by giving closure with the passography treaty, it gives us our global communications. So when we go into a bank, we go into another country, and as you guys choose to elect us in as directors here, presidents here with this next election, these are the areas we're going to go to so that when other countries state a claim about what we owe them, number one, we have the capability to do what David was talking about earlier with our lawsuits, let alone what we have the ability to do with our commodities. And David and I, when we were at the Vatican, I filed a seigniorage treaty dealing with my capability to hallmark, and that is to put the claim on what the value on the money or on the gold or silver or platinum. So I have the authorization as a sovereign to articulate those functions. And I'm very good in my skill set there for outside companies that are looking to do a 4671 salvage on their fraudulent gold, because they have to call it of gold or of very fine gold. They can't say of the gold. They can't say of the platinum. They can't say of the silver, because their identification on their hallmarking for weights and measures, 0.999 or 5 nines or whatever they're running, is all in compliance with the International Bureau of Weights and Measures. So they're in adjective pronoun form, verb form construct, where the platform has already been created for those to transship over into transshipment is taking the cargo from one location and putting it into a different location. It's a shipping term called transshipment. And so we have our clearance through knowledge of what we're doing. So if nations join with our program and join with what we're doing, there are certain specific authorizations through our weights and measures, through our periodic tables, and through our ability to find ourselves and graft ourselves in time and space through our postal station contracts, that we can give closure nation to nation and peoples to people, so it benefits the peoples of the world. So see, these are some of the functions that have been put in place for the Directors Party and for the citizens to know that there are solutions out here for us, and there are solutions for all of you to join with. And it's about your education, knowing that these functions have been put in place and are already grandfathered in on specific contracts in specific key locations around the world, so that as banking, IMF and World Bank, and as we get their contracts lined out, these are some of the functions with those who are watching on YouTube. These will be some of the authorizations that they can go look for, the people in the know. But the people on the top mostly know all this stuff, because we did this, but we've been at it I've been at it 19 years now, so it's a long time.
So voting you gentlemen into our Oval Office, our White House, you guys could ship all the current treaties, trusts, and any legislature, etc.
Yeah, legislation itself. The legislation itself, one of the first things that David and I would do is we would go into the House, into the Senate, surround them with the military so they can't run out, because usually they're too busy running from us. So that would be a change of pace to make sure they couldn't run. And we would sit them down, and one of the functions that needs to be done is for them to learn how to do it correct. And then we're going to move they're no longer going to be doing business in Washington, D.C. They will come to Washington, D.C. when it's time for them to do business, but they're going to go back out, and they're going to go learn what the pulse of the people are. So they're going to go back, and their job location is going to be in their specific territories, not in Washington, D.C. And the thing of lobbyists is a done thing. As far as I'm concerned, that's over. Lobbyists is not a valid situation, because the people's choice of who they show as their proving of who they are and who they entrust to be in that position to speak for the people must be from the pulse of the people and from the speaking of the people. So those people, those senators and all those people in cozy jobs, that all has to change, and they need to step out into the layman world to figure out what the people's needs are. Because upon knowing what the people's needs are, then they can come back. They can then get together and create their legislation, pass their postal bills up through the proper protocols, which I am strangely, I know this is going to sound interesting to you guys, I'm a legislator at the Washington Federal Register, and for those of you who want to come see it, it's over here. Don't have time to show you guys, but it's in that packet there. And I filed in. I shut down the House and Senate in 2005. They put under a passing bill to close the United States Senate and the United States House of Representation, and they put their certified seals for both the House and Senate on the back of each one of my pages, and I put my autograph through that, and then they registered it in the Federal Register. That way the House and the Senate couldn't pass any laws against the quantum grammar and the quantum people that are moving forward here in this program. So that was done in 2005 and recorded through the Federal Register. So that was a pretty neat function as well for all of you to join with. So to answer your question is that the senators and the representatives of the people will have a different type of function, and they will learn how to pass laws, bring legislation. Also, one of the terms of the legislation that we're going to see to it is that the laws that they pass do not interfere with, and that's not a good word, do not block the happiness and the prosperity and the gain of the people. That is a very valid point for how we choose to articulate our laws and our rules and our regulations. Because upon that, the people then can now feel free that the laws that are being written do not infringe upon their right to happiness, their taste, and the things that they all have the right to. So these are things that are coming up with the Directors Party, and it's going to be a new thing for Washington D.C., I'm sure. And they're going to, we'll lead by the sample of our lives. We will also be out amongst the people and figure out what they want, as well as the global community, because the global community needs a lot of financial solutions, and definitely I with certainty have that.
So you see the corporate lobbyists as a subversion of the natural act, the way the laws are supposed to be created from the ground up. Yeah, being subvertively backdoored, behind closed doors, even with secret handshakes that sometimes the people have no idea.
I'm not privy to any of that. What I'm saying is that the people that they put into those positions, senators and their representatives, those people need to be amongst their peers and the people that put them there to articulate and find out what they want, and then at that point come back to Washington, D.C., and we'll roll them out on tranche. We'll tranche them in and out of there. That will be run by me on specific. I'm very funny about time, so I'll roll them in and out of there under specific mustering and specific manifests into specific fields. You still have the committees, but the committees will have the concepts of the people.
If you gentlemen aren't elected as directors for the presidential campaign here this year, will you be moving into any other venue to support the American people?
We are looking at this more of a global situation. So not only running here, but running simultaneously elsewhere. And so we're going to continue to run and continue to educate for basically every 4 years, or at least till the people have comprehension, because this has some valid solutions to it. And the people of the world really need to, take into consideration. There's been a lot of hard work put into this program by David and myself, and many others, not just us, but many others have put some definite value and some definite hard time into this, and they need to see some of the benefits of what can be. Any other questions?
How could you be stopped, I guess, if they're all in fiction and as long as people vote for you are correct?
Well, the nice thing about that is in my statement of the candidacy with the Federal Elections Commission, I'm already with the statement of the victory.
See, when Russell and I were in court way back in Madison, Wisconsin, the judge had been on the bench for 38 years. And for the first time in that judge's history, he came off the bench and he sat across the table from Russell for 2 hours. His bailiff walked up to him afterwards and said, that judge has never left the bench. You're the first person he ever showed the honor to get off his bench and have a conversation with you. Took off his robe, sat there in his business suit, and said to Russell, and I was there watching, because it was Russell's trial, and the judge said to him, you're absolutely correct in everything you're doing, except I'm going to stay in my fiction, you stay in your fact. He says, fact and fiction can never meet. Right. He says, My army's bigger than yours. You can keep what you can hold. That's the rule of nature. King Saddam Hussein said, I'm a king and I have sovereignty and I have my own country. You don't belong over here in Iraq. So Bush went ahead and said, well, yeah, in 6 days, killed 125,000 of his civilians, blew up 98% of his infrastructure, and destroyed his entire army. Going, you're dead right.
Yeah.
The point is, you can keep what you can hold. And because the war was fought by Schwarzkopf, and we lost 40 of our troops by friendly fire because of a couple of helicopters crashed. We didn't lose any of our own troops by foreign fire. And at that point in time, with our stealth technology, the Russians said, if you can't see the enemy, how are we going to fight him? We'll just let you sort this all out till our technology comes up to speed. But the technology today is not about how much manpower you have in the field. It isn't about how many guns or how big your bombs are or anything else. You guys know about the zapper, right? We use the zapper to kill viruses, Holder Clark's technology. The new game on this planet is called a satellite with a frequency zapper. Everyone heard about the 1 square mile of fish dying in the Mississippi River of only a specific species called the suckers. 1 square mile of bees falling out of the air, 1 square mile of bats, only one species being killed. When you go through the scanners in the airport, the only thing they have to do is read the DNA frequency of your heart timer, which is about this big. And from outer space, 260 miles above it, send down a zapper frequency to kill the DNA frequency of your heart timer. And you fall over. And with 10 billion people standing in front of the machine going through the frequencies, reading your DNA frequency, they're saying this isn't radioactive, just a radio wave. Won't hurt you.
Always opt out.
Collecting all the information of all human species on the planet through the scanner. And now they've got 2 satellites up there orbiting planet Earth. And if they want to go to war or remove a specific species, then they did it 38 times in the course of 6 months. Here in Russia, they did it over in Europe, they did it all over the United States, they did it in China, they did it all over the place. And they picked out 1 square mile at a time. Imagine an entire army of one culture. Could be on a ship, could be on land. They just hit it with a beam for 6 minutes, and all the DNA crystalline of their heart timers stop, and the entire army falls down. You have all their equipment to go and pick up. No trauma, no gas, no chemical weapons, nothing. Just a DNA frequency timer shut down on your heart. Autopsy will not show anything because they don't have autopsies that can read DNA. Not at that level, not at that specificness. So they don't need a big army. They don't need a big navy. They don't need a big anything. They keep it because it's old school, but they have all this new technology. They have lasers. They have particle beams. They have sound. They have the harp.
That's old school?
Huh?
The frequency is old?
No.
No, the frequency zapper has been out 3 years now. The satellite's been up.
How do you check yourself?
I don't know I do not know which group it is, but I do know they do exist. I have friends. I have information. There's been many times through the last 20 years of my lecturing that I've told the government, like your Big Ten in San Francisco here in the San Andreas. We had 3 years where the temperature was 40 degrees above normal in the North American plate. And at the end of the 3rd year, I told them that the temperature was, and this is in March, temperature was 85 in Milwaukee and almost 100 degrees in Austin, Texas. I told them you had 1,000 days to heat up the North American plate, and El Nino was on the Pacific plate, covering over 2 million square miles. When 2 plates heat up, San Andreas has got to go bang. That would have been a 10 on the Richter scale, wiping out the entire west coast of the United States. So I told him, I says, you know, your oil wells that are 18,000 feet deep along the San Andreas have been accelerating in temperature and are exceeding 400 degrees Fahrenheit. I says, and I've been accelerating at 10 to 15 degrees per day. You need to shut down the pressure of the United States, which means you have to drop the temperature 85 degrees. It must be 25 below zero in the state in Milwaukee for 22 days. It must be below freezing in Austin, Texas for 22 days. 72 hours later, the entire temperature of the United States of America was dropped, where it was below freezing in Texas for exactly 22 days, and in Wisconsin was below zero for 22 days. At the same time that happened, they had to change the wind which blows over the Yucatan Peninsula from east to west. From west to east, bringing El Nino up to California and reversing the wind at 50 miles an hour for 22 days to blow El Nino offshore and bring in the cold water from 3 miles down and cool down the Pacific Plate. And that wind blew 50 miles an hour for 22 days. I gave them a public answer to a problem. Told them situations that they had that was impossible. They said it was impossible for me to know the information that I gave them. But when they did the research in the next 72 hours, they found out not only that it was very accurate, but how did I know this? So knowing things that I wasn't supposed to know about things that can't possibly be known, they went ahead and they took my advice, and they dropped it, and they watched all the temperatures on the oil wells in California drop 400 degrees. All the pressure was released. Go ahead.
How do you explain the whole California drought thing that they've been milking people for?
The drought is now 1,000 days old around in the valley.
Is that because of their messing with it? Or?
Yeah, that's all HAARP, and that's in the North Pacific. Now, I've been living in Hawaii for 3 years. I just moved back to Wisconsin 15th of December.
Now, is that
and I've been watching weather systems 4,000 miles by 6,000 miles in size from Hawaii all the way up to Anchorage. And these are big, look like hurricanes. The one right after the other going on. And each one of them are bypassing California. Whereas it's pulling all the moisture up into the Yucatan, up into the Yukon area. And then the Alberta Clipper brings it back down and dumps it on the Midwest and up in the Northeast, where Boston's got 79 inches of snow on the ground right now.
I don't remember how to bring that down.
So
to where we need it.
Right. Well, they've had a few rainstorms, but then when they did have rain, they had so much rain here in Sacramento. You guys just about got washed away here a few weeks ago, I heard. We had like 14 or 18 inches of rain here in one day. But it's, they got to watch because they dried the ground out so hard it wouldn't absorb water. So then when it finally rained, you had flash floods and you had a lot of problems that way. So there's the HAARP. They have been playing around with HAARP, and they used to use HAARP. And when I knew about it, I used to day trade HAARP for oil and energy costs. And when I was over in China in Beijing in October of 2012, I was in a restaurant with a bunch of bankers, and we were sitting around this big round table of 10 people. It's a real exclusive restaurant, and one of the bankers said, "Hey, David, I understand you're a day trader." I says, "Yeah." He says, "Do you have any advice for me?" And we had roughly 200 people in the restaurant, clanking silverware, glasses, drinking, banging, waiters talking, people talking, and like that, you could hear a pin drop. It was absolute silence as I told how to day trade sunspots and the oil futures, and how it affects, sunspots affect how much radiation the Earth gets for all food products or grains, to affect doing grain trading, and how the price of oil, where if we lose 15% of our radiation from the sun, it's going to be colder, we're going to have higher rainfall, higher yields on food, but then the rain is going to cause other types of problems. You're going to have some yields higher, some yields lower because of loss of sunlight, but the atmosphere is going to be 6 degrees colder, which is going to require more hydrocarbon burning. So the price of fuel is going to go up, and the price did go up. And after I explained how to trade sunspots, he says, "Well, that's all I got to say about that." The whole restaurant was instant noise. Like when E.F. Hutton talks and everybody freezes. I kid you not, that actually happened to me. Everybody froze as I was talking about that one topic. But it was like everyone in that room was in on it. Every single person that was there was in some kind of banking, stock trading, money management. And when a federal judge from America, who does 2,200 trades a year, makes a statement, of course they're going to listen, because they don't know what's going on in America. But then in the week that followed, the meetings that I had, I was treated very favorably with meeting people and been invited for one meeting after another meeting after another meeting, where people wanted one-on-one time to get more of this information. Because the banking, always follow the money, folks. You got a problem, follow the money. And you're going to find out where the corruption comes.
I'm just doing a mailbox presentation for them under postage, some of the things going on there.
You ready?
Because, sure.
All right. Just a quick question on the claiming of life. You're saying you can't send like saliva or blood on a letter. Just by touching it, there's going to be biological.
No, I know no. They're just saying blood because of AIDS and saliva because of AIDS.
Yeah.
Those are only your two things, and then you've got things like Ebola, or certain type of diseases can be transmitted, like the measles outbreak you've got out here now. That has to be through physical contact.
But the idea is you're supposed to have some biological material
Not
on
on
that
paper.
claim of life, or
That's why we tell people when you put the biological on there, either blood or saliva, you seal it with a plastic. Once it's sealed, like I do with my oats, that's because those are handled a lot. I pass them around. People look at them. They're years they've been handled. Those need to be put in plastic so they're preserved. This document here I held up? This here is an original 12/21/2012 document, just like the original Constitution of the United States of America. And Russell and I need to take these and put these in plastic or some form of archives, because in 200 years, these things are going to be worth a lot of money. These are the original documents of quantum, original documents of an oath to start this whole process from 12/21/2012.
Is this the first one? That's the very first one?
We both have originals.
Well,
we both had about 3 copies of the originals, besides those we filed with the government. The point is, they're originals. And there's no substitute for the original. Letters that George Washington wrote in 1776 are trading at Christie's for $2.5 million a paper.
So you're saying the autographs I got from you guys are going to be like having George Washington and Benjamin Franklin's autograph?
There's 9 billion people on this planet. There's only 2 of us, and we control all the
All
technology.
right, I'm glad I did this.
All right. Well, anyways, a lot of
Okay, you
people are moving around, and as you move around, you're setting up your mail, because your bills have to be paid, and you're getting your mail. So you're going to go down and file they call a change of address form with the United States Postal Service. Now you can do it. What I do is I just fill out their form, because you got to have some kind of joiner there, and I put the word domicile on it. It'll have your name, location, and what I do is I put a $1 postage stamp on there where you autograph your name. So you put the $1 stamp on there, you autograph through it, and I put my claim of the life number through there, as well as some other corporation claim numbers. And then I present it to them, but before I give it to them, I have them cancel the stamp. So they cancel the stamp. Of course, they'll never give me a copy of it at that point, but I know what's going on. And then you change your mailing location. Then in 72 hours after you do that, your mailing location is changed. And this is called the mailbox rule. And under the mailbox rule, when you have a quantum joinder between fact and fiction, location or position, the mailbox is only voluntary. You have to comprehend that. So if you have a mailbox out on your property and you don't have a contract for it, it's only your presumption to walk up to it, to open up your mail, to pick it out. But when you file under mailbox rule, that is your mailbox rule, and the terms which you choose to have governance on your life can be placed out of that mailbox rule. And the timelines that you use for those locations are very, very important, that you keep the continuance of the evidence on. And that comes with your postage stamps, which are paid on your contracts, for the bills of lading, so that when you get mail in that mailbox, you autograph the stamp across there, right? Even if it's a franking stamp. A franking stamp means it's a metered stamp, for those who don't know what that is. You autograph across that stamp makes you postmaster of that domicile. And as postmaster of that domicile, you are engaged in freight waybills, transit waybills, and switching waybills, because you're using that mailbox as a station. And your capability to have that mailbox under your land claims, land pass, and C.S.S.C.P.s.g.p. is relevant to that location. What I do is I file that with a letter of the rogatory with the Secretary of the State's office as a foreign condition of state, as an amicus curiae, as a friend. So I'm giving closure on what it is that I'm articulating so that there's no outside threat when they come up to talk to me about that which I have done. Is that we're in the middle of setting up our sea lanes, our postal route. And you do this under a post road treaty and a postal route. And when we went to the Benjamin Franklin post office, this is what Benjamin Franklin did. He did all the surveying for closure on the land, setting up the description for ley lines, all running through the Benjamin Franklin post office. But a really solitary thing about the Benjamin Franklin post office, it's the only post office where there's no flag flying on the outside, because it's nativity for the cargo of words for contract to give closure on values of fee for freight. When David and I went down there, it's the first thing we were looking at outside the building. There's no flag flying, so they're not recruiting contract. Because the contract is already set when you walk in the door with the state flag of Pennsylvania and the Title IV flag hanging up over right across from the mailman. So it's a very, very fun, I mean, when you know what you're doing and you can explain that it's cargo of words that are being needed there, that's why they were going to be shut down. So when we went in and filed the salvage on them, we knew the secrets of why. So when we went back into the, remember I told you we went back to the Benjamin Franklin Post Museum, he was using the word post road as an adjective pronoun on all his contracts. So when you file for your mailbox rule, you want to do it under a postal route, because you want to send up a location to where you can, for better lack of words, receive your freight waybills, your postage stamps. And at that point, you have specific timelines and duties for your bills and for the things that you are currently engaged in your day-to-day life. And anything that does not come at you, incorrect communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, if you don't have a contract with it, then you can go make your statement for your mail fraud at that point. Because then you're being correct and the post office has closure on it. So when you fill out your original change of address with the postal system, you use punctuation on when you claim who you are. At that point, then you're giving closure under the Magnus and Moss rescission timeline, 1775 or 1975 rescission, under 3-day notice of who you are, where you're going to be, where your postal route's going to be, and you've paid fee for freight for your transportation of the bills of the lading, so your postage stamps in and out of your domicile or your mailbox. Sometimes you can set up a mailbox like at a UPS store, and this will also apply. You just would take off the word domicile, and you replace domicile with postal route.
Aren't there forms in adverbs?
There are, but they're not going to accept it any other way because they can't traverse in fiction, because that is you are a postal employee from cradle to grave. The answer is correct. Yeah, their forms are. You can syntax them and you can follow yours there in quantum. That also works as well.
What we do is we'll take both of them and we'll bond them together with super glue, and our fact always overrides their fiction. So they'll move everything through for what they understand in their language, but we still haven't traversed because we've syntaxed their fiction and put it in quantum.
Correct. And then we've also autographed the stamp, which makes us postmaster of that document. When they cancel it, it's consignee, consignor. At that point, you're the only one who can articulate who you are. There's your contract.
And then, like, on your home, have your address numbers. Shouldn't you then put a tilde, like top of your garage?
Yeah, if you have changed it correct, yes, you would.
You should.
Yes, on your mailbox as well. And you want to pay your property taxes and make sure you do it correct as well. So it's important you pay your property tax.
Yeah.
Yes, that was a.
Someone said.
Okay. So you set up your postal route, your shipping, and at that point you have your freight waybills, your transit waybills, and your switching waybill stations. And this is what's happening. So now when you go to court, and the courts, fiction courts are trying to correspond with you, if they don't have it correct, you take your notification to your territory's port authority, and you give them closure about the guidelines for your mailbox and what's to come there. Courthouse is a foreign vessel in dry dock. Their contracts are only good for 5 miles, or for 12 miles. I apologize, 12 miles. So what we do, or what I do, is I claim my postal route as a foreign trade zone under transit, switching, and freight waybill, and I claim it as a foreign trade zone because I'm moving foreign bills of ladings from point A to point B, and I claim it under nautical air miles because my foot never touches the ground.
You know what happened in Maui? We brought out the 12-mile limit to shut down the sheriff's department, and exactly at the 12-mile limit, they put up a brand new sheriff's department to cover the rest of the island. So the island is covered 100% now. Now they opened up 2 new sheriff's departments from the courthouse, and put a courthouse, a one-room courthouse in each one of those to extend their area out 12 miles, and they did it on all the islands. Even though they're sovereign, the courthouses are not part of Hawaii. They're foreign vessels in dry dock, and the Hawaiian people don't want them on the island.
And this is how we set up when I come in and set up a banking location. These are some of the techniques that we use because now we're under our own foreign trade zone, and we have, David and I have worked and filed many contracts around the world for trade zone contracts between foreign entities. And right now, it's not a good time to bring those out because none of you are currently involved.
The new BRIC corporations that are happening, 197 countries are signed up for the BRICS. China, Brazil, and Russia are leading the way on that program. The United States dollar is no longer traded, and a lot of countries are not allowed to be used because it's not backed by anything under the rules of fiction. Price of oil, as a result of all this, went from $120 a barrel down to 40 and now back up to 49. It's where it closed at on Friday, 49. So oil will probably, gasoline at the pump should be, in Wisconsin, we're paying $2.20 a gallon. Was down as low as $1.79 about 6 weeks ago. And here, you guys are $2.50 to $2.75 a gallon all over California, depends on where you go.
Southern they kicked it up even more. It's like $2.85.
Well, they just dropped off 4,000 troops in Iraq to get a war going over there, a shooting war. And there are 38,000 independent U.S. military mercenaries that have left the military and are under contract with Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Yemen, Libya, and they're running as private contractors to guard the oil fields from anybody. And these guys are all trained snipers and Navy SEALs and special ops. So they got it's getting kind of hot over there in the Middle East. So
anyway, yeah. So we have nautical miles versus post road mile markers. Post road mile markers are what's going to be on your tickets, what's going to be the guidelines from a sheriff or for a courthouse at a 12-mile post road, what they call a linear mile. We come under nautical miles, which is different than linear miles. And so when we file for our post roads, we do this under pi r squared for circumference, which now gives us a circumference circle of our trade zone for the mails to come in and out of. So.
How do you post your roads when you're moving from point A? You talk about posting roads and you're going international.
You file it with like the local postmaster at that
station. File what exactly?
Your contract. Yeah, your post road contract. What are the terms of it? And that's what the mailbox rule is part of your terms of you're going to have come in and out of your postal route.
And that's just whatever you want to put into it.
Well, it has to be correct. And it's not whatever, because you've got to remember when you write a contract, it can't interfere with somebody else. You can't bump and damage anyone else. But you can also safeguard yourself in the mechanics of grammar on how that grammar comes upon your foreign trade zone location.
So if I ever do one of those, you'll check it.
I'd have to.
Okay.
Yeah, you want me to, for sure.
Yeah, if you guys take the time to write stuff down and you need a check, you send it over to me or Russ in that, because I don't want you guys going out there using our names and putting out a fiction document that's going to either get you in trouble or show embarrassment to the organization as a whole. So we it takes us only a few seconds to read several documents, several pages.
Yeah, because there's so many people plagiarizing me in banking, it's comical. They're never going to get anywhere unless I'm on it specifically, and David and I are on it specifically. David can't be on it without me, and I want him on it because he's my witness on all the contracts we filed around the world.
See, we're corporate everywhere, and as long as we stay corporate, we are protected under our nation status. For either one of us to go off and do anything by ourselves, then it's just an opinion, has no standing whatsoever.
Correct.
So everything we do, even all my clients, I'm corporate. I'm on every lawsuit that I write to sue for fraudulent mortgages as a claimant, as a federal postal judge, because I do the syntaxing on those contracts. And I have the specific knowledge. They can't keep me out of the court as a witness because my name is on there as a claimant. But I've had judges say, you might be the claimant, but you ain't coming in my courtroom, and I don't care what the law says. I make the law in this courtroom. This is my courtroom. This is my vessel and dry dock.
Yeah.
And you, the sheriff, will strong arm you out. And then I walk in and I walk up to the bailiff and I tell him, you're my tip staff and I'm a federal judge. This is a real oath, and you're gonna do what I say. Arrest the judge when the judge walks in, and the judge sees they're running out the door, going, no, we're gonna vacate everything in this trial.
Yeah, it's quite
shut it down.
Quite a thing to watch the foreign vessels in dry dock. This technology works, and so you've got to be very, very give the necessary closure to the necessary places. Otherwise, you will lack knowledge, and the protocol is already been set. And if you don't know what the protocol is, you get slammed.
When I did the Indiana case, I took the witness stand, I held up my oath of office. It says, as director of the Unity States of our World Corporation, and our land of my country is the land of the courtroom during the time of contract. It says, I have an oath of office. Do you have an oath of office, Judge? You're not on the same plane as the rest of us. I says, here's your oath. I syntaxed it. You don't have an oath. I've got an oath. I'm taking over the court. Put his head down on his arm like this for the next hour, 45 minutes, as I conducted the entire court from the witness stand.
Are there any questions?
Educated the jury. The jury wouldn't give back my books.
Are those the steps? Oh, my bad. Mine.
Do you have like an outline of the protocols? Because
yeah,
you were jumping around all the whole time, and I'm kind of like having a hard time connecting the dots as to.
Well, yeah. First, you want to set up your postal route, your main location.
What's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like.
Oh well, these are all
like
built in within the Post Road Treaty. These are all specific paragraphs.
The Post Road Treaty is listed on my website under the C.s.s.c.p.s.g.p. Code Law, Here Treaty, C.s.s.c.p.s.g.p. It's about 12 pages long, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I've got a better one.
We've got so many of them, and we've been upgrading the treaties as I open up the web, because there's 400 pages that need to be brought up to speed. And we're talking maybe 10 words and maybe a couple prepositional phrases that can be compounded, where I can take for the pen of the black and just say for the black hyphen pen by using a hyphen instead of another prepositional phrase. And I've been doing that, rearranging the sentence structure so it's easier to read. And where I write a document and repeat a statement 3 or 4 times, I'm taking those out and consolidating almost a half a page into one sentence now, because I'm removing all doublespeak. And so we'll take 12 pages and reduce it down to 8. And it's an easier read, it's faster, the mind can flow with it better. So we're always improving our own technology, and it's all copyrighted accordingly. But our original programs are grandfathered in, and these documents are not 2 or 3 pages. These are 100, 120, 114 pages, where we had to publish, go out and spend $12,000 on printing at Kiko's and put these together, bond them together. We had an assembly line we took over a Kiko store.
Oh, it's wild.
And we were working long hours into the nights, and they stayed open working for us. We paid them cash to work with us to get these things together. And we're walking around with 1,200 pounds of paper, delivering it to 82 countries for our treating at the United Nations. We put a lot of hard work into the stuff we did in the research of years and years of studies.
Trial and error.
Down.
Yeah. All right, so any other questions on
Do you also have a style manual? Because you mentioned all of the
Yeah, it's built into our dictionary.
Walden Bookstore sells about 16 different styles manuals.
So for posterity, what happens, who takes over when you...
If I die?
Well...
That's why we've got everything videotaped in 2,500 seminars. I've published 23 books. We have all of our documentation published. We've got the website published. And it's been downloaded by tens of millions of people in 150 languages worldwide.
Who becomes the master of the syntax? Who does your job?
When I die, the rules of syntax are very simple. There's only 0 through 9.
Right.
Okay? Operations of styles has been around for 8,500 years. I just added the math interface to it to certify it frontwards and backwards like a math problem, so it can't be bastardized. So those standards have been set down for now going on 27 years with the entire planet agreeing with it. The only people that are arguing are the people that sit in a foreign vessel and dry dock called judges, attorneys, and lawyers. The rest of the planet is moving past them. You know what the first rule of a conquering army is, don't you? Remove lawyers and attorneys. And the first rule of the United States of America was that no titles of nobility, lawyers, attorneys, can be hold office. 90% of our entire office is held by attorneys and judges to keep the line alive. And we are 2 guys that are standing up against all this money of 3 million fiction employees of the United States government and saying, you guys can't read and write. You violated your own oath of office. You don't even have an oath of office. And you know that if every place that we've gone, no judge has an oath of office now registered to sit on a bench because of our syntaxing. We got 92 judges in Hawaii. We disqualified all the judges. And they went ahead and came back and said, all right, we're not going to have oaths then. So they're just putting on a facade, and people don't study, walk into the trap. You don't want to get in trouble? Don't go to court.
Don't go to court.
Why would you leave California territory and walk into the state of California, which is the state of fiction, advertised under a yellow French flag of fiction?
We got a couple of those for you.
Yeah, veterans today.
Any other questions?
The Bar Association, fictional government, in essence. Just a fictional form of government that they sign on.
You can't have government that's fictional. All government is
Everything's related to maritime.
But I'm saying the Bar Association.
Security issues are still, you just postage stamps on there called files.
There are attorneys that are not part of the bar. There are lawyers that are not part of the bar. And you ask the question, what is the difference? What is the difference between an attorney and a lawyer? A lawyer is a counsel.
So I know when I go to
An attorney takes power over your body, takes power over your money, over your property, which is called power of attorney. And a word with a vowel and 2 consonants means no contract. You have a power of no contract.
Yeah.
What kind of nonsense is that? It's a dangling participle verb. I mean, it's layers and layers and layers of fraud.
So our move is to get this
simultaneously
in front of our local city councils and our county supervisors, so they can recognize this technology.
And the minute you bring it up to say, okay, the meeting's over, everybody goes.
I'm trying to get them to accept the bill and pass it as to adopt laws with.
Right.
So we do that from the ground up.
Yeah, you gotta get, it takes, okay, 1 is opinion, 2 is certification, 3 authorization, 4 is class action. Takes 16 people though to make a change in policy at the county level. It takes 350 people to have something put on a ballot for the community to vote upon. So you got to go door to door. To run for public office, you must have 500 people back you. and sign a petition for you to run for office, for your name to be placed on a ballot. And to change a United States government policy in federal is 36,000 signatures.
And what we did is we syntaxed the rules for making that statement of a claim. Was nullified at all. And for us, we're it. It was a lot of work. We literally took every rule.
You said don't go to court. What happens when they come into your home, take you to jail and put you in court?
Well, believe it or not, there was something that you did that you already went to court, that you already contracted for that. Like maybe there's a clause in the mortgage when you sign your mortgage that says you abide by the community or you paid your taxes, and it said the court has jurisdiction over your home and your property and your birth certificate is under the Social Security and naming you as child, which is an issue of state, and has jurisdiction through your Social Security number. But then if you syntax that and you show that it's fraud and you sue for the correct parse syntax grammar, then when the court comes and they don't have the correct parse syntax grammar laws, rules, regulations, or codes to remove you, you are then a very dangerous person. Because if they put you into a jail like they did me on January 15th, 1999, well, they put me in a pod with 15 other men. Within 1 hour, I had all 15 guys sitting at the picnic table, copying my lawsuit to prosecute Judge Grover and Schmitz for treason against the people. Then I had 40 hours, 5 days, to talk from 7 in the morning till lights went out at 9 o'clock. I had a captive audience, and these guys sat there quiet as a mouse and studied. And I didn't do an 8-hour seminar. I did a 40-hour seminar. When I got done, they kicked me out. I was 25 below zero in Shawano, Wisconsin. 25 below at 5 a.m. in the morning, and they threw me out in my underwear and T-shirt. I ran 3 city blocks through the snow barefoot to a local bar. When I ran into the bar, everyone in that bar was a parent of one of the students who was part of my law organization, just getting off third shift. And they gave me coats and pants and shoes and addressed me and called my family down in Milwaukee, come pick me up. So in the meantime, the warden got scared because everyone in my pod was quiet and studying. So he thought there was going to be some kind of a disturbance. So he broke up my pod, put 1 man in each of the 16 pods with the lawsuit and 40 hours training. So all of a sudden, like within 1 hour, each guy going into each pod, the whole place went quiet as a mouse except for the guys teaching in each pod. At the same time, they copied my lawsuit over again. 16 times 16 is 320 lawsuits were now copied along with a 40-hour seminar to go with it. So the warden in Madison, Wisconsin got nervous and said, there's something going on in Shawano, we got to break these guys up. So they sent 1 man to each prison of 332 prisons in 5 states. Within 6 weeks, there were 400 federal lawsuits in quantum language suing the judges for treason against the people. And the order went out, don't ever put Miller into a jail cell again. Most of the guys were released and the cases were vacated because the government couldn't prove any correct parse syntax grammar fact to keep them in jail. So I became the virus, and now to this day, every prisoner that is held, all 6 million prisoners in all jails in the United States know my name, I'm a household name, and 30 million people are on probation. That's 12% of our population is under arrest and on probation. And we have more people in jail and on probation than the whole planet combined. So there's 11,000 judges and 1.8 million attorneys now in the United States. In the whole country of Japan, there's only 1,600 attorneys. That's it.
How does one proceed when, say, you get stopped on the street by a traffic cop for whatever the reason?
Don't get into a pissing match. Don't try to impress them with your.
Right.
You can probably say a couple of things. Show them my business card. You can say I'm a student of David-Wynn Miller. If you have a stamp on the back of your driver's license, I got mine. So you take my business card and you tape it. Shipping tape works really good, 3M shipping tape, because it's waterproof. and it's very durable. It's as strong as the actual binding on your driver's license.
Is that Hawaii?
No, this is Wisconsin.
Oh,
So anyways, when you put a flag on your vessel, all vessels must fly a flag, and your driver's license, it's a vessel, okay? So by putting a flag on there, you can take one of my business cards and cut it and glue it on there, that's fine. And then you put a $1 stamp, and they currently have the $1 Rockefeller stamp. When you print your name, autograph your name across the stamp, it makes you a postmaster of the vessel. The vessel is your passport to drive your automobile, also says you have competency as a citizen of that state, and your voting registration is followed by your driver's license. So when you take this document, it now says that you are the postmaster transporting the vessel of your body, and a police officer is not allowed to stop the postmaster from delivering the mail. Your body's the mail. These are the laws he breaks under the correct parsing, syntax, grammar that you are protected by.
And when you register your domicile with the port authorities for your specific territory, then they know who you are.
And then when you take the...
And it works real well.
Yeah, and people...
Yeah, tell me your story.
When people call me up and every time they get a ticket and they got my business card with their driver's license, and any one of my students gets pulled over for anything from speeding to blowing a stop sign, they call me up immediately at the stop and say, I just been pulled over, and the cop said, be careful and drive nice and let me go. Didn't say anything about anything else. He says, but without that on there, he says, I know I would have been cooked.
So they are aware of
See, even the citation you showed me, it had 400 syntax errors on the back, and it was boxed on both front and back.
Yeah.
So
So
but we don't make it
it
happen.
Explain
We say,
this, like in the training for the federal officers at places such as places such as Quantico, where they're trained. Are they given a general?
yes, there's police officers now all over the United States because I do seminars in all 50 states, and I'm pretty public with 5 billion people now worldwide, and
He's
other
more
people
public
calling
than me.
They know to study this material. All judges in the United States study this at Scottsdale and Reno, Nevada Judge Institute, and so it makes a difference.
So if you want to go drive it in another country, then you just do you get a stamp from that country and do the same thing and sign it.
Right.
And when you drive in that country, so.
Well, okay, now when you go into a foreign country, I take my passport. When they stamp it, I immediately print my name across the stamp of that country. That makes me Immigrations and Customs officer and federal judge, because I also take my oath in and I walk down to the first courthouse and I give them I file my oath with their court. As a result of that, when I was in Australia, I walked up to the judge under amicus curiae because she took 7 children from parents. And she jumped out of her chair and said, get that away from me. 30 seconds later, the clerk come after me out in the hallway and says, the judge wants to see you in chambers immediately. And so I walked into chambers and she goes like, you're a federal judge in America, but you're not a federal judge here. And I held up my passport and I says, yes, I am. I signed autographed my name across the Immigrations and Customs stamp. I says, and this is an international treaty, enter foreign vessel and dry dock, what this is. Not only to enter your foreign country, but enter the foreign vessel in dry dock under sea treaty, C.s.s.c.p.s.g.p. and drug law. I says, and I have my medical papers with me, so I'm 100% legal here, and yes, I am the federal judge in this, and you committed all these crimes. And under the syntax fraud here in Sydney, Australia, you guys are in trouble. And I've got a signed confession for a 30-year prison sentence and $25 million fine. When they all came back from lunch, she immediately walked in and says, you've got 2 hours to put these children back in that house, and I don't care how you do it, because I'm not going to take the fall for this. And those children were taken out of the house for a year and kept away from the parents. And they returned all the children, 7 of them, to their parents that day. And they've been united with those children now. It's been 5 years since I did that case for them. But that they were afraid, and that set up over 1,800 people that came into my organization in the next several weeks, where I went all the way around Australia. I went to started in Sydney, went up to Brisbane, then over to Gold Coast, down to Melbourne and over to Perth, and I had large audiences at all of those seminars and that. And then I went out in the bush with the Aborigine tribes, and I had huge groups of Aborigine tribes that I did this and taught them and showed them how the fraud was being used to capture their land and genocide the people. Did you know up until 1967, they were issuing bounties to go out and kill Aborigine people? Just like killing too many kangaroo on the land, they would shoot and kill.
Yep.
That, in our day of age, they were still using genocide against people, the British government was, to take over their lands. And then what they do, and this is not known here in the United States, you see lawyers and attorneys advertising bankruptcy on the TV to encourage you to file bankruptcy. When you're in a foreclosure situation, do not file bankruptcy, because when you file bankruptcy, we prove to you that that treaty says nothing, that mortgage says nothing. If you file bankruptcy against that, you give nothing credibility. You give it value. The minute you put value on it, I don't care if it is a verb pen, a verb house, a verb law, you just put value on it as a fact. You said you owe a debt and you want to be forgiven, but you made a value out of it. So they cancel your bankruptcy and the value stays. Second cause of action. Man is sued for child support. He's not the father, but the woman we needed a rich guy. So he immediately goes out and files bankruptcy for $120,000 of back child support. When he goes to court, the judge says, you filed bankruptcy. You gave credibility to a lie, and so you're liable for the child till it's 21 years old. You'll pay for the medical, the dental, all of its schooling, pay child support, and you'll pay all the back child support at 18% compounded interest. And you can't file bankruptcy against child support. And here's a guy, because he had money and position, that a woman that knew the secret of bankruptcy, because she worked in a law office, tagged some innocent guy, and he ran out and filed bankruptcy right away and put himself in the harm's way. And then I had to come in, syntax the bankruptcy document, and charge the DA, the court, the judge, and the whole law situation with false misleading statements and had it vacated so he didn't have to pay anybody anything. Same thing is true with an automobile accident. I can't prove pain. I can't prove a bad back. I can get 10 appraisals on how much damage it takes to fix a car. I'll go from 500 to 5,000. But the one thing I do have in my possession is an insurance policy, which when I syntax and sign by both the insurance company and yourself, which is a joint contract of 2 or more people, and when I put my numbers on it, I prove that it's a $25 million fine, and I'll fix the car, pay $25 million. I usually get cooperation within an hour to an hour and a half. It's come pick up a check, bring your title in, we're going to buy the car and clear it off. We're canceling your policy, but we're no longer going to do business with you. And you're covered. Any medical, I'll pay. One of my friends, her husband's an attorney. 4 years, couldn't settle up on a Land Rover and $198,000 in medical expenses. 2 hours, had a check for $198,000 in a new Land Rover in the driveway. He had a heart attack when he read the policy of when I syntaxed it and wrote the lawsuit. Physically, the husband, who was an attorney, had a heart attack and was hospitalized.
And remember, when you have a lawsuit in quantum grammar or any other document, that you put your terms or the values of the words and the meanings on that contract, because there's no outside continuance with anything else, and you don't give judge subjective interpretation on what you might be saying.
See, when we write something, you have your actual complaint is basically 2 pages. You're only talking about grammar. Then you have a constitution for all parties that are in there, and we have a 12-point constitution. We have a 4-sentence now to establish venue on how this is going to function. We have a abbreviation page. Without the abbreviation page, the document would be not 9 pages, but 18 pages. So we save a lot of print. People don't like to read the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar over and over and over again 132 times. But when they see just the abbreviation, they don't even read it. It's what we call muscle memory. You actually physically don't read it, or even think about it. You just know it's there, that you know this word is is under correct jurisdiction. Then we have 46 words that we define in a quantum definition, which are written in 9-point print, because they're only there supporting testimony to the words that are being used. If we put them in 11-point print, it would make 2 more pages of print. 2 more, the paperwork would be heavier, more ink. So we consolidate that. In all the United States codes, West Publishing, you have 1 sentence in 11-point print, and you have an entire page of definitions in probably 6 or 7-point print underneath that page, and that's how laws are written. And so we're following the same rules and regulations to establish a foundation of common ground here. And then we have a command page where I, as a federal postal judge, or Russell, as a federal postal judge, issues a command and a judgment for both the caretaker fees for taking care of the property at minimum wage, 24/7, 2,000 hours of straight time, 67,000 hours of time and a half, $87,500 a year for the mortgages. That goes in against the bank because you did guard an expensive property worth $500,000 to $1 million. You should be able to at least pick up minimum wage for something like that. You're there 24/7, so it's a fair claim. Then you have the penalties with the government for criminal activity for modification of grammar at $25 million. That's a no-brainer because we proved engineering. It wasn't an accident that 4,700 mistakes took place, frontwards and backwards. That's a given. And when I put that down there, the government owes us 35%. Gotta do. So these are things that we're
working on.
We cover everything.
Yeah, we're going. The next rally is April 4th.
Are you going to take their paper, though? Would you take their paper?
What paper?
The government paper?
Well, you mean as far as gold? I mean Federal Reserve notes?
Exactly.
Or even a check from them?
Yes.
As long as they honor it, and I can trade it in for gold bullion or silver bullion. Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, because they have a receipt. They gave you a future tense document, paid to. So they don't commit now-time jurisdiction of money.
No.
See, it's paid to, and then you put it in a deposit, which means a no position on an account, ACC, no count. And that's why they come in and steal the money back out as fast as you put it in. So you keep your cash in your pocket, and you keep your debt, called MasterCard, in the bank. You buy everything on MasterCard. You get your airline tickets at the end of each month. You go out there and you pay off your balance. You get a 900 credit rating. You get everything you want, and it's always there with a cushion of $10,000. So you've got room to breathe every 30 days. You've got with a $10,000 cushion. So you can get what you want when you need it, to make sure you have the money to pay for it at the end of the month, unless there's some kind of a super emergency like a car accident or an abscessed tooth. By the way, the cure for an abscessed tooth is 30 kilohertz. It gets rid of it in 6 minutes.
What? 30 kilohertz shot?
Huh?
Zapper.
Frequency zapper.
Oh.
By Hulda Clark. Buy it out of Oceanside, California. About 30. You got the last one for $39.
What about Royal Rife? His is better, right?
No, Rife was the first one, 33. Hulda Clark came in and upgraded everything.
Oh.
So Clark's got several different ones, but there are 100 companies that manufacture the zappers. And a friend of mine's a dentist who just got one, and she's a dental surgery. She specializes in dental surgery, removing bones and putting in teeth. And she says these people come in and they've got abscess. And if you've ever had abscess, you know it's like gangrene. It smells. And what she does is these people are in severe pain, and if they don't get oxycodone immediately or a shot of Novocaine to put their mouth to sleep in that, they're sitting there with a whole face swollen up. She can put the frequency zapper on that. 1 minute freezes the pain because it paralyzes the DNA crystalline and shuts down the chromosome of all the poison. At 7 minutes, all the DNA, all the infection of abscess is dead. And when you wake up the next morning, you got a pink gum with no infection, because it also tells the cells to reproduce at 4 times their normal rate.
Wow.
And if you leave the frequency zapper, the longer you leave it on there, the faster it repairs all the tissue. And my son had, the canine went abscess. He had a golf ball size abscess in his lower jaw. They wanted to pull out the tooth, but there was so much poison they would have killed him. So we left this frequency zapper on with a 9-volt battery overnight. Went in the next morning with a pink gum, 0 infection, and they did a root canal, 3 root canals and a gold crown for free on a bet that I couldn't cure my son overnight and allow him to have no infection.
Where can we pick up those options?
Hold it, Clark.
Where?
I'm sorry, where?
Hold it, Clark. Just type in zappers on the internet, on your toolbar. Don't hit zapper.com. Just hit the word zapper and hit find, and 100 websites will come up. Holder, Holder.
No, Hulda.
Hulda, right? Hulda Clark, German. And she's got the best. You can buy yourself a multi-frequency one. The reason for multi-frequencies is you can use, you can cure arthritis, abscess. You can cure over 3,800 different kinds of cancers if you have the exact frequency. If you don't have the frequency, send me email. I'll send you all 3,800 frequencies.
What about sciatic nerve?
Huh?
Sciatic nerve in the leg.
Sciatic nerves. Same thing. You can use that zapper. It'll do repairs because the nerves are, a normal nerve grows about an eighth of an inch a year.
Mm-hmm.
But the frequency zapper grows 4 times faster than that. So if you got a broken nerve and it's still almost touching each other, the frequency zapper can go in there and repair the damage. And if you have a specific name that they give it on a specific disease for that, I can give you an exact frequency. So it goes in there and pinpoints it and targets it, put it back together.
How long will that take?
A couple days.
Really?
Is that in the city there?
What about paraplegics and stuff like that?
It's in New York City then?
We had a man, he was 32 years old, was in a bicycle accident, was mentally retarded with an IQ of about 60. He came to the seminar in Denver, Colorado, and I had explained about how to use amino acids to rebuild the brain. In other words, create not 6 neuron connections per neuron, but like bring them up to like 20 neuron connections, giving you an exponential, like the movie Phenomena with John Travolta, where he has a super IQ. There's a couple other movies that were made about young people that had incurable diseases of the brain, and they acquired 250 to 300 IQs and were able to scientifically, using amino acid secrets, to solve the problem, create the correct amino acids to fix the damage. And in the one movie, he died minutes before the cure came in, that the cancer took over and he was terminal. So, but there was several other movies made where they got smart enough through this fibrotic brain cancer to solve the riddle, cure the cancer, and save their own lives. So the point is, the more neuron connections you got, the better you're going to be equipped. I have a natural phenomenon of 60 times the normal endorphins of a human being without adrenaline. Without having adrenaline, I'm not even supposed to be alive. The fact that my endorphin level has caused my neurons to multiply, so I have one hemisphere now. Both my left and right are connected. So everything I see left, I see right. I write. Good thing though.
Brandon Curse.
They can do it frontwards, backwards, and in both directions at the same time.
This is the schedule for where I'm going to be. Dave will be, I think, with me on some. No. And New York, April 4th. Austin, Texas, 16th. Fargo, North Dakota, 27th. Colorado Springs, the 8th. Boston, 19th.
If the snow melts.
If the snow melts. Raleigh the 31st, and I'll be up in Great Falls, Montana on the 12th. Then from there, we'll figure out next year's schedule. We'll have to just figure that all out. But it averages every 40 to 45 days through this year. Just kind of putting out feelers for the director's party, see how the citizens like it, if they like our solutions, and then we'll go from there. So,
I had one guy at one seminar, only one, in all the years I've been doing this. He could do it upside down. Write it frontwards, backwards, and in both directions upside down. And as well as right side up like me. But I could never master the upside down part yet.
yeah, that would take some. That would take some real funkiness. Yes, sir.
Well, Dave, how do you do a true bill? What is a true bill again?
Well, the world of fiction writes true bills up for money to say you owe me money. But the way that they do it is an adverb verb fiction, so therefore you're talking about fiction money with a fiction grammar to get a fiction end result. When I do a true bill, I assess the value of it. I'll take the mechanics written under UCC of the true bill, and then I'll quantize, just like I took the bad word sentence there and turned it into a good sentence. I do the same thing. Whatever state you're in, the true bill language is a little different in each state, so I take their basic format and I just write it up that you owe me money for work that I've done. The true bill is what we use for the caretaker fees on our mortgage claims that we file. And then I issue an order as a federal postal judge that the work was done, the contracts were signed, you had insurance, you had the water on, you made sure that the building was clean and bug free, and you didn't let the pipes freeze, and you shoveled the walk and cut the grass, and you kept the upkeep. You did all the work. The contract says you have to buy insurance, you have to defend at the court with any lawsuits to protect the property. So these are all things that they gave you a list of things called volition. Even though it's written in adverb verb, it was the volition of what the contract was. And they're going to stand on their fiction saying, well, this is what it says and this is my volition. But at the same time they're doing that, they're putting their foot in their mouth, because then they got to pay your caretaker fees. So you're either going to get your caretaker fees or you're going to get your criminal act for using fictitious conveyance of language to extort money, your down payment, for instance. When you refinance a house, that refinance appraisal is your down payment times 4 under Title 15, Section 1639A of the Rescissions Act.
And the Clayton Act.
And the 1914 Clayton Act gives you 4 times damages. That came from the Sherman Bill back in 1906. And then it was upgraded to the Clayton Act in 1914. You know, in I was 62 years old, that's 3 years ago, I signed up for Business Law 101. Put on my surfer shorts and my surfer shirt, threw a duffel bag over my back with a pair of flip-flops on, colored my hair, and I walked got myself into, at 62 with 3 PhDs and a federal judgeship, got myself put into Business Law 101. And of course, we had a PowerPoint program by the teacher who was a dean, 55 years old. And as he put each one of these things up there, I'm going like, that's bullshit. And the law book, I read the whole 975-page law book over the weekend before I went into class. So I knew what the whole volition was of the law book. Then I took and I answered all the questions. He put, what does this mean? And I would answer it. My answers were like way over the top of everybody's head of the 19 and 20-year-old kids in the class. So he goes ahead and he goes like, you know, that's a really good answer. He goes like, but where does it say that in the book? He says, are you an attorney? I said, oh, absolutely not. Ever been to law school? I says, absolutely not. I'm just another one of you guys. So I go ahead and at break time, he says, would you let some of the other kids answer questions? You see anybody's hand go up? So I did all the questions and answers for the first day. Day number 2 comes to class. Classes are 3 hours long, by the way. Day number 2, this time I came in, I had my business slacks on, or dress slacks and a white shirt. in my duffel bag, and so I looked a little bit more presentable, and the kid sitting next to me go like, how old are you? You dressed very nice. And so I says, I'm old enough to come to school. And I answered questions up until the break time, hour and a half. And the teacher says, out in the hall again. He says, I said, I'll tell you what, I'll give all the chances in the world for anybody to answer. Well, keep my answers under 10 words. How's that sound? He says, yeah, we can do that. So some of the other kids now jump in at the end of the second day. Day number 3, we're going to talk about Constitution of the United States laws. He got about 20 minutes into that, and I'm going like, I can't teach this anymore. It's just complete idiocy. There is no Constitution in the United States. I just blurted it out. I said it expired November 2nd, 1999. And I stood up, and I had just come from federal court in Milwaukee. So I had an $850 3-piece suit on, and I was looking really spiffy when I walked into court, and into class, and everybody's looking at me going like, what's your problem? Everybody else is in shorts, because it's September. And so I says, I'll take it from here, sit down. And the dean sits down, and I go up on the blackboard, and I do a presentation on the history of the United States banking and the Constitution of the United States of America. Have you guys seen that?
No.
If you haven't, I'll put it on for you. It's really cool.
Yeah, that's real good.
And so after I did that, the one kid on the left corner goes like, where the hell does it say that in the book? And then the teacher says, I'd like to introduce United States Federal Postal Court Judge David-Wynn Miller. I said, how old are you, Dean? He says, I'm 55. He says, well, I'm 65, or 63 at the time. 62 at the time. I says, and I have 3 PhDs and 535 college credits. And then the dean says, we're going to break up into groups of 5, and we're going to work on this problem together. And the whole class come walking up to me, I'll be in your group of 5. I've got hundreds of stories. Okay, this is probably really important for everybody to know, so you don't make the mistake of talking about constitutions in classrooms, rather in courtrooms. Okay, we have the 4th of July, 1775. Ben Franklin goes ahead and he writes the Constitution, or the Declaration of Independence. So we have an adverb, 1, 2, 1, 2. D is no, Claire is speak, act is location, Iowa and contract. Of is an adverb, in is no, D is no, pen is right. And ence is contract. No right contract, no speak contract. 1 year later, 1 year maritime law salvage, 4 July 1776, this becomes a law of the United States. But nobody questions it, because no one in the United States, Congress, Senate, legislature, the people that signed the Declaration of Independence didn't have more than a 2nd grade reading level. Benjamin Franklin writes it in italics at a 45-degree angle, in complete adverb verb. We, pronoun, the, adverb, making people to be a verb. Then he calls it the United States of America. 1, 3, 4, 1, 2. We have a verb America with the verb people. State of California. Pronoun, adverb, verb. So we have all verb people, all verb states, all verb country name. Then, in 1834, Congress passes a law that says all compound nouns, North Carolina, South Carolina, New York, New Jersey, North Dakota, South Dakota, must all be hyphenated. So it says state of compound noun, making all 50 states now. New Mexico, compound verbs, or a verb. getting a little bit ahead of myself on the timeline there.
And don't forget the bankruptcy from following.
Yeah.
They actually passed a law saying that, huh?
Yep, somebody was smart enough to think that far ahead because people were getting syntax in. So now, after this, the United States goes into war, and on the 17th of September, 1782, they file a bankruptcy. The bankruptcy runs for 7 years. September 17th, 1789, and they can't pay back the bankruptcy. Now, when they filed in 1782, they borrowed 1.6 million francs, and in 1789, it now was 2 million francs for a payback, and they couldn't do that either. This was in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Benjamin Franklin's Federal Postal Court. And then this again was the Constitution of the United States of America, was then a issue of America being an adverb verb as dangling participle. Fiction, the IMF, International Monetary Fund, which was Rothschild, Bank of England, buys the $2 million note, throwing us into a 70-year international bankruptcy. September 17, 17, 18, 59. We got plus 45 days. 2nd November. Oops. Yeah, I regret it. Yeah, 1859, 2nd of November, 1859. We are now out of bankruptcy, but Fort Sumter gets bombed, and the South declares war on the North. Now, the South is a sovereign country backed by gold. The North is now coming out of bankruptcy, but it has no banking. It's only all your money in the United States after the bankruptcy ends goes from $1 to 10 cents. In fear of a collapse of all banks and credit unions because the money is not backed by anything, and war was just declared against them, where the South is in a gold standard and the North is in a debt standard of nothing, they have no way to pay the people. So the North re-ups the bankruptcy again for 70 years. And 70 years later, it's September 17th, 1929, and plus 45 brings us up to the end of the bankruptcy on the 2 November 1929. But then you have to subtract the 5-day notice, which then brings us into 29 October, bankruptcy, 1929. Plus 70 years brings us up to 1999, September 17th, November 2nd, the end of the bankruptcy. And as a result of my syntaxing the, what said I did? Oh, I
did the post office, you did the Constitution.
Well, no, it wasn't the Constitution. It was November 2nd. We changed the money. Oh, it was the trust industry.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That was the 15
Omega,
March.
Omega Trust.
Yeah, Omega Trust, March 1997.
Yeah, it was Omega Trust.
Yeah, Omega Trust. I syntaxed it on the board in front of 2 IRS agents who showed how to break trusts. So, by the way, there's $40 trillion in trusts, and there's 25 million trusts in the United States and in Europe. It took 100 billion the first week. It took 100 billion every week after that. Now, March 1st, oh, that was March 1st I did that. March 1st, 1997, the stock market was at 6,000. On the 21st of March, 1997, it was at 5,300. They just killed themselves by 10%. So I called the Postmaster General and I said, why are you shooting yourself in the foot selling all that stock? Why don't you guys buy all the .com computer stock that's coming out? I says, on the NASDAQ, all these penny companies you can pick up for pennies, and some days they're going to be worth a lot of money. So what they did is they kept on harvesting 100 billion a week, where the trust had cash, old money, 300-400-year-old money, just accumulating. But because the grammar was written in adverb verb as money laundering to avoid taxes through false and misleading statements, they could steal all the money out of 25 million trusts. And they harvested $100 million a week, going after $50 to $100 million trusts every single week, charging the people who owned those trusts, once they showed them syntax, that they didn't own those trusts. And that's how they took the stock market from 5,300 to 14,200 until the 11th of September 2001, World Trade Center. They shorted all the airline stocks. They made 900% on the airline stocks. The World Trade Center is a building 1,300 feet tall. You drop an anvil off of here, it takes 12.8 seconds to hit the sidewalk. The World Trade Center fell down in 4.8 seconds. The coefficient of expansion of concrete, steel, and glass is 6.3. Plastic explosive C4 is 6.3. When a C4 detonation takes place, it only affects one molecule, 6.3. There's only two things on planet Earth that can change gravity: an atomic explosion or hydrogen explosion, and C4 hydrocarbon, which is 6.3. When the detonation takes place, you've got a 1,300-foot diameter bubble. The 8 buildings that were 40 stories tall surrounding the World Trade Center were all caught inside the bubble. The electromagnetic pulse of a 6.3, when you looked at the World Trade Center, you had a plume that went out like this. Here's the center of the elevator shaft. This is 830 feet per second, the exact number of an acceleration from a C4 detonation. It immediately turned the entire building into smoke, the smallest of things. Therefore, smoke would be held there until the electromagnetic collapsed, sucking the smoke into the basement and only producing a small pile because all the air was removed from the smoke. Now, asbestos is not a 6.3. The concussion disturbed it. All plastic computers and chips were completely turned into smoke, so there would be no way to transfer and track $12 trillion that was transferred through Honolulu banking into Singapore Central Bank. You saw the movie Millennium with Sean Connery and Cedar Jones. This was the movie made from this. It was a bank robbery of $12 trillion. What runs under the World Trade Center is heavy rails called the subway system. The military had the entire area closed off for 1 mile. At the exact second the building was brought down, they blew out the basements, concrete floors of the gold vaults, and loaded all the gold onto the subway system and disappeared. It was only about 4.6 trillion in gold bullion, billion gold bullion down there that they used for the central bank for exchange. But when they vaporized the building, there was no computer chips. There was no living entities. There was only 3,800 people. 50,000 people a day work in the World Trade Center during business hours. There was only 3,800 people there. Everybody was told to stay home. The mayor of New York knew what was going on. The Pentagon knew what was going on. 159 people were involved in the lining of the C4 in the conspiracy, and they were all told to be in the same room at the same time at the Pentagon. And as soon as these planes flew in here, they blew up the chamber, the inner chamber of the Pentagon, saying a 737 flew into the building. 737 is 20 feet in diameter, about the same as this room, but 173-foot wingspan. There was no wing impact anywhere. The glide path didn't knock down any of the telephone poles or giraffes that were in the yard during construction. There was only one hole blown in the side of the building, 8 feet in diameter. So how did the fuselage get in there?
Can you say all the people that had done that at the Trade Center happened to be there?
Happened to be at the Pentagon in the same room that they blew up. And the first rule of the assassin is kill the assassin.
Yeah.
And when you look at the video, and I have the original videos on VHS because I was taping at the time, there was no windows in both planes. There was a missile pod underneath both planes, which sent a missile 20 feet before the plane into the building to blow a 20-foot diameter hole to start the fire. So when the plane shredded on the building, that the gasoline would then all burn. So you had a fire already started. Took out 3 floors at 1,800 degrees and steel melts at 2,200. That was burning. And so, how do chunks of concrete the size of automobiles get 800 feet away from a building that's burning up?
Right.
How do you get a plume like that unless you got a detonation?
Right.
The detonation is so high above the ground that the sound doesn't actually get to the ground.
You could see the squibs go off as it was
Yeah,
collapsing.
you could see the puffs coming out as the building came down.
Right.
But it only took 4.8 seconds, and this whole thing came down nice and clean. The best demolition ever.
It was a controlled demolition completely.
Right, it was the best
I think
control.
the probabilities of that all falling within its own footprint is like 1 followed by 43 zeros. And then let alone 2 buildings or 3 buildings to collapse.
Oh no, 8. There was 8 buildings around the World Trade Center that fell down, that were caught in the thing, that were turned to smoke.
Yeah.
And so what you were looking at was not a building, but smoke. And that's why now, anytime you have a C4 detonation or an atomic detonation, you have plasma balls, just like sunspots on the sun. There are electromagnetic eddies that are created called plasma. And what happens is wherever there's a plasma around concrete, steel, or glass are not affected. The frequency of the blast goes around those things. So when they dug up everything on the ground, they took all the good steel and it tested to be exactly what it was specified for. The concrete was all specified, but there was only a small pile smaller than this room that they did all the testing on. Everything else was turned to smoke and blew away as smoke 50,000 tons from both buildings. Wow. And the big cloud of white that you saw cover all of North, going all the way up the eastern seaboard, was asbestos. Wow. And now you have 10 million cases of lung cancer by asbestos over the whole entire seaboard. And those people will die of cancer of the lungs. Then they filed 3,800 lawsuits, and Mrs. Mariano was the only one that came to me and said, will you sue for my husband, 385,000. And when the federal judge in New York City saw my lawsuit, he awarded her 385,000. He ordered every policeman and fireman and rescue worker 385,000, and canceled all 3,800 lawyer and attorney lawsuits because they were nom de guerre dead people suing for dead people in adverb fiction. And nobody got paid and the whole thing went sealed. And that's what happened. I won all the cases that were supposed to be won, and the government canceled $1 trillion worth of wrongful deaths. And I did it all because of 6.3 coefficient of expansion. What is my PhD's in? Metallurgy, chemistry, coefficient of expansions of gases and metals, heat treating, all the engineering, all the things that are required to put this building up and take it down, and understanding the coefficients of expansion was my thesis. And when I saw this...
Did your gal get paid?
Yeah, she got 385. I did the math on coefficients, and that told the whole story, because you can't... That 4.8 was the fingerprint. Once that was there, you can't cheat a math problem. Then I had the whole thing, and I got on national television, had a 1-hour program out of Phoenix, Arizona, and I told the world what happened. They took that video from 1 hour, and they used it to pay all the rescue workers. I've done a lot of big things. I could talk for hours on my big lawsuits of taking over countries and getting constitutions and independence of countries, and what I did down in Australia. But that's just beaten up on big lawsuits. Those are all up on the internet already. So,
was the bombing of the Pentagon, was that for the purpose of getting rid of information in that certain area?
No, kill the assassins, the people that lined it, who would talk, the military. Flight 93 never took place. It's the only plane in the history of the world that ever had a 100-foot wide crater 50 feet deep and no airplane parts. You know what it takes to build
like the Northwoods project that had been submitted 20 years earlier, or whatever, to submit it to Kennedy.
You know,
that depicted the same kind of thing happening.
you know what it takes to destroy a turbine engine, aircraft turbine engine? Those are titanium blades baked with ceramic coating. It takes 4,800 degrees. They're virtually indestructible from anything. And they said they vaporized on a plane just crashing into the ground.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. And no plane has ever left a crater when it hit the ground. Yeah.
What's the will missing planes we've been hearing? This is like 2 or 3 of them.
Oh, okay. Like, here's another one for you. Everyone's familiar with the Philadelphia experiment. 1944. Okay? Here's Earth. Here's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 1944. It was 45. Is that 44 or 45, folks? I know it was the end of, right at the end of 44, because the war ended in April of 45. With the second the Eldridge disappeared, right here in South Carolina, in 1988, 2 B-2 bombers disappeared and landed in Germany in 1945. They punched a hole open, and while the field was open, 2 B-2 bombers with 4 20-megaton nuclear warheads on board landed in Nazi Germany. They were then put into an airplane hangar. The war ended 5 days before they were already had enough fuel to fuel the 2 B-2 bombers and fly them to New York, Boston, Washington, D.C., and Philadelphia.
Wow.
Now, what else happened when Oppenheimer's brother died on his deathbed in 2008? 20 years later, he told the GPS location of the 2 B-2 bomber flying wings. Those were the flying wings they were using. They were one of the first prototypes that were released by the military. And he told them where they were, and they dug up, they were under 20 feet of dirt on a cornfield. They dug them up and found the hangars and the 2 B-2 bombers in 2008, showing that the time-space continuum was tore open. Last year, exactly on the other side of planet Earth, 12,500 miles away in Perth, 200 miles offshore, which is exactly 12,500 miles in all directions from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Flight 77 disappears, flew through the wormhole, and landed in our future. Because if it lands in our past, it would create a paradox. Because of having jet engines that were supersonic in our past would be detrimental. So it landed in the future sometime. And if all of us live long enough, we might live long enough to read in the newspaper a plane just landed from the past and see it happen. Because this is an electromagnetic field of planet Earth, like this. When you tear a hole open here, magnetism is a constant. Planet Earth is irrelevant to a dampening field. If you create a dampening field through a electromagnetic field, it will pop up on the opposite side, and when the plane flies into it, it will disappear. Now, on September, was it 20? This is the moon now. On 2013.
What was that?
I know the exact dates. That was 15 September, 2 days before my birthday. 15 September on 2012, I was contacted by my friend at NASA who works for the Hubble telescope. He says, Dave, we just picked up 3 more objects that are identical to the spacecraft in Greenland. Those that don't know about it, it's 55 miles wide, 2 miles high, and 300 miles long. It's a weather machine. It created the last ice age for 50,000 years, and it's been in Greenland for over 100,000 years now. I had done a full workup, because I was in the Air Force with top secret clearance, of all the people that were involved with the discovery in 1947 of the spacecraft. I told about all the officers that were involved when the plane crashed. The movie was made From Here to Eternity with John Wayne. flying in, trying to take a shortcut across Greenland and crashed in the glacier. When they tried to send in rescue planes as they flew into and hit the different limits, because Greenland is up here like this, and the craft is here. When he tried to cut across, this field goes out around 200 miles from the spacecraft. And as he tried to cut across the south end, he hit the dampening field, which shut off all his electricity, and he crashed. So when they went ahead and sent in rescue planes, they tried to come in, and they were able to map a circle. When they plotted the circle, they came up to here. Then the CIA established a base here with dog sleds, went 200 miles across the ice, and found the spacecraft. They got into it in 1947, which gave us all of our new technology, our microchips, our cell phones, our plasma TVs.
Was there anybody living in that spaceship?
No. The people that came from there were called the Moys, the same ones from Easter Island, or 85 to 88 foot tall people.
Oh.
Now, on planet Earth, you've got, here's Earth, here's Greenland. And when you go from Greenland through the Washington Monument, through the Yucatan Peninsula, through Colombia, you end up in Easter Island. It's a perfectly straight line to the Moys on Easter Island. So, and they chopped all the trees down and genocided their existence. So this same spacecraft, 3 of them were photographed beyond Pluto, coming into our solar system. 1 year later, it took them 1 year to come through our solar system, and they landed on the 15th of September on the dark side of the moon. The moon then moved on the 21st of September, 17.6 degrees out of orbit, giving us 5 full moons a month. Now the moon has a crater at the 3 o'clock position, and it has that big starburst. When you look at it, white spot where it blasted almost 25% of the moon's crater. It's a really big one.
Yeah.
The very next day, after the 21st of September, well, actually it took 5 days to move the moon, you have to put a dampening field where these 3 spacecrafts now create a spacecraft. It looks like this. So it's 900 miles across, 2 miles high, and they create a dampening field on the dark side of the moon, now moving it, bringing this spot up to here, and this goes on top, and now it changes the shadows of all the whole moon. And if you look at pictures of the moon on spaceweather.com from these dates, and you watch, you're going to see the different photographs and paintings that have been done over the years by different people. And I watched it every day. I mean, I watched it go up, and now it's been coming down 10% a month. And right now this dot is at the 5 o'clock instead of the 6 o'clock position. So the moon, because of its gravitational position, has changed. Here's Earth, and now we have a 222,000 mile to 250,000 mile elliptic orbit with 4 full moons a month now. And it'll be permanently like that. When people say this is nonsense, going like, yeah, I explain 4 full moons a month, when for the last 50,000 years it's been 1 moon. All over the planet, everybody that lived drew only 1 moon in our sky.
Makes for better skiing.
And timetables were all set up. Everything was set for, now you have 4 dark moons and 4 full moons. So this craft is now at the dark side of the moon. Are these people bad? No. As a matter of fact, they saved planet Earth. All of you would be dead today if this didn't happen. Now, in February of 2013, we had an asteroid. I picked it up on the dark, as it came around the sun. I was in Haleakala one morning, got up, I saw this bright dot right above Haleakala. Way brighter than any star I've ever seen in the sky. Well, here's the sun, and as this thing came in an elliptical orbit around, and here's Earth down back here, I saw this real bright. I says, well, that's not Mercury. I know where Mercury is. I know where Venus is. And none of them were that bright. This here asteroid was 126 miles long and about 78 miles, I believe it was, wide. Shaped like a kidney. And I took my camera, which had a 60-to-1 zoom on it, and I took a picture of it. And when I blew it up and put it on my computer, I had a 250-to-1 magnification. and I could see the exact shape of a kidney. Well, each night this thing came around, it got closer and closer and closer and brighter, and I got really good pictures. And as it moved across the sky, from 4 o'clock to 4:15, 4:30, 4:45, and finally, darn thing comes and it misses us by only 160,000 miles. The moon is 250,000 miles, but this is a planet killer.
Is that the one that they
No.
uncloaked?
No, this is the one. This one was up there the whole time. You could see it. I even photographed it the day it went past us in the morning. I got up and I knew it was bright daylight, like 9 o'clock. And you could see this thing going across and it was close. When something's that big and that close, I got some really good pictures of it. I showed it to everybody saying, that's an asteroid. And then, of course, NASA came out. They put it on the news that we just got a near miss. 4 weeks later, out of nowhere, and nobody had this one, the moon being 17.6 degrees out of orbit gets hit with an asteroid at 41,000 miles an hour, blows a crater 65 miles wide and 10 miles deep. If the moon had not been moved by the spacecraft 17.6 degrees out of orbit, it would have impacted Nebraska. And the crater from that would have set up a dinosaur killer. The shock wave of detonating. Now, 12,000 feet below Nebraska is a cistine of water that goes down 2 miles from the Gulf of Mexico all the way to Canada. It would have penetrated, cracked the crust of the earth, detonated the underground water supply. At 1250 degrees, water turns into hydrogen and oxygen, which is rocket fuel. And when you have a compression of 41,000 miles an hour with the heat, would have detonated the water, creating billions of tons of rocket fuel detonated simultaneously in a fireball that would wrap the entire planet, destroying the entire world like the dinosaurs. So these people, if they hadn't moved the moon, we'd all be dead today. So there's cause and effect. Now, do we want to talk to these people in adverb, verb, and babble? Or do we want to use a prepositional phrase and mathematically communicate with them intellectually, showing them that we're not crazy, and have a nice mathematical communication between two nations? I mean, these boys could have let the stone fall, but they didn't.
Yeah.
And if you look at the moon, it's got nothing but pockmarks on it. It's been hit thousands of times. And this Greenland spacecraft probably was responsible by putting dampening fields that they could project and moving the moon from time to time to capture asteroids that hit the moon. Because some of those asteroids impacts are hundreds of miles.
The moon's running interference for us. Then.
Exactly. It's a catcher's mitt.
On October 4th, 2004, David and I filed copyrights for a galactic-postal-union just for these situations in the future.
So, well, we don't use the word union because union means no contract.
Yeah, at that time
it was a claim. We changed it. It used to be the Unity States or World Corporation, and then we changed it. We dropped the word union and just said corporation contract, because all paper is corporate, all contract is corporate. So we cleaned up our language. We refiled our documents. We did our oaths, our charters. We have everything where it's supposed to be. No matter where you go, there you are, and wherever you are, that's where you're supposed to be. And so we're doing something to not only, and you know, the powers to be, I don't care how rich they are, how arrogant they are, the Illuminati, the 40 that they say are ETs that are 900 years old, all these guys know one thing: another rock could hit us. And if we can't communicate with ET, and get into intergalactic communications as we destroy our own planet with pollution and run out of our raw materials, they're going to have to go out into space. In order to get out there, we have to be able to communicate with people that know how to do that. These people that built this big spacecraft 300 miles long, that's an intergalactic spacecraft. It's got the hardware and the technology, and there's been a lot of other ones that have been photographed. You know, in 1950, there were 5,000 UFO sightings per year. And now every single cell phone has a camera on it. And there's 5,000 a week that are recorded. Now, when you see a small spacecraft that's no bigger than an automobile, think about it. This is not a long-range vessel. It doesn't have intergalactic like a 300-mile spacecraft would be. So if you go ahead and you need something small, it comes from two places. It's either a mothership someplace out there beyond our scope, or it's a time craft from 500 or 1,000 years in the future that is coming within the electromagnetic pressure of the planet Earth, because we have 2,300 lightning strikes per second hit planet Earth with the energy. With that said, you have a condition here with this energy that if you open a window within the energy, you should be able to travel forward and backwards. And it's logical that the future would come back and correct specific targets, specific individuals on a case-to-case basis, because the future knows where the mistakes are in the past. After all, man built 88,000 nuclear bombs but didn't detonate any of them, and they've all been dismantled except for a couple. Just in case ET negative shows up. You know that movie they just made called Battleship? It was a blockbuster at the movie theater. After that movie was made, it was a true event that took place south of Hawaii. They refitted every .com battleship from World War II, the British, the Russians, the French, the United States, China, Japan. All the old battle wagons, all U.S. battle wagons were refitted with all .com. No circuitry. The old put a charge in and shoot a bullet. That nothing electronic or nothing high frequency could affect anything. And they refitted the entire mothball fleet, and they still sit there today, nice and quiet, ready to go if something like that shows up again. That was a true story. That's why they made the movie. And at the end of the movie, they made a claim that everything has been refitted just in case a pulse comes from the sun and shuts off all of our computers, burns out our satellites. 2 years ago on Thursday, India got hit with a Class M solar flare, direct hit. Canceled electricity for 1 billion people for 48 hours. 2 years ago. That happened. That was the biggest flare since I've been keeping records. But sooner or later, there's going to be a situation with a flare, especially with us killing our ozone, which gives us our protection. And global warming, it's going to get more and more dangerous. That's why we need to install Nikola Tesla coils. We need to clean up the air. We need to put the ozone back up there. We need to protect the electromagnetics. There's a lot of things that have to be done, and we need 10 times the more power than we have today to generate a bubble or a defense field around this planet just because of our own sun and our own polluting our own atmosphere. So we're going to take the responsibility of getting the whole planet involved, fixing the language, getting ready to communicate with ET, as well as taking responsibility to clean it up with Nikola Tesla coils. So that's kind of like what we're all about. It isn't about the United States. It's about Earth, spaceship Earth, and fixing it. That's why 5 billion people are paying attention reading that website. It's not an accident. The fact that I can do it in 150 languages without translation deviation, that's something else that they can't throw stones at. And Russell does banking and postal, and I do corporate law.
In any language.
Any language. I help people all over the planet. We've got organizations, we've got 155,000 Zulus that are wanting me to get back South Africa. You know what the first thing that happened in 1800 when the British ship pulled up in South Africa? They went ahead and they sent the postmaster ashore to open up the post office, and then the post office could order the troops to come ashore and declare South Africa British. And then set up the British court day number 2 to start stealing the land like the United States-Texas border and California border did to the Mexicans until they went to war and lost the war. But every single condition of killing the American Indians, to steal the land through contract deviation, or using germ warfare, or using just plain war. It's called ailing, A-I-L-I-N-G, corruption from the beginning. So no one has lotial title because there aren't any lotial titles. The only thing you can do is to establish day number one position is to write a quiet title in quantum language, a GPS location of the property you're claiming, and at that point you can claim it. Oprah moved into Maui, picked up about 4,000 acres of farmland up there because she wanted a nice place. Then she found out that I lived on the island and that all of the quiet titles she filed were an adverb verb because we filed a quantum quiet title for my home, and they couldn't touch it. The courts wouldn't touch it. Honolulu wouldn't touch it. And that quantum position is still protected today, 5 years later, as a quiet title piece of land against the jungle. And I've got 40 miles behind me, which is all jungle. And you can't go in your backyard. It's all cane grass, 10 feet tall. It'll cut you to ribbons because the first 5 feet of cane grass are cactus needles. Yeah, and if you touch it, they float off, and if you inhale them, it'll kill you because you get cactus needles in your lungs. You want to go through a bad experience. I was in the hospital for 5 days. So,
are there any other questions on the grammar? Or where are we at? What time is it?
6 o'clock. You guys talking stories and stuff. See, I know none of this stuff's got to do with grammar, but at the same time, you have to know the contract that created America, and you got to know where the future's going. You got to know we're not alone. The fact that we got 4 days of full moons, everybody says, yeah, what government caused the moon to get out of the location? We're going, yeah, like we got technology, we barely can fly a plane without crashing it.
How come it's never been stated?
I'm the only guy that puts this presentation on, and it's all over the internet.
I'm going to have to go out there and
I get emails all the time.
Check that out.
Now he is on the one. Google it on one.
How do we clean up the Fukushima disaster and the whole polluted
I noticed there's been a lot of full moons.
How do you do what?
Clean up the Fukushima disaster and the polluted.
Oh, here's another thing. Fukushima. Fukushima radiation was pulling 386 rads in San Francisco Bay a few months ago. You guys got 0 right now. The whole North Pacific was pulling 2,500 rads. The Aleutian Islands were given back to Russia in November of 2013 because they were 2,500 rads. They were too hot to even go in the area of anything. All the people that work for Alaska Airlines, the stewardess and pilots, are sick with radiation poisoning. And all sunlight, radiation.com is reporting 0 across the North Pacific, 0 in Seattle and Portland, and here.
I've heard that.
Because ET went in with frequency and cleaned it all up because they were killing the whales, the porpoises, the seals. You know, whales are intelligent. They have a brain that's 6 times the size of ours. And so because of the responsibility of the innocence of our aquatic life on planet Earth has changed things. And I guess we're in, I think it was November that they had that in the trench off of Fukushima. They had a squid with an 80-foot body and 120-foot tentacles, and 4 times bigger than anything that's ever been recorded in history, came up and grabbed their 6-foot diameter bathysphere at the end of a 60-foot pole that they had lights on and photographed the whole thing. It's all over the internet. Video of it. The fact is that sea monsters that big, and we have other pictures of in the old, like 1800s, where octopuses come up and pulls crafts down. Look at a sperm whale, 300 feet long, and a sailing whaling ship is 225. If you go to Dodge County, Wisconsin, at House on the Rocks, built by Frank Lloyd Wright, they have a building with a 300-foot blue whale and a 225-foot whaling ship in the same building, 600 feet long, 120 feet tall, and about 200 feet wide, to give you a perspective of what a blue whale was in the 17th century with a whaling ship. I mean, when you walk in that building, you're going like, wow, what a mind perspective to see something like that. That museum at House on the Rocks is bigger than the Field Museum in Chicago. It's got over 2 million things in there.
Wow.
And it takes you 9 hours to walk through it. And it's on a single path. And they got bathrooms and restaurants along the way because there's so many things to see. It is well worth the trip.
What is the museum?
It's called House on the Rocks in Dodge County, Wisconsin. It's about 40 miles southwest of Madison, Wisconsin. It's world famous. This guy was a collector, a billionaire, and he collected everything all around the world, everything that was unique. And what he couldn't buy or collect, he made fiberglass copies of it that are really, really authentic. So you get to see everything. 6 o'clock, and I still haven't given you guys a break after lunch.
That's what she's asking for back there.
Break. That's how I miss anything.
Yeah. All right, yeah, take about 15 minutes.
I got a question. You said the whole amino acid thing for the brain. How do you test for that and figure out which ones?
Okay, now you have 12 blood groups. You have only 8 amino acids in your body. 12 times 8 is 100, so your odds are 100 to 1 that you'll have the right amino acid to put in your brain at 400% of what your normal dose of your brain function is to increase the neurons in your brain, which will raise your IQ one point per day. So in 60 days, you can go from 140 to a 200 IQ. When you start having clairvoyance with a 200 IQ using 20% of your brain, it's really weird because, you know, Russ and I, we can't really pick up and read things without syntaxing. We see the world through rose-colored glasses. We don't think the way other people think about things. We don't look at, there is no competition. There's only problems to be solved. There's only people to be taught. And short of somebody coming up when I do astrophysics with me, I spent 4 years with the nuclear Polaris submarine program in the degenerative nuclear effects of plutonium on steel to build around a nuclear submarine reactor system, the metallurgy that went into that, and the science, the nuclear science that goes with that. And so when I go into coefficient of expansions of metals and gases, talk about lithium and thorium for batteries.
He can actually understand me with metals.
Yeah, we get into conversations with scientists, and they stand there and they're going like, "What are these guys talking about?" They're talking about things that even haven't been invented yet.
Yeah, so that's good.
No, but the question goes, how do you test again to figure out which ones are exactly the ones?
Well, first you got to know your blood type.
Okay.
And you go to the library, pick up a book on blood science. Once you know your blood type, then you have to know what all your amino acids are in your body, what your different amino acid ratings are. The one for your brain is the one you've got to find.
And then you got to test for
They sell that as a pill at a GNC store, or have one manufactured exactly to what you need. Once you know what it is, they can manufacture that amino acid. And by increasing your brain's food, you increase the neuron production. Now, when I went to night school, a full-time college for 17 years, and I worked third shift nights as a tool and die and maintenance welder. So I had these 3-4 big bottles of oxygen, 330 cubic foot bottles of oxygen sitting next to my table. So I took the regulator and I jacked it a little bit with my cutting torch. Pure oxygen, and I was jacked on pure oxygen. At first, I got kind of high when I normally is 14.7 because we're only 340 feet above sea level at my job. And as my body got more and more used to oxygen, I could increase my dosage to 25%. So I had all my neurons in my brain awake. So I'm reading 400 words a second with my brain saturated with oxygen and everything working together as I'm blowing through these manuals and books and welding technology and engineering. And then I got into my law books. And then when I broke the math interface on grammar in 1988, I sat there shaking with my brain saturated with oxygen going, I can see the whole world. And it's all clear now. I can see where the mistakes are made. And all these 10 years of being in Marquette University Law Library, spending 40 hours a week in the library, all of a sudden, like all those books and everything, you could see everything just crumple because it was fraud, it was fiction.
Didn't mean anything.
And I'd go back and redo everything, all the books I wrote, all the papers I wrote. I had to throw it all in the garbage and start over. And we wrote everything down. And then 1992, I started doing radio every 2 or 3 times a week until 1995 when I went public. And from 1995 until November 1999, when we got our own country established, was averaging 70 seminars a year. That's doing 2 or 3 a week. All the airline travel, hotels, talking to people. Small seminars were 100 people. Bigger ones were close to 2, 3 to 500 people. And it was really a very intense lifestyle. But at the same time, I was still jacking myself on oxygen all the time. and then a lady by the name of Joy, J-O-Y.
Bottles with you?
We were in Las Vegas, Nevada, and she hands me a 1921 English book. It says, "To is the future, from is the past." And when I saw the word "to," I had realized that my whole entire program from 1988 to 1999, for 11 years of writing, was now in the future and the past. And I had to scrap the whole thing and start over in now time. Find all now time words. Russell and I worked on the vowel and 2 consonant rule for 2 years without a break to prove that a vowel and 2 consonant vacates. And that's why you saw so many marks on the contract there. And that was one of the biggest secrets. So this thing is a layer of onions, layers and layers and 50 layers of fraud, that every time you think you got one thing right, because we used to do 8-hour seminars on just the flag alone. We did those in Honolulu for venue and jurisdiction and explain.
Do you think that there was an actual architect of that? I mean, with volition to do that?
Oh yeah, I broke that down. I did over 2,000 20-hour seminars, and then I was getting more and more tired, and finally in September 2012, I had a heart attack.
Ooh.
Now, what I'm going to tell you next will save all of your lives in this room.
Are they going to need a bathroom break, or are you going to finish it?
20% of all humans on planet Earth die from scoliosis of the veins. You eat salt. Salt activates your thymus gland in your throat, size of your thumb. Mine was as big as my fist, and it choked me. I couldn't even swallow food. Created a secondary tumor on my heart between the aorta and carotid artery, which cut off 95% of my aorta and carotid artery blood flow and 100% of my blood flow to my left arm. So my left arm blew up like a balloon. Well, as a result of finding out I had this tumor, I had open heart surgery and had all the crap removed. Then I found out I had scoliosis with 95% vein blockage. Then we learned about the word ribosine. And ribosine is an enzyme comes from night crawlers that the Chinese have used for 2,000 years. Yeah. But it wasn't legal in the United States until 1989. And people are not told that if you take ribosine, it dissolves the scoliosis in your veins. Scoliosis comes from eating salt, which recrystallizes in your veins and scrapes the walls of your veins. So the body goes into defense for scraping and puts scoliosis or plaque buildup on your veins until it suffocates you. And the next thing they want to do is give you Coumadin to thin out your blood to get through the little tiny hole, but they don't kill or remove the thymus and give you ribosine to get rid of the plaque. So what happens is it allows it to get thinner and thinner, and you got lower and lower red count. It shuts down your bone marrow, and you die without red cells in your blood. And the brain suffocates one night, and they write it off as you died of natural causes.
Yeah. Wow.
But 20% of the planet die of scoliosis. So what you got, number 1 is heart disease. Number 2, and scoliosis of the heart is what heart disease is. Number 2 is all the cancers, 3,800 varieties, which can be cured with frequency zappers. And number 3 is scoliosis. So if you get rid of the scoliosis with ribosine, your veins are going to be open. You can keep your blood count between 0.8 and 1.5, so you're a Superman. If you take Coumadin, rat poison, it'll go up to 3.4, and you'll die of suffocation, destroy your bone marrow, your liver, your kidney, your heart, your lungs, your trachea, and you'll be dead shortly thereafter.
I have a friend that's taking Coumadin and he's having a heck of a time breathing.
Okay, that means he's got scoliosis. So if he has to stop the Coumadin, it's going to take probably 2 to 3 weeks for his blood to get back. He's got to take vitamin K to increase the bone main in the blood. He also has to take ribosine, 8 tablets a day, which will take 3 weeks to scrub out his veins, which will be all the scoliosis will be removed by the liver. Then you need the DICOM to reprogram the DNA to rebuild the chromosome to tell the cell how to reproduce itself at the age of 25. And when you're 65 like me, you'll look like you're 30. So.
Wait, can you go review that prescription again?
You want a prescription for what?
Well, you just said,
No, there's no prescription.
well, you just said the outline of that.
Oh, you need ribosine.
Okay, so
8 tablets daily.
and then the
It says right on the bottom, 8 tablets a day.
The Coumadin, is that what you need?
No, you don't want that. That's rat poison.
Coumadin.
Coumadin.
Oh,
You
Coumadin.
don't want rat
You don't
poison.
want Coumadin.
It'll destroy your liver, your trachea, and your lungs. You won't be able to exchange oxygen. You'll be too thin. You'll have internal bleeding because of thinning your blood out. You'll be tired.
You see people with bruises all over?
I just wanted to add that, and it doesn't really matter what age you are
No.
for this to happen, because my son did not wake up. He was 26 years old and died. Just did not
Because
wake
he
up.
probably had scoliosis
Yes.
and suffocated
Yes,
and didn't
they
even know he was.
Didn't even know he was ill because he was very athletic.
Oh, you look very healthy.
You learn it?
I put me in a hospital heart attack, a 45-mile bike ride at the age of 63.
Right.
And I thought I was
He went on a
Superman.
bike ride that day with his daughters. And one of those
And I'm doing this bike ride, and I'm going along and I'm breathing real normal. You know why you're breathing normal? Because your oxygen in your skin replaces, because the wind's blowing on your skin 20 miles an hour. It does your breathing for you. You don't have to breathe hard. So you think you're doing really well.
Oh, for sure.
Because you're getting oxygen through your skin, but at the same time, the scoliosis is plaquing up your blood, and when you finally stop, your blood pressure goes over 200, your heartbeat drops to 40, your brain is suffocating,
Oh, okay.
and you all of a sudden you pass out. You don't know why. It's just a chain reaction of going from too much to too little too fast.
Is this from like low quality salts?
Yeah.
And any kind of salt. They all do it.
All salt.
Even ocean salt?
Yeah, all salts do it. The point is,
Yeah.
you need to know this information. It will save your life.
Did I get that information?
And if you know how to save your life, you're going to be as smart as you want with this with grammar. You're still going to die prematurely.
Yeah.
So if you want to live to be an old person,
Yeah.
we teach all kinds of different things here.
Sicily.
Besides, we teach you how to be super smart. We teach you how to be super healthy. We teach you how to be super clever when it comes to contracts and avoid taxes. Because you say, I want to pay my taxes with the correct parsing, syntax, grammar. I'm suing you to give you my money. But if you can't do it correct, it's extortion. So you don't know us anything. Leave me alone.
Figure something out there.
So this one has kind of relates to my mom's business.
December when I get done with all this
She owns a
stuff.
dental office in the city.
'Cause I'm
She's a
touring.
sole operator. She has 2 other people and help out with the front desk, but that's about it. So lately she's been really stressing out because of, I don't know, I guess how the business goes.
Okay. Does it
With the
freeze over
taxes
there?
and the fees and everything to the house, and the house taxes just went up this year too, so she's really like in a constant state of
So are you like taking
intense
cargos
stress.
when you go on these trips?
All right, here's the secret for you guys. When it comes to stress, stress is not going to solve a problem.
Yeah.
You know what happens to stress?
I got you nailed.
All your veins contract under stress. If you didn't have enough oxygen before because you got scoliosis, the stress is going to suffocate you. Then you're going to drop dead of a heart attack. So if you take your Robazine and get your veins out pumping again, where they're all nice and clean, that will reverse your stress feeling. Your brain's going to get more oxygen to solve problems. And instead of staring at the wall trying to figure out what to do, call Dave. Everybody I got people all over the world, they call me and say, what's the answer to the question? And a lot of times their questions have answers built into them because they did some amount of research to ask the question in the first place. And usually I find that by putting them onto a ribosine, changing their diet. There's a book called You Are What You Eat. It's about 2 inches thick. And it will give you the antidote to over 1,800 different diseases by just changing your diet in 2 weeks. You know what the antidote is for high blood pressure? A 1 ounce bowl of popcorn every day.
Huh?
All the sugar and salt you want to put on it doesn't matter. Should go a little lighter.
1 ounce bowl?
1 ounce of seeds will make a whole bowl of popcorn.
Okay.
Use rice corn that does not have husks. Husks get stuck in your throat and cause strep, because then the body can't produce. The uvula that hangs down in the back of your throat is your antivirus and antibacteria indicator that measures your airborne bacteria and creates saliva. If you get anything, strep, sore throat, you take 12 milligrams of zinc, 6 in each cheek between the gum. It takes 4 hours to dissolve. But when zinc comes in contact with all human saliva, it creates a super enzyme in your saliva that kills streptococcus in 6 minutes. And all cough syrups made on the market are made with zinc oxide. So for a penny, which is what a zinc tablet costs, because you get 200 for about $4 or 100 for $4, you can take 1 tablet and cure yourself of strep throat, reduce your fever, increase your 185 different body functions 400% more efficient, and it's also an aphrodisiac.
I'll be on that first thing tomorrow.
If you took a zinc tablet, crushed it up, put it in your soup or your mashed potatoes or something, you ate it, and you took it with a meal, you wouldn't even know it going through your system, but in 2 weeks you'd be climbing the walls looking to have sex with someone.
And you wouldn't have a cold, right?
You wouldn't have a cold. Yes.
What about the daikon with the ribosine?
That's what I did. I spent $12,000, bought the daikon, and took the ribosine together, and I cleaned up my veins in 2 weeks.
Oh.
I didn't have to wait 90 days for the ribosine tissue to die after my thymus was removed. But the operation was $150,000.
Wow. Okay, where would you find daikon?
It's sold out of Washington State. Just type in the word. Dikoms are produced in Los Angeles, California by Doctors Ulysses. When you type in Dicom, and look for the Russian type because Ulysses is from Russia. And then the ribosine comes out of Washington State at a pharmaceutical facility there that imports it from China.
Can you buy it online?
Yep, all that stuff's available online. Zappers are available online.
Do you have links to like these kind of sources on your from your website?
No, I'm not allowed to put that up there. I just do it at the seminars. I tell people.
What was the thing? I heard what's his name? Kevin Trudeau was talking about cold virus or the. Do you know anything about that? Eliminating the what was it? The cold sore virus.
Herpes?
Yeah.
105 degrees Fahrenheit will cure all known diseases. It's called incubator technology. That was proven by 8 Japanese doctors in Tokyo in August of 1976. It was a 12-page article that I just happened to read and memorize back then. And then all the science and health magazines were destroyed in order to remove from the market because they didn't want anybody to know that incubator technology would replace chemo and all the cures for cancer.
I heard you say about.
How long would you have to be in that incubator?
What's that?
How long would you have to be in that incubator?
125 hours at 105 degrees, 2 atmospheres pressure, IV drip of sodium pentothal to put you to strict sleep. You got feed tubes in, waste tubes out, and so you fall asleep for 125 hours, and you wake up 100% cured of all known cancers. If you, in the event you had, some of them you can cure at 103 degrees. You could go in the incubator with just 103. It wouldn't hurt you for 60 hours. You just got to find out. And you do a test grid. You have a biopsy taken of the cancer, or if they have a specific name. You start at 100 degrees Fahrenheit to 105, and you grid it 1/10 of increments and time. So you're testing it for time in 10-hour increments, and you're testing for percentage of degrees. And from the plotting, from the plotting of a chart for both time and temperature. You know, you got 100, you got 101. So you got this graph here, and so on, up to 105. And then you do your time from 0 to your time goes up this way, and this comes down this way. And where it crosses, that's when the disease is killed. So you have an exact time of temperature and time, and it will die of old age without reproducing, and it purges the body, whether it's active or inactive.
You mentioned there was a hospital, I think there were 2 hospitals in the whole United States.
Mayo Clinic, Minnesota, and Mayo Clinic in Florida. Or Georgia. Yeah, it's Georgia and Florida. Minnesota, Mayo Clinic did it.
Have you heard that sodium bentonite metabolizes to become volume in the body, that which they're using as preservatives in foodstuffs such as breads and other things?
I know there's a lot of that GMO stuff. You've got MSN with chlorine that's used to cure a lot of stuff also right now. It's being outlawed because it cures so many different diseases.
Well, you have sodium hypochlorite too. I mean, sodium chloride.
Yeah, sodium chloride with MSN.
Oh yeah, the miracle mineral.
Yeah.
M&M.
Then if you've got joints, if you have joints, cartilage, you take glucosamine. I have to take mine every day. And my joints and elbows and everything are 100%.
And green-lipped mussels also, very good.
Green tea is real high in that. That's really good for anti-cancer. Oxidizers, yeah.
When you were talking earlier, you said something about night crawler. Are you talking about the worm?
Yeah, night crawler worms produce ribosine, is an enzyme that's found in night crawlers, and it's manufactured artificially now.
So where is it found in the night crawler?
It's an enzyme that lives inside the night crawler.
And how do you
Chinese have been doing it for 2,000 years.
You gotta suck it out.
The Chinese have been doing it for 2,000 years, but I think what they do is they just eat it, and your body absorbs it. But they were able to isolate it artificially in a lab and produce it after 1989. So it's just a tablet you take, and it gets released in your intestines as an enzyme powder, and then it goes ahead and it cures your scoliosis. And I don't know if anybody's tired or has problems with endurance problems. It's probably because you have early stages of scoliosis, but your doctor won't be able to detect it. So if you start taking ribosine and all of a sudden like you feel like Superman, it's because you're fixing a problem.
Anything for hair loss? My cousin, he's 27.
Hair loss is caused by testosterone.
Okay.
If you got so guys that are bald have a high level of testosterone. Guys that got a full head of hair don't have any. I only have half of one kidney, folks, so I only produce 1/4 my normal estrogen and testosterone.
But what about females? A lot of females have a lot of hair loss. So what is it there?
They just have to take testosterone. That's all, and their hair will come in full. That's the cure for that. And this Rogaine. If you take it, you'll have hair on your liver, and it'll kill you after about 3 years. You'll look good, but you'll be dead in the casket.
I think they get it from what's called Sanjeevani. That Sanjeevani plant or something that grows in the muscles. I don't know where they're send me an email.
So is there a way to re-stimulate the hair follicles in somebody who's pretty much going bald?
I don't know, just you can buy testosterone tablets and your hair will stay full. Oh, here's another thing that for everybody to know how to do. When we filed our oath of office, we also told them that we're going to have a graft with 33 things on here. So in the graft, as judges, we put across the top here, we're going after the court, docking, the district attorney, private attorneys, sheriff's department, police department, judges, port authorities, cause, effect of duties, name of deeds of trust, trustees, and trust contracts themselves, just as a few examples. Now, when you violate grammar, these are all the charges. We actually have 152, but we're only using 33 here. 33 times 10 gives you 330 causes of action, which are all criminal and signed, confession, certified. I don't need 1,500 to prosecute you. I got 1,000 years in prison right here, and I got $60 million in fines, with just this chart. You know, there's such a thing called overkill.
Is that on your website too?
Huh?
Is that on your, did you
Yeah, it's in
post
my books. In my books, I've got all this stuff. You know, for all the books I've done over the years, no one's ever,
I have that one.
yeah, no one's ever complained about this book. And if you don't keep a leash on it, when you say here, you know, your neighbor, your friend or family to read it, they won't give it back to walk out the door with it. They don't give a shit. They need it more than you do. But we have a dictionary in here, all the right words and wrong words. We've got lawsuits. We've got terms of definitions of words. We've got the how lawsuits, federal lawsuits, state lawsuits, flag jurisdiction, shape of flags, Title 4, Sections 1, 2, and 3, Army Regulations 840-10. We get into more word terms in here, parts of speech, how to write correct sentence structure, how to do foreclosures, the criminal acts of adverbs, adjectives, and turning verbs into, or taking facts and turning them into verbs, how to write a de novo. So even no matter what happens in court, you got 10 days to file your de novo. Because you sued for correct grammar and they want to talk about it, it's an automatic de novo, and nobody can make that go away because it's a criminal act under Title 15, 1001, and Title 15, Section 1692E. I've got the Lord's Prayer in here, written in quantum language, which has tripped every minister who reads it resigns. Because now he realizes that everything written in the Bible is all 82 King James versions are written in adverb verb. All hymns are sung in parsing of no contract. And when you learn how to do this, you can see right through everything that's going on.
Is there a cutoff for filing the de novo, or can you do that at any time, or does it have to be within the 10 days?
Well, some courts advertise 30 days, others advertise 10 days. Federal is 10, state courts are usually 30 days. That's 30. All state days is Monday through Friday. All federal is continuous. Weekends also. Holidays don't count in federal. So,
how do you file something on a holiday or on a
your timelines? You don't push it to 45 days. Trust. Get it in as soon as possible. Don't wait till the last minute. As a matter of fact, if you're going to write a lawsuit, you might as well write the de novo with it. So the second he says, I'm going to throw that out, he's saying, see this, I got a de novo, I'm taking you to court. And I'm putting you on here as a co-conspirator to obstruct this. And now we're going to also send a copy to the Federal Postal Court to put you on trial in the Federal Postal Court, because they've already got your signed confession for criminal activity. That makes them feel real warm and fuzzy.
How do they have the signed confession? Is their judgment, is their signature on the denial?
Yeah.
On the judgment?
Oh yeah, as soon as he signs it, he's a co-conspirator to commit fraud. But then we got qualifications for foreign courts under 44.1, how to do copyrights and protect anything you write. We have syntax, grammar. Did you know that rape has nothing to do with sex? It means to take anything by force using fictitious conveyance of language.
Yes.
You can rape a town, you can rape a forest, you can rape a country. You can take anything you do by force in fiction language without a contract, an oath, or authorization is rape in the first degree. And I've had police officers play their little games of intimidation that says, you know what? You're doing a rape against me, and I'm going to charge you with rape, criminal rape. That's 30 years in prison. You think, and whatever you write down, I'm going to syntax an adverb verb, and the end conclusion is you can't read and write. You didn't pass your civil service exam. You don't have an oath of office. Therefore, you're a civilian and raped another civilian without an authorization, and you carry a gun, so you use force to conduct the rape against me. That's another 30 years in prison. You feel warm and lucky today? The cop goes, get away from me. Get out of my county. I'm not taking you to court. You're not going to check my grade scores in school on my civil service exam. You're not going to flush my 30-year pension down the tubes or anything else. See, depends how efficiently you talk.
You make it sound real easy.
What's that?
You make it sound real easy.
Well, it is. I've been stopped many times in different states.
I know you did a book in the original. Was that the first one or second?
This is the 23rd one.
I
keep upgrading these. And you know when I repair them, I write in the borders here because there's so many things that are changed. I just grab my ballpoint pen and I write it in here, and then I send it to the publisher and I say, put that in and leave the changes because you got to see where I was for my copyrights to because what you saw before for 10 years and believed, I just discovered that I made an error because of the simple word like to. Or I used the vowel two consonants in the middle of a sentence and disqualified the whole thing, so I had to correct it.
How much difference between the one 2 years ago and that?
Well, this one here is copyrighted in 2012, July. So this is already 3 years. If you got this one, it's still the current one. But when I had the old spiral notebooks, I took the witness stand in 1996, and those were 185 pages. And those books weighed 4 pounds apiece, and I always carried 2 40-pound boxes, reams of 3-ring notebooks. And to print one, each one of them, the printing costs and buying the binders and putting them all together all has to be done by hand, punching it all out. And then finally I took the witness stand in 1996 to testify. And I says, what are you doing? I says, I'm testifying on my book. He says, that's a 3-ring loose thing. He says, you're only an author if it's bonded, hot glue bonded, or stitched, or riveted. He says, that's just loose paper. Anybody can take it out and put it back in by snapping your rings. He says, get out of my courtroom. You can't testify. I scrapped all my books, went out, rewrote them, had them all bonded. Next time I went to court with my book, I take my book up on the witness stand with me. It says, I hereby enter this into evidence as a bonded author. Now I'm an authority when I speak. And I'm accepted in all state and federal courts around the world. And the judge goes, can I keep that? He says, yes. But I can't gift it to you. But I can leave a copy at the clerk's office and might find your way back here. It says I might drop one on the floor if somebody should pick it up. I mean, you know, finders keepers, losers weepers. So the judge laughs and says, just leave it with the clerk, I'll get it later. But I always pass these out at the courts and they're really, really accepted. Next time we go back to court, they're passing out shortcake and whipped cream and ice cream to everybody there. Really happy to see us in there because they know if they screw up, they're going to be toast. So, it really does work.
They know if you screw up, you're going to be toast, or if they do.
They know you. They know. I know.
Yeah.
I just sit there with my business card on, or I hand this to the bailiff, and I just sit there quiet like a mouse. 12 felony cases come in, 5 to 10 years in prison, $10,000 to $25,000 in fines for each guy. Judge says, we're going to do something different today. $20 court costs if your case is dismissed. Do you agree to that? Absolutely. There's a $20 bill. Can I go now? The guy was just going to prison for 10 years. Number 13 comes in. 46 years old. 5 drunk drivings. Put 2 people in a hospital. Totaled the car. Had a 3.2 alcohol level. Driving a car? I mean, that's somebody died, it's mandatory 20 years in prison. So the judge says, the DA says, we're asking for 10 years of prison time and $100,000 in fines. How much time should we give this guy? The judge says, and I'm sitting in the back. I go like, we're going to give him 4 years instead of 10. What should the fine be? Is there a $5,000 fine? District Attorney says, why are you being so nice to this guy? He's 46 years old, got 5 kids at home. And yeah, he needs time out. But he doesn't have any money. So the judge, I'm talking to him with sign language. He says, write it up. And the judge, so the guy wrote it up. Says, here, Judge, sign it. I ain't signing that. They held my hand up and I went, okay, I'll sign it. See, you have the puppets and you have the puppet masters. And so he went to jail, and he volunteered to go to jail. He signed a contract to go to jail for 4 years and pay a $5,000 fine. Because at 50,
Well, that looked pretty good in comparison to what the end faced.
I had another case. The DA wanted 20 years on 2 gun charges. The man had an eighth grade reading level, eighth grade education. He had, DA wanted 20 years. His own attorney pleaded it down to 12 years. And I told the judge, I says, no, he needs to go to school for 2 years and get his GED. So he has a trade and he has a family to take care of. And the judge was going to suspend the bar cards on both the DA and his attorney. He says, I'm going to take Judge Miller's advice and send you to school for the next 2 years. You're going to be in like a halfway house, where you have to go to school 12 hours a day and study and learn a craft for 2 years, because it's still a gun charge and drugs charges, but we're going to educate you. And so he went to school for 2 years, got out, became a mechanic, body mechanic to rebuild cars, and he got his GED, and now he owns his own shop. So that was a good thing all the way around. And he became a productive member of the community. I had 12 other guys who were sentenced to life in prison in New Mexico without parole, and I worked with them for 1 year. And I got all 12 of them out of jail into a halfway house. I got them all jobs, making over $50,000 a year. They were all rejoined with their families and became responsible. They were ages between 40 and 50 years old, but sentenced to life in prison without parole.
See, that's the way it works.
Because when you syntax how they got there, the judge lied, the police officer lied, all the laws were a lie, the Constitution was a lie. They were in a foreign vessel in dry dock, and the end result was they all sued to participate or to perform correctness, and state could not correct, so therefore they had to vacate and had to set them all free. And then I worked with them and made arrangements to get jobs for all of them. Half became welders, construction workers. Can I help you guys with any other questions or situations?
I was concerned about the mailing situation I mentioned before. This understanding that we had was that such as maybe a gas company or electric company.
Oh, how bills are sent through the mail? That comes under your eminent domain as your backyard of all your properties. You have, when you buy your properties, you have right of way for gas, electric, sewer, water, fencing, telephone wires. Those are all grandfathered into everything that's built in our society. Doesn't matter where you are, if you're putting up windmill.
No, well, okay, so like when they send me a bill,
comes
they're
under
gonna send
eminent
that
domain.
name in 4 or 5 different variations.
Then go down to the electric company and explain to them that you have a claim of the life, that you want your name corrected on the bill, and this is the way you do it. My checks with my banks were supposed to be all non-together by the bank laws, but after they saw me syntax the bank, and I says, we can do this nice or we can do this naughty. I says, I can disqualify all your mortgages at $25 million a pop. Every one of your clients will come back and sue you for $25 million, or you can punctuate my name. If anybody complains from the banking association, they can deal with me, not you. You don't have any laws, rules, regulations, or codes in banking, even though it's as thick as the Los Angeles phone book. But it's all written in adverb verb, so get with the program here. Doesn't say anything.
Is there a way to prevent anybody from coming into the bank and either freezing your account or taking your assets because of whatever the reason?
If anybody comes into your accounts and tries to freeze you or issue a court order, the court order was issued from a foreign vessel in dry dock, which has no continuance of evidence to go upon the road under mail and bring an order written in adverb verb into the bank, which is another vessel in dry dock. There's no continuance of how to get there. So as a result of that break in the continuance of evidence, that's why when you're arrested, you're put in the handcuffs. You go from the courtroom, you're still in a vessel in dry dock, put into a vessel of a bus, which means you don't get to touch planet Earth, and they take you to a prison, which is a vessel in dry dock, and they let you off the bus onto the ship because all the concrete that's poured around the prison, the driveways, are foreign vessels in dry dock. When they came to Hawaii, I was in Hawaii, I told the Hawaiians, I says, you got an island, it's volcanic. The white man came here, and he went ahead and he put roads in. Those roads are foreign vessels in dry dock because there is no such thing as concrete in Hawaii. It's all volcanic rock. You got to bring limestone from the mainland to bring it over here as a foreign object and pour a road. Therefore, when people got killed on the road, they went to sue in the court for saying, that's not our venue, that's not our jurisdiction. Your people died on a foreign vessel in dry dock that Hawaiians are responsible for. Take it to the Hawaiian court to sue. So I became the federal Hawaiian court and prosecuted people. Yes.
So if they can't freeze a bank account because of the eviction, then what about like garnishments and things like that?
If you syntax the grammar on a garnishment, it's mail fraud extortion. It's a $25 million fine. That'll slow them down. Yes.
Okay, if foreclosure happened a while ago and if the house was sold, someone bought it, remodeled it, and it's up for sale again, is it salvageable?
Yes. Because there's no statute of limitations for fraud under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 9b. 60b closure, they never gave closure for the modification of grammar to take your house. In the word for, F-O-R-E, means no. Closure. The mortgage that you had from the bank was fraudulent with 4,700 mistakes. Therefore, the bank tricked you into stealing your down payment, stole your money out of your Social Security account without a contract. Therefore, they're subject to a $25 million fine, which you have $8 million coming your way when turned over to the Department of Justice and the Secretary General of the Treasury of the United States Treasury under the Whistleblowers Act, Title 31, Section 3729.
How much do you charge to do something like that?
$3,000. Same for everybody.
Does that be in
Russell charges the same, so does Layton, so does Monty. We all do the same.
Has anybody collected the $8 million?
Yes. They started paying out on the 21st December 2014. It was announced. It's on the
Do the mortgages have to be in foreclosure or default, or can it be a current mortgage that you can?
Oh, you can even go after a current mortgage because it's still fraudulent.
Right. Okay.
You don't have to be in foreclosure to sue them.
So the letter we got back from the U.S. Department of Justice saying that they had no jurisdiction over that. Does that letter, does it count? I mean,
how do you vacate quantum language using an adverb verb letter? And Thule doesn't even exist. We did a research program that lasted 15 months, and Thule does not exist. He is not a real person. I have 50 different signatures written Thule on it, Junior. And the other thing with that is that the Senate Oversight Committee went after the Securities and Exchange, who had to write a 38-page brief and donate 2 pages just to me on how to handling the foreclosure issues from the Securities and Exchange under securitized backed assets. And the Department of Justice, Eric Holder, had to stand down when he got sued 48 times under federal laws through the Senate Oversight Committee. Then when they dropped off 10 airplane loads of weapons to ISIS, and it was reported that the CIA did that, Eric Holder did nothing.
Why did they do that?
Yeah. Oh, you see a letter from the FBI he got? That retired FBI agent?
Yeah, and he went ahead and the Senate Oversight Committee said enough is enough, you're out of here. And so now Loretta Lynch is the new Attorney General who was roommate with Obama for 4 years in college. So the inside fix is still on the inside.
Yeah. Cronyism.
What about
Well, yeah,
like
because
assigned
adversarial
deed,
law creates commerce.
Same way if they got like a mortgage, like an assignment deed, transfer.
That's so sad.
I know assignment says no assignment.
You know
that's
what a
why we
deed
gotta
is?
bring this
DE means
program
no, and ED is in past time.
No, I didn't know.
It means no contract. Word deed means no contract. Deed of trust. Of is an adverb, making deed a pronoun now, and trust becomes a verb. You want to show me the verb trust in any dictionary of the world? It doesn't exist.
So how does one take correct possession to a property?
Yeah.
How do you take possession? You file a quiet title in quantum language on your documents, and you file it at the clerk's office. In Hawaii, you do it at the Bureau of Conveyance. It's the only place because Hawaii is an independent country and only uses Bureau of Conveyance. Alaska has boroughs because it's under lease from Russia. Any place that was purchased is a borough. The whole Northwest Territory, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Missouri, Louisiana, those are all boroughs.
Louisiana purchased the entire damn
1800. Lewis and Clark came in 1834 with Sasha Gould. She signed her name across the stamp to send to the President of the United States of a sovereign territory not in the bankruptcy of 1834 with the United States of the first bankruptcy. Because that was a purchase from France it was a purchase, so therefore it was sovereign territory, and Sasha Gould then became a sovereign postmaster by canceling the stamp to send to the president, putting her on the gold coin November 2nd, 1999, as the first female postmaster of the North American continent because she did it right. And Lewis and Clark were postmasters, officers of the military, and carried the letter to the president. That's why when they came out of the third international bankruptcy, went back on the gold standard, Sasha Gould was the only postmaster on the North American continent that could be put on a coin. When Susan B. Anthony signed her name across the stamp and took it to the White House for women's rights, she was the first woman to cancel a stamp declaring herself to be a postmaster, and so she went on to 1776 $1 clad dollar bill, or dollar, and that was a one-year publication. You got to know who, only postmasters appear on money. So you got to know why people get there and what the power is of signing, autographing that stamp and what it means to you when you do it. And when you put that stamp in your driver's license and sign it, you're pretty much guaranteed freedom of travel from that day forward because you have the understanding of who you are as the postmaster thinking to transport the mail of your body. M-A-I-L, not M-A-L-E.
In charge of your own vessel.
Yes, you're in charge of your vessel in quantum language. You can syntax the Maritime Bill of Lading on the highway, which is written with 400 mistakes, in adverb, verb, and says nothing because it's boxed. So it's a fraud. So it goes away. Yeah, the minute you challenge it and you sue for the performance of correctness, they vacate your ticket. And you have a clean driver's license.
Yeah, do you still syntax it although it's in a box?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to prove that you understand syntax, because the DA is not going to say what's on the ticket. He's going to come up with a second or third charge. He might charge you with 20 other things. But if he writes it in adverb, verb, there are no laws, rules, regulations, or codes, and you're blowing them out of the water. So he's obstruction of justice, Title 18, 15, 12.
It's all an opinion of how he thinks you should be arraigned.
And O is a vowel, is a single syllable, so opin means to join, and ION is contract. Opinion is no joining contract. So you vacate his position.
Okay. So you understand that, like you said, they got guns and clubs. You be saying that, y'all, you go in front of them, they be like, you crazy, you don't know what you're talking about. You're so much wrong with your psyche, you're mentally, you know.
Okay, you say that. All right, answer this question and I'll leave you alone. What's 5 plus 5 divided by 5?
Give us the answer. 5 plus 5 divided by 5. That'd be 6.
It's 6, right, but he's going to say 2.
Yeah.
Says you didn't follow the operations of math, you got the wrong answer. I says you didn't follow the operations of grammar, you got the wrong ticket. So you can't read and write and you can't use math. that means you cheated on your civil service exam. I have to bring that to the attention of the Civil Service Board. You cheated. You wrote your civil service exam in an adverb verb, and I can prove it. That means you lose your pension, your gun, and your club, and you're kicked out of the police force. You still want me to come to court with you? No, I'm not going to invite you to play in my sandbox today. So you be a good person and don't speed, don't drink and drive, pay attention, don't blow the stop signs away, and I don't want to ever see you again. It works every time.
You make it sound so cool.
It is cool, and you do it with a smile on your face. You're going like, "Hey, I'm an amicus curiae. I'm a friend of the court. I'm a friend of the government. I'm a friend here to protect you from doing wrong things." The only thing I'm asking you to do is be correct. I mean, what's wrong with being correct? I mean, how bad is that? The IRS comes to me and says, I got 2 inches of complaints here from you. I says, from where? From the internet. I says, like, everything on the internet is supposed to be certified? And so I said to these guys, you want to ask me questions? Okay, let's go through your list there. I start syntaxing everything. I says, who put you guys up to this? You can't read and write. Do you have an oath? Do you have a badge that says you're an IRS agent? Do you work for the Treasury? He says, yeah, we're the United States Treasury, adjective pronoun for the United States. That means no citizen. I happen to be a citizen. I have a driver's license. So how's that got to do with with you having a trying to ask me questions in adverb verb? And I says, and what did I say? He says, you told people to pay their taxes using the correct parse syntax grammar. I says, well, of course I did. We don't have anything that's correct. Well, thank you for the confession of perjury. You're not going to arrest us, are you? Our supervisors put us up to this. I said, I think we're done here. He says, you owe us no taxes. We're zeroing you out. And then 8 people used my social security number from 8 different states and filed taxes on me. So now I have a 1200 encrypted social security number, and I have everything on my in my tax portfolio is special. I sue the government to pay them every year.
Now, how do you do that? How do you sue the people?
You syntax your 1099s, you syntax your 1040s, you syntax all of the paperwork to give you, and then you send them a letter. I am sending you my money, and I'm suing you for the correct form for avoidance of perjury. You'll get back your money and a letter that says you cannot pay us anything. Please do not file with our agency.
Leave us alone.
Yeah, leave us alone. When you sue to be correct, you have to vacate. Now here's where this comes from. This comes from combat. People have eyes in front. We are attack animals. When you join the military, you sign a contract that you will take a gun and you will attack the enemy and protect the people. If you are a coward and turn and say no, use the word no, I'm not going to fulfill my contract, you're charged with treason. If you don't fire your gun, you're charged with treason. If you don't charge, you're charged with treason. If you turn around and run the other way as a coward, if the enemy don't shoot you in the back, your own people will shoot you in the back. But as long as you are honorable and you attack and you run out of bullets and you cannot attack anymore, and so you say, I cannot fight anymore, and put up your hands and surrender, you're treated with respect because you did your duty. The enemy doesn't shoot you because you're responsible. They honor you. And whether in all the wars, you see this happen all the time. And there's only certain isolated incidents where they just shot everybody. Anyways. But the point is, if you're honorable at all times and you sue to be correct, the person that's trying to steal and rape from you is going to cowl because he's wrong. If you know syntax, you will cowl him, and he will vacate his position, and you will be a free individual. Don't lose eye contact. Speak with confidence. Show them that you understand what you're talking about. You can use a simple math problem and interface it with grammar, and then what is your name? Is that a question or is that a statement? And no matter what you answer, you're supposed to syntax it. Now here's something I did I went into a bar where I have pizza all the time, and I took a $20 bill, and I said, "Where is the money?"
Yeah.
Where?
In the next 14 weeks, 2,000 people tried to answer this question, "Where is the money?" And I had a $20 bill hanging there. The bartender, Jim, said he had an education in the next 2,000 customers on the United States Treasury, banking, mortgages. He says he never knew that so many people knew about money and where it came from and the history of it. And everybody had something to say. Where is the money? And after 14 weeks, nobody could answer the quick question because I showed them what the answer was. And finally, there was a lady. She was an English teacher. She walked up to Jim and she told him where the money was, and he had to give her the $20 bill. And she was my English teacher from college. And she walked over, she saw me sitting there. She says, "I know who you are. You're David Miller. You do quantum language." And I know what that means. And so I explained it to Jim, and Jim came over and said, "She knew what the right answer was, but she cheated. She read my website, so she knew what it meant." So where was the adverb, modifies the verb is. This is an adverb making money, a dangling participle verb. She says, money is a dangling participle verb. There's no such, she says, "Give me the money." I identified the syntax. Not one of 2,000 people knew what syntax was to identify a dangling participle verb, money. So she got the $20. You see, you can have a lot of fun with this.
Yeah.
Now, if you walked up to one of my other, this happened years ago, and probably this tale's been told so many times that people can't do it anymore. But I gave him the math problem, 4 + 4 divided by 4. I says, you go and hit every one of your friends, work associates, everybody. Write it down, say, "I'll bet you dinner at the Outback Steakhouse you don't know the answer to this math problem." Everyone says, "I'll take that bet," thinking it's a simple little 5th grade math problem. And everybody got it wrong for 3.5 months, and he ate a $20 meal at the Outback Steakhouse with steak and mahi-mahi and shrimp. He says he gained 30 pounds in 14 years. He goes like, but nobody got it. He says, finally somebody got it right. He says, and I had to buy him dinner. He says, but look at all the money I saved in 14 weeks. It's just a little math problem. So there's things you can do that are very simple to teach people and get their attention. I gotta do this. We gotta do the triangles.
These guys are like that.
You guys are gonna love this. This here, you're gonna have more fun with than shake a stick. I don't even know if this is on my videos.
The first time I think.
Now read what it says in the 3 triangles. Out loud.
Paris
is praying once in a lifetime.
Bird in Japan.
Now count how many words are in each triangle. How many?
5.
Okay, you read Paris in the spring, once in a lifetime, bird in a hand, right? Once in a lifetime, bird in a hand. And Paris in the spring. You read 4 words, but you counted 5. When I asked you to count it, you used the right side of your brain, which is your numbers and logic, and you counted 5 words. But when I asked you to read it, you used romance, and you skipped over the double article, the double article, and the double article, and you read 4, but you counted 5. I've given this little game to people, and they read it out loud 3 times. At the seminar in Missouri, they read it out loud 50 times. Every single person in the audience read it out loud, read 4 and counted 5, out loud. Took like 45 minutes to go through 50 people. And the last guy in the room stands up and says, "People, you don't pay attention." He read 5 and he counted 5. And everyone in the room said, "What?" And I had to look at it a second time. Some of them did it 2 and 3 times. Going, why can't I read 5 and I count 5? I only can read 4 and count 5. How we play games with our brains. And as a public speaker, I have to take control of a room and show you. I have to convince you that you go through life, your whole life, and you never once look at syntax. You never look at math and syntax. You got math wrong. You hated it in school because you didn't pay attention to basic operations, and you got English wrong because you didn't pay attention to syntax or how syntax is used. How many of you did I really get here? Half of you? I say half of you.
That's a good puzzle. I didn't realize it was 2 D's and 2 A's.
See, your mind, you were all brainwashed since you were 9 months old not to read an article. TV, newspapers, magazines, everything you touched was brainwashing you not to see an article. Rothschild told Stalin, "I'll give you all the money you want, but nobody can see the article. Nobody can use an article. And anybody who does use an article will be shot in the head and buried in an unmarked grave." And 80 million people were executed for using an article and failure to conform to adverb verb. That's the seriousness of this. This planet they've been killing people through adverb verb wars for 8,500 years. But they never went to war over a math problem in 10,000 years. So don't think this is just such a big game. This is serious. And when you're talking about E.T., and you go ahead and you play word games of fiction, they're going to throw a rock at us to kill the dinosaurs. They just about threw one at us in Nebraska last February. But there was probably enough broadcasting with quantum language that said, "No, we better move the moon in location and save these people." They're finally getting it.
Thank you.
Hey, it might be a factor. Okay? So that's my game.
I have a question. Can one become a banker and act in a bank capacity?
Knowledge.
If your knowledge, go to school for banking, you can get into it and then go ahead and quantumize after the fact. The only thing we are doing with banking on a global basis is we are not putting bankers out of business. We are not closing down banks. We are not prosecuting anybody. The only thing we're doing is teaching them how to perform a correct contract so they can't cheat people and they themselves can't be cheated. We are taking an honorable position. We're not scaring people. We're just educating people. So we're being a really good guy to everyone.
Yeah. They don't have any.
And we're keeping the banks open. We're keeping the governments functioning. We're keeping the food and the energy and the shelter, transportation, all moving without glitches. We only have, the government tells you we have 4% unemployment. Only one person out of 4, only 25% of the population has a full-time job. So 25% of the people are supporting the other 75%. That's how bad it is. And it's worse over in Europe. So, and half of the population of the entire planet is rural and works on a farm. The other half of the population lives and works in cities. So, we, the unknown, led by the unknowing, have been doing the impossible for the ungrateful. And we have been doing so much for so long with so little, we are not qualified to do anything with nothing. Thank you for coming to our seminar.
Dave, can I ask you one question? Would you clarify just for me for 1 minute about closed account checks and the settlement of debt liabilities?
Don't do it. Go to prison.
No.
Writing checks on closed checking accounts.
Somebody emailed me the other day and asked me to explain it, and I said, well, I'd probably better ask somebody who knows more.
Don't do it.